Let me see what my mic level is. Is my mic right? Is my mic right? My mic, all right. Oh, that's a little loud. Hold on, I'm a little small on the screen. Give me a second. Let me get my mic right. Hold on, make myself a little bigger. All right, there I go. Peace and blessings. There used to be a song on the radio called There I Go, There I Go, There I Go. That's from the 80s, from the crack era. For those who didn't know, I'm an elder. Welcome to the house of the Most High Yah. Welcome on this Friday to most of y'all out there in the world. To those that know the Bible, to those know Safari Yah, happy Shabbat. Shabbat means the seventh day of the Most High. Peace and blessings of the Most High on his the seventh day that he said, keep holy, remember it forever, the fourth of the 10 commandments, Shabbat and Shalayam. Shalayam mean peace and blessings of the Most High to you on his seventh day. Let's get started. Tonight, did Epstein experiment? Ooh, we got some things, and I think I'm going to expose some things. Well, I'm always trying to bring y'all stuff y'all didn't know. Y'all know what I do, so I got some fruit for y'all. I guarantee y'all, I try to promise y'all, every time you come to our live stream, I'm going to give you some information that ain't all plastered all over the internet, right? That you might have never heard before. That's my guarantee to y'all, and that's why I labor, and I got some stuff that y'all didn't know. And a little special treat for us tonight. Hold on, I'm trying to get my life together. Let me get my hair together. All right. And I got a little extra treat for y'all tonight. We going down a little rabbit hole. Yeah, we going down a rabbit hole. It's going to be interesting. And I want to see what do y'all think about this, right? Because it's we're gonna see when we get to that rabbit hole. I'm gonna let y'all know. We get on in the bus, bam, everybody jump in the bus. We going down the rabbit hole. All right. So I'll let y'all know when we get to that part of the rabbit hole part of the night. All right. But yeah, it's a dope rabbit hole. It's bringing out some information that we never heard before. A lot of y'all gonna go like this. You know what this is? That's the head blown emoji. All right. Shout out to everybody coming on in. Hopefully they let us get through a little bit of the shadow ban. Last live, they did not let us. Last live, they shadow banned the mess out of us. We only got up to like 80 on our live stream. That's insane. Right. So I'm like, yo, hopefully this one, I didn't put nobody's name all in the title and stuff. Hopefully I ain't scared the authorities out there. You know what I mean? Just let us have let the people in the wild bunch find us. Shout out to everybody on both streams, right? So I know by the time we get going, if it don't fly past 100 into about 150, 200, then I know they shadow banning us again. And it is what it is. I'm going to still release the head blown emoji tonight. We got a head blown emoji. All right, let me present. Let me invite my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. Invite guests. Copy. Peace and blessings. Hopefully y'all had a blessed day out there. Hopefully y'all had a blessed day. Going forth out there, go forth and be the light. Shout out to that sister, Hakiyama. She'll let me know when she come in. I forgot the sister in the comment section. I didn't get a chance to answer her in the comment section. But I can answer her tonight. I can answer her here in front of everybody because all y'all need to hear this answer, right? Let's get started. Let's get started. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the house of the Most High for all those who following us. My name is Uncle Yahya, known as Uncle Yahshua. Come on in, get in the bus. Bam, bam. We about to expose some things. I'm bringing things that the Epstein files let out. Oh, I got some exclusive videos for y'all. I try to find y'all stuff that ain't all over the internet, right? So I got some exclusive videos for y'all as well. All right. Shout out to Tamaya in the building out there, Oakland, California. Shout out to he came in and out real quick. There you go. Shout out to Oakland, California, my elder in the building. All right. So let's go. Shout out to everybody in the chat. All right, we just getting started. Welcome everybody into the other, shock and awe, Eliza, y'all. Welcome, shout out to Zaza, y'all. Shout out to Canada, shout out to United Kingdom, shout out to Africa. Oh, thank you so much, Yashala Yah for the donation. I humbly receive, daughter of the Most High. Shout out to everybody in all the Americas. Shout out to everybody coming in the chat. Shout out to Run Rock in the building. Run Rock in here early. Shout, oh, Tasha J. Thank you, Tasha J, for your donation. I humbly receive, sister. I humbly receive. Welcome to Tasha J in the building. All right. Welcome everybody. I'm scrolling up a little. I wouldn't have even seen that. Praise the Most High. Shout out to the other sister. I think her name is Shaki. Her name used to be. I could just say shout out to her. Her name used to be Adenola, but I think she got a Hebrew name. If I'm for sure. Shout out to you. Shout out to brother Jerry Jeter. Shout out to that brother. Shout out to A Villa. Guys, we ain't seen A Villa in a while. Where A Villa? We miss you, King. Hey, Villa out there. Shout out to Hakyama in the building. Shout out to Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia in the building. All right, let's get started. Let's get this party started. I guess Hakyama will let me know later if we on the full shadow ban or if we in partial or what they doing to us tonight. Hopefully they let us ride. I ain't do nothing in the thumbnail. The thumbnail just says it's just did Epstein experiment on the black of the blacks and the white of the whites, the ranch of horrors. But I am going to expose some things, right? Shout out to Mayaka L out there, Phyllis Riches. All right, let's go. Please put a like, guys, so they can come on in. We already about 60 in the live already. So please put a like so they can come on in. Let me get started. Go get your snacks, go put your feet up, go get your relax, get your snacks, put these little brats to bed. The brats, time for y'all to go to bed. It's some grown-up time right now, right? We got grown-up time, right? Go get your tea, go get whatever you need. You heard? Because we gonna show y'all some things tonight. We got a full show tonight, and I got some head blown emoji stuff to bring out tonight. So this right here, why that look funny? That's the thumbnail. That don't look right. Why that don't look right? No, oh well, it's getting bigger. I don't know why it looks so funny like that, but whatever, it's working. As long as it worked, that's all I care about. They usually have a thing at the top, but whatever. It worked. This is the thumbnail. The Ranch of Horrors. Breaking news. Release files. Now it was a rough one for me making the thumbnail, right? Because I'm like, this wasn't my first thumbnail. I had another thumbnail, right? And that was this one. I can't get to it from there. I can get to it from here. Let me do that. Let me show y'all. So I had another one, right? And y'all stop share screen. They coming on in the building. We wait until they come on in the building. We're gonna kick this off. There we go. Share screen. So this was my first thumbnail. Now let me see. Y'all tell me which one would have been better. Which one y'all would have been more like, ooh. I thought I had this one first, right? So this one said the Zorro Ranch. Now that's the real Zorro Ranch. This is in New Mexico. This was Jeffrey Epstein's, they called it the Zorro Ranch. And it's in the mountains, it's on hills, and it's deserted. Y'all see all this land? So his victims, because they were victims, I know like people say they're survivors. Well, yeah, if you survive the victimhood, you are a survivor. But a lot of people play semantics, right? And I understand it, but you got to understand that words have power and words have spells, right? So of course you don't want to speak nothing over you. You want to be like, I'm a survivor, I'm a champion. But if you take the victim off of it, then that meant they didn't victimize you, right? What it actually does is it takes the perpetrator, the offender, it takes their, right? Because I'm a survivor. So, no, that person victimized you. And that's why you survived the victimization. But don't remove the victimization because it's removing the blame. It's removing the calling out these devils. That's what they're doing. Shout out to Yah's Design. That's what they're doing to these PDF files and stuff, right? They redacting their names and they protecting these elite devils. I know Prince Andrew got locked up. Well, they need to lock them all up, right? Shout out to the UK for locking up that little nasty Prince Andrew. Yo, Aaron J, I got one for you. I was hoping you would come tonight. I hope Brother Leonard come too. You know why? Because I got a head blown emoji, and I want y'all to be here for that head blow. I can't wait to see y'all reactions and what y'all gonna add in to the when we go down this rabbit hole, right? So if I hope they let us get through a little bit of the shadow ban because I'm gonna jump right into the rabbit hole, right? Whenever we get the most people here, I'm gonna jump right into the rabbit hole because I want to see what everybody think about it. I want the most people on the live to be like, whoa, because I want to see y'all input. It's gonna be crazy work, Aaron J, crazy work. So this right here, guys, I put the real ranch, right? And this is some horror show stuff. Now, for the victims, right? The survivors who survived their victim, the Jeffrey Epstein and victimhood, because it's more than just at Jeffrey Epstein. And these other countries, they be jealous, man. Y'all know I'll be seeing in the comment section of these other countries, and they like, America is this, and America is the bad one. America got, man, these PDFs are all over the world. Y'all get your mouth off America. That's what's wrong with Americans. Y'all didn't let these people soften y'all up so bad that y'all welcome every other nation. Shout out to all the righteous people from all the other nations who not like this. But y'all welcome them all, and all people do all over the world is disrespect Americans. So they all in the comments disrespecting America because of what Jeffrey Epstein doing. Like your little nasty prime ministers, your nasty presidents, your nasty dictators. These devils was all over the world. Yeah, we got the top head of the serpent, but all of them are to conglomerate together. These bloodline families all over the world. The devils are like, get your mouth off America. I'm sorry, man. I'm just like, and again, I know some people are like, oh, well, how could you love America? Let me explain that, because I brought that out before. Let me explain myself, because I know some of y'all don't understand, because especially people in the awakening, like, but this the daughter of Babylon, and this the place. Let me explain when I tell y'all I love my country. I do love my country. I love America. Now that don't when I say I love America, that don't mean I love politicians. That don't mean I love the government. That don't mean I love the devil's serpents who trying to who rape and plunder and destroy. But this soil, my ancestors shed their blood in this soil. The Most High sent me and my ancestors to this land, right? And he actually sent us to the land in the whole entire world who is actually the safest and the freest. You heard? In the whole entire world. Now, there might be some other little countries, right? Like maybe Sweden or something like that, that might be a little safer on the surface, but they are under the protection of my country. Let me explain something to y'all. Y'all need to get this. Because I know y'all, some people like, but how could you love? No. The Most High sent me here for captivity. He sent me here to serve out the curses, to serve out the injustice that my ancestors did to him, to serve it out the generational curses. He sent me here under whatever devils are here. Do you understand? And this country here protects a lot of other countries. Now they do their devilishment too, but a lot of those safe countries like Sweden and Norway, and guess what? They in the Epstein files too. All of their leaders of all over the world. You know what? Our country protects those countries so that they could have their little freedoms and stuff and be all peaceful and stuff. They under agreement with us. Everybody, the world is a prison planet. You understand? You're going to be under somebody. You're going to have a big homie. Let me explain something to you about the world politics. Geopolitical. People are so caught up, especially in America. You get all spoiled. You don't understand on the world stage, and they think they'll make you hate your country. And guess what? If you hate America so much, then beat it. Leave. I dare you. Go somewhere else. Come on, Shamaria. Go somewhere else. You hate America so much, run your little monkey butt to wherever it is you think is. Remember Willie D, that old coon? He talking about China. It's well, run your butt to China and see what happened. Do you understand? Nah. Praise the Most High for sending me to the daughter of Babylon. Pray I could have been in Spain and Portugal. I could have been in the west coast of Africa. I could have been on the Luango coast. I could have been anywhere. I'm glad I'm here. Look at my old shirt I got on. This is a shirt I had when I was rich in my sin in America. This shirt is actually $700. Now I couldn't afford it right now, But back in my sin and transgression, this could come from the early 2000s. Right? I think I bought this 2005 when I was out, just before I had my 25 to life sentence. So I did my time for all the crime I committed. Show me, go somewhere and you wearing a $700. And when I had this shirt, I had a $700 shirt, $300 pants, $500 shoes or Tim's, custom made. I had a $100,000 car outside or truck. I had a bunch of cars, houses in America. Do you understand? But they hate America. Nah, 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 nah. I love the people I love our culture. Do you understand? Meaning, I'm a so-called blackity black. We built a culture here, right? Now, of course, the devils who run in this place, they try to, the culture, destroy it. And they got the young, they call them YNs, they got them all destroyed in the culture. But we created music. We created arts. We excel in the sports, the entertainment, the theater. Do you understand? The jazz, the rock and roll, the country. And then the whole world copies what we did here. The devil's a lie. You better get some. Now, I love my country. I don't love the devils who destroying this land. Show me. Shout out to the aboriginals, the indigenous of Americas. Do you understand? And then all those who came afterwards. You understand? The Mongoloid natives came a little later, and then other nations came, and now everybody's here. But if you hate this country, you don't love this country, then beat it. And these countries, I'm saying this because all in the comments section, all they doing, because all this Epstein stuff coming out, they think it's a way for them to just disrespect America. Like like ain't no nasty McNasties in their country doing this to the children. These people bombing their children, starving children, doing all this stuff. Yeah, we got our devils. Every land got its devils. Do you understand? So, okay, now I made that understanding that, shout out to Knight serving Jesus Christ. Now I made that understanding. You have to understand and be thankful for what you have. This is when you get spoiled. You understand? You know, people, if you're born with a certain amount of luxuries, you don't realize there are people a lot less fortunate than you. You understand? Take your butt to some third, fourth world country. I said fourth world. And you be like, man, I love America. You be wanting to get back to America. You understand? Be thankful where the Most High place you. Be thankful that the Most High allow you to be able to be in a land where you can generate income. You got the right. And then you can help other people in these other countries who don't got your freedoms and rights. I ain't gonna let you get spoiled. Not on this channel. Nah, I don't like that. Nah, y'all, that's what's wrong. You better stand up. Now, again, I don't agree with no devils. I don't agree with they sin. But shout out to all the righteous children of the Most High in the Americas. And shout out to us who go forth and try to be a light in the world and help other people who don't have as much freedoms as we got. Oh yeah, America been doing this all the time since its foundings. It's always tried to help others. Now we got our devils who trying to do stuff, right? Yeah, and they the head of the serpent, but the light is against the darkness. All right. So now that y'all got that, shout out to King Ferg. Now that y'all got that understanding, now I ain't got to worry about that no more. Because y'all know y'all like, dag, Unc, you seen patriarchy, you're doggone right. Because if we don't protect our country, then what's going to happen? You're going to have these enslavers from where? Russia, China, wherever. They're going to come and conquer because the world is a prison planet. It was given to Hasatan, the devil. We are to be in this world, but not of this world. You understand? Facts. Come on, knights and servant. He said, yes, responsibility. So just if we got to protect our borders, we got to protect ourselves so we can be a light. You understand? If not, we can get enslaved by some other country. Then we like them. You know, look at Iran and them. They be starving people, unaliving people. Look at Venezuela. Look at Haiti and stuff. These look at Africa. All of these countries in Africa, they be starving the people. People living in dirt huts and dirt mounds but the land, they got all this money and resources. Come on, bro. Y'all, come on. That's why I love where I'm from. Yeah. I stand and I fight for it too. That's right. Stand on the battle lines. Most High sent me here, and this is the land where I was born, and blood, sweat, and tears has been poured in this land for us to get the freedoms. Blood, sweat, and tears been poured in this American soil for people to come from all other nations to get their educations, come to university, get freedom. They all run from all the world's lands in the world. I mean, they run, they take ships, they boat, they steal, they lie, they flee, flee their lands. But then they come here and everybody come here and want to hate the land where they flee to. Now the Most High brought me here to serve out my transgression, to become righteous, to repent for the sins of my ancestors here, so I could be the light here. And it's going to fall with everything else going to fall, though. Yeah, it's going to fall. Everything going to fall. And I got to be the light, and we got to reach those who, right? And that's what we're exposing tonight. A horror ranch. This devil, listen, let me tell y'all something. This devil, what y'all about the stuff y'all about to witness tonight, he wanted to he cloned himself. These people are making clones, and they're making new breeds of humans. And this ranch right here was a breeding farm. Let's go. This right here was the darkest place. Shout out to Hayazat. Was the darkest place of all those survivor victims. The victims, if you got, now this is the crazy part. We all hear about Little St. James. Shout out to Q Dog in the building. All right, Q Dog. You said Cash made people, these devils things back in the day straight hard. Come on, Q Dog. Shout out to Q Dog in Hempstead, Strong Island, New York City in the building. My brother, Q Dog. Now listen clearly, guys. The of all the places, now Epstein had a mansion in New York City. If you went there, you was victimized. He had one in the Virgin Islands. He had places all over the place. Then he started going to Africa and stuff. It's gonna come out right tonight. But out of all his compounds, out of all his domiciles of sin, what he was victimizing children, young boys, girls, everything, right? All of them. This one on the screen was the worst of them all. This one, now this is how you look for this is how you find a blessing in the midst of a tribulation. Everybody listen, I just taught this to to Gabariyah, our young brother, who y'all gonna hear from him. He just got 47 years in prison. You hear me, Q Dog? In our ministry, all right? The Most High brought him to the ministry through YouTube about 8 months ago. We didn't know he was going to trial, right? He did some crime a couple of years ago, and we didn't know. And then right before his trial, he let the ministry know that if he going to trial. He explained everything that happened, and he said they're trying to give him life in prison. So I said, what? So we were heartbroken because we got to know the brother from YouTube, doing our ministry, our Tuesday Zoom studies, our brother Gabariyah. So we praying for him and everything, and he went to trial. This is about 3 months ago. And they gave him 47, Q-Dog, 47 years with no chance of parole. Everybody listen clearly. He's only 30 years old. So basically, they said he's going to be 80 when he come out. His exit date is 2066. Do y'all understand? But he's in there, and he's being a light in there. He gonna call. Y'all gonna hear from him because I'm gonna tape the call, and he's gonna speak to y'all as he's ministering to people in the prison. He's being Yah's image light in the prison. And in the call I just had one another day, the Most High told me he found his blessing in the tribulation. He's in a time where they took his life, and he's only 30. Right? And I talked to his mom and sister, but has his light, and he's doing the work in there. He's found his blessing within the tribulation. And I said, I got to teach that. We got to find, because guys, it's going to get darker on this earth. Okay? It's going to get dark. Yes, I said no chance of parole, brother. Brother Mark. That hurt the most of all. All right? Is that because went to trail? Yeah, well, I don't know what that means, Q-Dog. But yes, and he had a body. He took someone's life, right? And you got to pay for your transgression. But the Most High brought him to our ministry about a year ago, and he was being poured into, building. He was, and then later when it was time for him to go to trial, he let us know, And it broke our heart. And, we was praying everything, hoping that he get out or get some, and they gave him 47 years to life with no chance of parole. 47, and he got to do, they call it 47 years day by day. Now, do he believe that? No. Let me explain. My brother, y'all gonna hear from him. I'm gonna play him. He gonna talk to y'all, all of y'all, cause I'll be telling him what we doing on the live, what we had, and you know what I mean. That the Most High allowing us to reach more people. So y'all gonna hear from him. This is real live ministry. That's what I'm talking. And now we are the same way I'm teaching the word of the Most High to y'all. He's doing it, relaying it now behind prison walls. And he's now like a big dog in there because he's fresh with 47 years. So they're coming to him, young and old, like, bro, why ain't you stressed out? And he like, well, I gave it over to the Most High, right? And they coming to him for like when he got more time than all of them. I said, bro, how did he say? Yeah, they kind of look at me like I'm crazy a little bit at first because they thinking I should be a zombie walking around. But he's not. He's being a light, and he's writing, and he's teaching, and All right, so let's continue. I'm saying that because I want y'all all to understand that we have to look for the blessings in our tribulation. We always going to have tribulations, right? So you have to be careful. There are devils walking this earth. They're devils, and they will antagonize you. They will provoke you. Come on, Tommy, y'all be careful of the devils of provocation to make you sin and transgress. So be thankful. I'm thankful for my little car I got. I'm thankful for this microphone, and I got YouTube. As much as people hate the YouTube and stuff, guess what? They shadow ban me, but I'm still thankful. Guess what? They allow me to even have a little bit of viewership. You see, and I was able to meet most of y'all because of it. So I can complain, and yeah, I'm shadow banned, but yeah, they let this other people get 1 million views, and we be bringing it. But I gotta look for my blessings in the tribulation. Everybody, all of y'all got tribulation. Ain't not one of y'all don't have tribulation. The only way you can not have tribulation in this dark second world is if you're in alignment with the sin of the world, the devil, and you're still gonna have tribulation. Unless you just full devilish mint like Epstein was and just doing that, they still got tribulation. I don't know how it manifests, but they still got tribulation. Well, they'll pay for it later, even if they don't. Now, the darkest ones, it seemed like, because you know what that's saying? It seemed like the worst people get all the good breaks and stuff. It just looks like that, right? But understand, we are to be in this world, but not of it. This ain't the world that we created. This world was created because Adam and Eve sinned and transgressed. And they created the devil, got a new world. And this is his world. You understand? Now, we are to be in it, but not of it, because the Most High got righteous children of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people who are in his likeness and image. They are the righteous on the earth, and we have to continue to expose the darkness. And what we're doing tonight, we're about to expose this. This right here, guys, is is the worst place that those who got victimized by Epstein, this is where they didn't want to end up. So the crazy thing, those who even ended up on Little St. James Island, they were getting hunted, right? Hunted. They were getting all type of victimized. But those who came to here, the Horror Ranch, they were being experimented on. They were being bred. They had underground chambers. I'm about to show y'all the underground chambers. Y'all know we bring stuff others don't got yet, and they steal my content, but it is what it is. Thank you. I'm over 100. All right, praise the Most High. All right, now I'm about to show y'all the underground chambers. Underground. And Epstein partnered with this company. All right, let's go. Let's get started. Let's just do it. All right, we over 100. Let's get this party started. All right, so I'm going to go to the first clip, right? I ain't even going to do my intro. We're going to go right to the first clip. I just make my intro and outro because I just talked to y'all already. So the first clip is bingo. It's this one. The Vince. Okay, so I need to, all right, so let me go back, right? I need to do it this way then. I need to go here, right? Bang. And that's right, because I need to bring in the first clip with information. All right. What we're about to see tonight is not conspiracy theory. It's the actual truth actual receipts from the files, videos. It's it's the victims' testimonies, the survivors of this victimization. All right. Now, the Zorro Ranch, which you see on the screen in New Mexico, this Zorro Ranch is a story of eugenics. This is what Epstein was into: cloning, transhumanism, and baby farm. He was breeding himself. Epstein was breeding himself to spread the serpent seed gene. They wanted to make a new world full of their likeness. His partner, Peter Thiel, the one who owned Palantir and stuff. I did that on one of the other live streams, right? Y'all remember the clip I showed when he said transhumanism? They want to transform the. Matter of fact, watch this. Stop share. Let's go. Let's get started. Let's get this party started right. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We get this going now, Hakyama. Let's go. Let's go. Come back to y'all. Let's go.
I think you're muted.
Some reason. Why did they mute? Thank you. I don't know what happened, but thank you, Hakiyama. Quick on the draw. All right, let's go. Watch this, guys. Now we walking it on in. Y'all gonna enjoy this. It's gonna tie everything together. Let's start here. Remember this? This is Peter Thiel, who owned Palantir, who owned all the surveillance of all the world, all of our phones. They taking all our information. This is what he said not too long ago. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. This gonna walk into the ranch. Remember, he said this. We showed this on the other live. Let's go.
Transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say,
Okay, so you heard him. He said transhumanism. These are these wealthy elite serpent seeds. That's Epstein's partner. On another live stream, I'm going to go back. That's next Friday. I'm going to break down from the beginning how he got with him, how he came up. You understand? He, the one, did a lot of funding. Him and Epstein did a lot of funding for all of this stuff. They believe in transhumanism. Do you understand? What did he say? Taking the souls of us and putting them into another body and stuff. Someone asked that question like, so what do they want to do with it? They want to be parasitic hosts on our temples. They need us humans alive. Yes, they cloning themselves, but they still need humans to take our energy, our soul, our DNA, our life force. Do you understand? This is a scary movie. Come on, Dolores, are we going somewhere? This is a scary movie playing out live. So you heard them. Transhumanism. That's what they after. Right? These devils, and these are these billionaires and trillionaires, right? They won't leave us alone. Bill Snakes, Larry Fink, all of them, the World Economic Forum, the Trilateral Commission, the Council of Foreign Relations, all this stuff, right? Transhumanism.
Transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body.
So they want to live forever. That's what they believe. This goes back to ancient times. And they are experimenting on humans, right? They experiment on us. All right, let's go. All right, so now I was bringing that because I'm going to tie in, because I got to tie it on up. So Epstein, that's his partner, and all these partners, right? This is what they're doing. So Epstein built the lab. They got another one that they building in Africa. They build them in also these other countries, right? So this ranch right here, the horror ranch, this was the one that you didn't want to be at. Now, let's go started. I got video clips I'm going to show y'all. This was called Zorro Ranch, all right? And in this ranch, Epstein was performing transhumanism. He built underground. I'm gonna show y'all the receipts, all this tonight with video clips and everything. And then y'all rightly divide. He built underground, surgery chambers, and in this, and that's why this Zorro Ranch is high on the mountain hill. I'm gonna show y'all what's under it. I got exclusive stuff. I'm gonna show y'all what's under it. And he was building a baby farm, a breeding farm. It reminds me of slavery, but he was only breeding himself. In slavery, they was buck breaking and breeding to sell the slaves, right? As cattle, right? Chattel, my ancestors, right? But in Epstein, he was breeding himself. So he would have like 20 at a time. And he wanted, all right, so he had a certain amount of cloning of himself that he was breeding. All right. Now the crazy part is right now, everybody listen, Epstein was supposed to be unalived about what, 5, 6 years ago. He ain't dead, the devil's a lie. But listen clearly. He got exposed for doing all this stuff, got locked up with the prison. Everybody, do y'all know they never raided this ranch? Everybody listen clear. This is how you know these systems be complicit in this, right? Come on, Miss Chocolate. I know he's still out. We about to show some things. Do y'all not know? So let's guys. The first thing that should have happened when he got convicted, right? Of the last one, when they just sent him to Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, the one he said he faked his death, the devil's a lie, right? Now, what should they did? They should have locked down Little St. James. They should have raided the New York place like they would do me, right? Like they did the Diddler and anybody else. But do y'all know they never raided this place? He got locked up, sent away, faked his death, all this. They talk about Little St. James. They mention this, but everybody listen clearly. They never went and did no, this was never a crime scene to them. Y'all listen clearly. Till now, they allowed this place to be sold. It's been 6 years. So right now, there's people who went here and they got digging cranes. They done dug up all the evidence. And now the New Mexico government is saying, okay, now you can go in and search the ranch. 6 years later, after they sold it to another devil, and we about to bring it out. Crazy. This is how you know that these higher powers are all complicit. Do y'all understand? Now, this is a 10,000 acre compound that y'all see right here. And it's in the middle of nowhere. And it's probably 10,000 up top, the acres, but underground, it probably goes 10,000 miles down in the ground. I'm going to show y'all. All right. Now, listen clearly. This 10,000 acre compound in the middle of New Mexico has an airstrip. It has a bizarre temple. It has its own temple looking building, right? Like the island, right? It has this bizarre looking temple. It has signs of huge underground structures. I'm going to show you. All right. Now, for decades, it sat here quietly. No one ever come in here unless you had permission. This is where they did the experiments at. All right. He was arrested in 2019. He faked his death in August of 2019. And 6.5 years ago, and right now, New Mexico's want to say, well, maybe we should look into the ranch. 6.5 years later. All right. So everybody, why did they wait now until this crime scene can be completely wiped clean? 6 years. All right. On Monday, the New Mexico House of Representatives approved House Resolution 1. They created a special committee. They call it a Truth Commission. They call it this just now, not Monday. This current news I'm bringing y'all. They created a so-called Truth Commission to investigate the Zorro Ranch and allegations of criminal activity and public corruption tied to this property. 6.5 years later, now the resolution notes that the Zorro Ranch has been the subject of great public concern since 2019. This is what they're saying now. And that previous legislators, they did nothing about it, right? And they say it empowers this committee to hold our hearings and to compel witnesses and to administer oath, and we're going to issue subpoenas and so we're going to investigate it now. 6 years later, everybody, the land commissioner has called for state and federal investigations. But again, 6 years later. So how much of physical evidence at this ranch do y'all think is untouched? Now, this is where it really get crazy. A week ago, a woman went out to the Zorro Ranch and she filmed it. And she saw heavy equipment, excavators, cranes on the property. And I had it, but I ain't got it. I was going to show y'all the picture, right? Since some of my pictures, I did a lot. I got a lot to come out tonight, right? But she showed the cranes and she's taking a film and she made, you know how they make, people now, we have a film. She's like, look at this, all these cranes, right? Clear sounds that they already digging into the ground, right? So this is before the New Mexico House just passed their investigative, right? So this is the main house. Now, don't be fooled. This house is miles away from any roads to get to the house. Miles away from any main road. Now, there are, she said, she was at this house last November, the woman, and there was no digging cranes there. And now she's there and they have digging cranes. So are these lawmakers just now giving themselves the right to subpoena, right? But now there's excavators ahead of the subpoena? Yeah. What kind of, this is a criminal cleanup operation, all right? Now, everybody knows that Epstein was doing this sex trafficking, right? Now, but there's another dimension. His obsession with eugenics, cloning, and because he's a big Darwinist, and designer babies. All right. And he used this remote compound as a literal baby farm for his own DNA. All right. Now, I want y'all to understand, we're going to put aside the unalivings, the blackmail, all the political connections, because, they want to Prince Andrew and all this. Let's look at the mad science that was happening. This is the angle most ain't taking on. So 10 days before Epstein died, the New York Times published an article. Let me show you the article. Let's do it. Y'all know, we're going to walk this down. I got video clips. I'm about to show you. I don't just tell you, I show you. Let me see, which one is it? Is it this one? Yep, there you go. Let's go. Stop share. And then I got the video. I'm going to show you everything I'm telling y'all. We still in the intro. Watch this. Window, share screen. Share. Y'all know, we going to show y'all everything we talk about. We don't just talk no crap here. We got receipts for everything we saying. All right? Now, New York Times, July 31st, 2019. Jeffrey Epstein hoped to seed the race with his DNA, the human race. Jeffrey E. Epstein, a wealthy financier who was accused of sex trafficking, had an unusual dream. He hoped to seed the human race with his DNA by impregnating women at his vast New Mexico ranch. I just showed y'all. Mr. Epstein's over the year confided to scientists. That's why he was in MIT. I'm going to show you the scientist. And this dude calls himself a mad scientist. Crazy work. The dude is on record calling himself a mad scientist. Listen clearly. And I'm going to show you all the receipts. Mr. Epstein over the years confided to scientists and others about his scheme. According to 4 people familiar with his thinking, although there is no evidence that it ever came to fruition, yes, evidence now, because this was 2019. The evidence is here. Mr. Epstein's vision reflected his long-standing fascination with what has become known as transhumanism. All right? This is what they was worrying about. The science of improving the human population through technologies like genetic engineering and artificial intelligence. Come on, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did, calories. We're going to show some stuff tonight, like generic engineering and artificial intelligence. Critics have likened transhumanism to a modern-day version of eugenics, the discredited field of improving the human race through controlled breeding. All right, so that was the article. in 2019. All right, we going somewhere. Got video clips. We're gonna show everything. All right. So now when he and I'm about to show y'all the video clip in a second. Now everything that I'm telling you, he in this article, when the New York Times wrote this article about him, they were just finding out, because this is when he was locked up and stuff. They were just finding out, right? Now, this obsession with eugenics, right? And this article, right? The quotes that multiple scientists and businessmen who say that starting in the early 2000s, Epstein was openly talking about using his New Mexico ranch as a base, the home base where women will be inseminated, they will be enslaved, but this was underground. I'm gonna show y'all in a second with the video clips. They would be inseminated with his sperm, and they would all give birth to his babies. He envisioned as many as 20 women at a time at each time that would be impregnated at Zorro Ranch. And on the last slide, we told the sister who stole his sperm on Little St. James Island with the turkey baster. She gave him the brilliant idea to actually do clone himself with, not only clone himself, but have a baby breeding farm with his DNA. He envisioned allegedly as many as 20 women at a time were impregnated. One participant at a 2006 conference, she remembered Epstein talking about perfecting the human genome and being fascinated by how the human traits pass on and wanted to create superior humans, transhumanism. Now, this is Epstein. He was talking to award-winning MIT scientists about turning Zorro Ranch into a eugenic-style breeding facility. All right? Now, then you got the corporate layer. Epstein's Virgin Island company called Southern Trust. They disclosed in filings that they were engaged in DNA analysis. So he gave money to transhumanist organizations, one called Humanity Plus. Look that up. And in 2011, one of his charities gave to the World Transhumanist Association, which rebranded themselves as Humanity Plus. They used to be called Transhumanist Association. And you know, these companies, they'll rebrand themselves. They rebranded as Humanity Plus, who states their goal is to influence a new generation of thinkers about humanity's next steps, breeding. All right. So his foundation also paid the salary of Humanity Plus vice chairman. His name is Ben Gortzel. So we about to show the video clips. So we're going to tie this up. We have his torture ranch, right? And they stated that they want to have a baby farm, DNA analysis companies, and we got cash going to transhumanist movement. All right. So this is more than just a rich PDF pervert, right? This is someone trying to engineer the future of the human species. Remind me of the doggone Tower of Babel. These fallen angels. All right. Now, then we get to the new Epstein file emails that's dropping, and they show how this baby farm connects to the actual lab and real money. Here we go. There's someone called Brian Bishop, and he is a Bitcoin developer. He is a biohacker, and he calls himself the mad scientist. Let's go. Let me go. Let me see. Is it the next one over? Let me see if it's my next one over. Yep, there you go. Let me see what y'all see. Thank you, Father. I think I did this correctly. Yep. Let's watch this. Y'all know we're going to bring receipts for everything I'm talking about. We walking it, and I got the video clip coming in a second. Y'all just hold on. Let's hold on. Let's go. We going somewhere. The Lara Shah. We going to expose all this. Do y'all see this file? This is the Epstein file. These are the files people don't know about. See him? Brian Bishop to Jeffrey Epstein. Look at the subject, designer babies. It's July 2018. All right? Look what he says. Jeffrey, hold on. Yep, there you go. Hey, Jeffrey, here is a deck about my designer baby project. I have talked with Austin again, and we have a series of questions about how serious you are about wanting this and what the ground rules are for me even exploring this with you and get into next steps. Y'all gonna see who we look like. Most of these questions are around your requirements for secrecy and privacy, specifically regarding reputational risk and also any financial involvement. I think there would also need to be some understanding about the goals and feasibility of different results. I think that one way this could be done is under the banner of my Designer Babies project. So he's talking about, he knows that Epstein wants to clone himself. Okay, he knows that Epstein wants to clone himself, and he knows that he wants to breed. So he says, I think one way that this could be done is you use it under the banner of my Designer Babies project, since the other deliverable is similar and shares so many of the same procedures and lab requirements. He says, since the other way that you want to deliver this transhumanism and this breeding, cloning of yourself, it results in similar and shares some of the same procedures, and you need the same kind of lab requirements. He says, I already got the lab, Epstein. I'm already doing it in he's going to tell what country he's doing it in. These MIT scientists, guys, listen, we getting some, right? I'm going to show y'all video clips and receipts of everything. He says, I think that the one way we could do this be done is you come under the banner of my Designer Babies project. He says, this might offer a sufficient level of deniability. So what you're doing, if the system catch you, if you get caught by some of us righteous, right? You won't have a level of deniability. But if you come under our banner of my Designer Babies project, then you can do your experiments. You can breed these children. You can enslave. You can do all of this. And we share the same procedures and lab requirements. I got all the facilities. We can bring it out to your ranch and we can build you an underground lab. Come on, Jekyll and Hyde. Come on, Lokioko. We can build you an underground lab. Now, this dude calls himself the mad scientist. Y'all going to see him in a second, right? He says, I propose another call on Monday in the afternoon to discuss these issues. Please propose a time. Thank you, Brian. Now, watch this. That's him, Brian Bishop. Now, next one. Watch this. Now, this is next email. He says, see, Brian Bishop, Designer Babies. How about Wednesday? So Jeffrey said, how about Wednesday, August 2nd at 4 p.m.? He says, sounds like you could be the first investor as long as absolute anonymity is kept. So he said, all right, Epstein, I'm willing to take your money, but as long as I got 100% quiet for my Designer Babies. Listen clearly. He says, I have always envisioned there would be anonymity requirements about babies. We can't publicly identify who these are or their parents or benefactors. Listen, they already got clones out there now walking around. Epstein that boy ain't dead. I'm gonna show something. I don't want to give it away. I'm gonna let the victims and the survivors speak. Now listen clearly. He said, he's always envisioned there will be anonymity requirements with these babies. We can't publicly identify who these are. They got so many of these designer clone babies out there that they can't even publicly identify who they all are or who their parents or benefactors, the ones who they see. It's so many. You see, we can't publicly identify who these are or their parents or they can't publicly tell us who they are or who seed they came from or who paid for it. Thank you, Zaza Yah, for your donation, daughter of Yah. Or who paid the benefactors. They got a little rumor that said the Island Boys is one of Jeffrey Epstein's designer babies. For those who know these crazy little Island Boys, those twins, they over there smashing each other on they crazy. But they said they got a picture of Epstein with these two little boys. They say it's these little Island Boys and came out of nowhere, right? They saying that's one of his designer babies, all right? They crash out, so I wouldn't be surprised. But look, he envisioned 100% anonymity that we can't publicly ever identify who these babies are or who their parents or the benefactors. it would brand the child as essentially and sadly a freak for life in the media. So if they let us know who these babies are now, we would look at them. Of course we would, because they were cloned from these serpent seed, these devils. You understand? They were remaking themselves. He says, so I had always assumed the investor would need absolute anonymity for these kinds of products. Right? Products. That's what they look at people as, making people. So the financial structure needs to be designed with these details in mind. So he's like, Epstein, I'm willing to take your money, but I need you to know it need 100% anonymity. He said, let's discuss these issues in early August when you're back in the game. Hold on. Austin has been advising me on this, and it's an open question whether he will be involved in design of babies. I think Austin is the Bitcoin dude. I'm gonna find, this is early Bitcoin 2015. I'm gonna show y'all who these people are, right? This is how Epstein, he made about almost $1 billion because he got in Bitcoin in 2015 with these dudes at MIT with a Bitcoin project. I'm gonna show y'all, right? And that's where he got a lot of his money. The other monies came from first Wexler the first time when he was at Baron Stone's doing other stuff, but then when he got in the crack era, the Iran-Contra affair, him and Bill Clinton when he was the governor of Arkansas, when they was doing the Iran-Contra stuff, Oliver North and stuff, sending all the guns and drugs. But this round, he got almost $1 billion off Bitcoin because he got it in 2015 when it was 10,000 a coin. All right. And he put $1 million in. That's through these dudes. So this dude, Austin, these are these Bitcoin dudes. I'm going to show y'all. Right. Austin has been advising me on this. And if it's an open question whether he will be involved in designer babies in terms of his personal interest, happy to do our next call with or without Austin. Notice he wasn't CC'd. All right. So Austin probably too busy doing Bitcoin. You're like, I ain't doing all this baby cloning crap y'all into. All right, so he says, that's the answer. I'm traveling in mid-east until the 1st. Let's do it after that. I have no issue with investing, Epstein said. The problem is only if I am seen to lead. The problem is if I am seen to lead. Epstein a control freak. Epstein like, I got no problem investing, but the problem is I need to be leading this. Brian said, Jeffrey, here's a deck about my designer. Then he said, I talked to Austin again, and we have a series of questions about how serious you are about wanting this and what the ground rules are for me even exploring this with you and getting to next steps. Most of these questions are around your requirements for secrecy and privacy, specifically regarding reputational risks and also any financial involvement. I think there would also need to be some understanding about goals and feasibility of different results. I think because different things can come about, different results. We're trying to do this, but we're experimenting. They these mad scientists. I think that one way this could be done is under the banner of my Designer Babies project. All right, there we go. So that was the one preceding up to that. Right? He said, I propose another call on Monday in the afternoon to discuss these issues. Next one. That's him. So Epstein's writing them back, and the subject is the use of funds, the money. No rush. Attached is the document so why is that redacted? See? So Epstein sent it to him. Well, I don't know why they redacted. Well, I guess they redacted his email because he's still alive. Oh, I'm going to show you him too. All right, so good. All right, because YouTube give me a strike if his email is in there. All right, he says, attached is the doc you requested. It's the use of funds spreadsheet for the Designer Baby and Human Cloning Company. Everybody, y'all see this? We going somewhere, and I'm going to show y'all videos, clips, everything. I just need to show y'all the files. I need to show y'all everything. I got also newly released video files that nobody showed yet on YouTube, right? That's what I try to do every time I'm live. All right, now, he says, attack is the doc you requested. It's the use of funds spreadsheet for the Designer Baby and Human Cloning Company. This gets us out of our self-funded garage biology. Listen what he's calling it. Because now all the money you've given us, Epstein, this gets us out of us funding it ourselves and what we call garage biology. They doing it in garages. Now they getting millions from Epstein. He says this gets us out of our self-funded garage biology phase to the first live birth of a human designer baby and possibly a human clone within 5 years. Everybody, that's 2018. 5 years is what? 2023, 18, 19, 21, 2, 3. Yeah, sorry guys, I got, sorry, I'm doing 10 things at once. 2023, all right? So possibly within 5 years, a first human clone that they created. Now, I'm not saying these other mad scientists all over the world, y'all know China, they've been cloning everything. China didn't clone the dire wolf. China they got woolly mammoths. You got people cloning dinosaurs and stuff. I ain't saying this ain't the first. This is Epstein doing his own clone on the ranch, the horror ranch. Oh, we going somewhere, Dolores Shaw. Y'all watch this. It's going to be dope. I got all receipts. This video is going to be dope for y'all. Listen, it says design a baby and possibly a human clone within 5 years. They talk about a human clone that they created themselves. Epstein cloning himself and them cloning these babies. He said, once we reach the first birth, everything changes and the world will never be the same again, much less the future of human species. These mad scientists. Attached document shows 1.7 million a year for up to 5 years plus 1 million for our live setup. That equals 9.5 million to fund 5 years, 6 million for 3 years. This is Brian Bishop telling Epstein, this is how much I need to get started. All right, everybody? Now, next steps. I am happy to hop on another call. I could take a trip to meet you in person. And if you have any thoughts about what I might be missing or whether this is a reasonable estimate to get the first live birth, then I would really appreciate any feedback you have. I am traveling in Lithuania and probably be unreachable during that time, right? Thank you, Brian. Let's continue. Shout out to Jerry in Dutchess County. Brian Bishop. More genetic editing. Continue. The subject. Other updates. Proceeding with more mouse testing at my Ukraine lab. That's where his lab is. So listen clearly. Come on, Marawa, y'all. You know we're going to bring it out. This dude, Brian Bishop, was already testing on humans in the Ukraine. Hello? A war in the Ukraine? See, that's when they make these wars, guys, and these people go missing, these babies and women and children and men, right? And they go missing. These people got labs in all these countries. He says other updates. And what did he call it? He called it garage basement testing. So the lower testing they was doing already without the multi-millions Epstein about to give them. Okay? Now he says proceeding with more mouse testing at my Ukraine lab. I'm doing surgeries and micro injection. Amateur in Mississippi has been testing human sperm modification, just fluorescent tagging so far. It doesn't work for my purposes yet. This weekend, I'm heading to a such and such at biohacktheplanet.com schedule. Biohack. Who biohack the planet? See these devils? 2018 Garage Biohacking Conference. See, they call this garage. These mad scientists peeking in the brain, experimenting on people, and they call it garage. You see? It's like, so that means it's unregulated and all this type of stuff, right? Underground, basically. He says, I like implant embryo, such and such, AO, wait 9 months. Great ending. He liked implant embryo. All right, let's continue. There we go. This is MIT. Look, February 1st, 2019, MIT Technology Review. The do-it-yourself designer baby project was funded with Bitcoin. Oh, we going somewhere. We going somewhere. We going to Epstein's foundation, the beginning, where his money at. We going back. All right. Now, shout out to Brother Jerry. He says, at his keyboard in Austin, Texas, Brian Bishop was quickly a nationally ranked speed typist. He had drafted a polite inquiry to a prominent futurist in the United Kingdom. That's what I'm telling y'all guys. This is worldwide. They be trying to disrespect, talking about it's just America. Shout out to Faith Hope. All right, shout out to everybody. Sorry if I missed y'all guys coming in. All right, I'm trying to do 2 or 3 things at once, right? Now, he says he wanted, this is Brian Tex. We ain't know. I'm going to pull out stuff. Y'all going to know who these people are by the time we finish these series, because we're going to keep bringing it all out. Brian Bishop, he drafted a polite inquiry to a prominent futurist. See, they call them futurists and transhumanists in the United Kingdom. He wanted advice on his designer baby startup. For a few years now, Bishop, a 29-year-old programmer and Bitcoin investor, has been leaving a trail of comments about human enhancement. The reason why they call them Bitcoin investors is because this is where they got their millions from. Because they invested, I'm going to show y'all in this tonight. They got and Epstein made $1 billion off of it back in 2015. All right, that's when they got in a lot of these MIT tech, Silicon Valley and all of that type of stuff. This was the boom. All right, now, well, not the Silicon Valley boom, but the digital currency boom. All right, after the Silicon Valley bust. Okay, now it says, a 29-year-old programmer and Bitcoin investor has been leaving a trail of comments about human enhancement on the web. He's a transhumanist, which means he thinks humans can be improved in profound ways by technology. He long exhorted others to do something about the human condition. All right, let's continue. This is him, his Twitter post. Brian Bishop, right? Y'all can find him. He out there. Right? See these? Look, these serpent seeds, right? He says there are startups offering designer babies and human embryo editing right now. Hashtag Gene Edit Summit 2018. Right? Y'all know I got his Twitter stuff and all that. Let's go. Mother Jones, she wrote an article on the Mother Jones article. I called everyone in Jeffrey Epstein's little black book. All right. Now it says Jeffrey Epstein's little black book is one of the most cursed documents ever compiled in this miserable, dying country. Totaling 97 pages containing the names, numbers, and addresses of a considerable cross-section of the global, worldwide elite, not just America. Epstein's personal contact book first turned up in a courtroom in 2009 when his butler went to the FBI. I got this video too, and they locked him up. Took the black book. And we ain't hear about it till now. From 2009. Yeah, all these people need to be locked up. These devils. They up at the highest levels. So Epstein's butler tried to sell it to the FBI, the black book, for $50,000. And they took the black book and locked him up. And I think he's unalived. He was foolish. He should have, I don't know. He should, boy. All right. So anyway, Rodriguez described the book apparently assembled by Epstein's employees as the Holy Grail. He says it is annotated with cryptic marginalia, stars next to certain entries, arrows pointing towards others, and the names of at least 38 people are circled for reasons that aren't totally clear. All right. Epstein's Zorro Ranch had computer rooms the size of houses. In this Zorro Ranch, right? They had rooms for computer and intel the size of a whole house. That's how big this ranch is, right? And they never, right now, they want to now say, we want to go and look inside the ranch after they done sold it to another serpent seed. I'm going to show y'all. Epstein reportedly had the warped idea of using the ranch for inseminating women with his sperm with the aim of creating a master race, just like little mustache dude Hitler. We going somewhere, right? We going down a rabbit hole in a minute. I'll let y'all know when the rabbit holes start. All right, just to separate fact from fiction, and we gonna discern. Y'all tell me, because y'all be knowing a lot of stuff too. I might not know, but this rabbit hole gonna be a fun trip when we get there. All right. Now, he says the ranch, Epstein reportedly had the warped idea of using the ranch for inseminating women with his sperm with the aim of creating a master race. Local radio station owner Edie, Oregon, has obtained architect plans, which dated back to 1998. They got the architect specs. I got it too. I'm going to do it another time. I just realized I didn't grab it to put it in here. I got the specs, his architectural diagram when he built the ranch. and the hidden floors. I even got it for Little St. James Island. They got tunnels, hidden staircases. It's all in the Epstein files. I got the architectural designs, hidden rooms, hidden everything. Edie, Oregon has obtained architect plans which date back to 1998, 5 years after Epstein purchased this property. All right. So when he purchased the property, they got the diagrams. The plans obtained by the Sun reveal a huge underground floor around 8,000 square feet in size, which includes exercise, massage, jacuzzi rooms, later transformed into a pool area. They also show 3 unusually large mechanical rooms on this lower floor. Farmer claims the rooms, Farmer was one of his victims, Maria Farmer. She claims that the rooms, usually for a boiler and electrics, were packed with Epstein and alleged accomplices, Ghislaine Maxwell's computers, everything, all right? So that's from 2020 article. Let's continue. All right, now let's get to, there we go. Now let's get to the first video clips of the night. All right, y'all know me. I'm going to bring y'all receipts first. We got to bring this dude. So we're going to find Brian Bishop, call himself the mad scientist. First clip of the night, copyright disclaimers on effect. First clip of the night. Here we go. Let me grab it. Here we go. Now the ride starts because there's some crazy stuff coming out. Let's get started. Here we go. Bang. That one first. Yep. And then go to stop share. Make this.
You're muted again.
Thank you. They just muted me for no reason, but thank you, Akiyama. Come back to y'all. Where y'all at? Shout out to everybody joining this live. Share screen. Share. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. For educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We're breaking down this Epstein mess. Brian Bishop, a Bitcoin developer. He's a biohacker as well. And he calls himself the mad scientist. That dude. We just introduced y'all. All right. Here we go. Let's go. Where? Come back. There we go. Make it full screen. Copyright disclaimers for reactionary purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. You unmuted, Hakiyama. We can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. It won't play. Play.
A minor victim is describing.
Here we go.
A minor victim is describing being used as a human incubator for Epstein's, quote, superior gene pool. So if you're going to run a secretive cloning or designer baby program, you don't do it in the living room. You need infrastructure. There's an email in Epstein's files from the Zorro Ranch manager that looks boring at first. It's basically a punch list of things to inspect or repair, but the locations it mentions are not normal ranch features. The manager references cellar, bathroom, showers, plural. So you have a desert ranch with a cellar, multiple showers down there, and then an entire subcellar with wood flooring. Subcellar, multiple showers. This isn't just a root cellar for potatoes. It suggests significant underground facilities on a supposedly remote private estate. Drone footage of Zorro Ranch shows about 5 massive vents on the property, big structures that look like air intakes or exhaust stacks for something underground. Watch this.
I think what you're actually seeing in this shot is possibly 3 or more vents to an underground.
All right. Now what y'all seeing is what she was breaking down was there was a work order at the ranch, and the person in the work order was describing that they got to fix all of these subfloors, floors, cellars, all of these showers, all of these rooms underground. Now, what this is what this brother is describing are air vents, right? Air vents all around the property. Now, these are vents for what you call circulatory systems that would supply underground air, oxygen and stuff, right? So these are the receipts. Now, everybody listen, they never raided this ranch. All of the horrors now in 2026, they saying, okay, well, maybe we need to take a look at the ranch. Now, they done sold the ranch after Epstein supposedly faked his death. It's been sold. And guess what this person sold it, tried to turn it into? A Christian retreat center, Oh, we going somewhere. Somebody done told y'all wrong. Wait till you see the devil who bought it and turn it into a Christian retreat center. This house of horrors. Let's go. Now watch this.
This.
I think what you're actually seeing in this shot is possibly 3 or more vents to an underground area, possibly more than that. I've looked at some of the footage from different angles, and I think there's at least 5 different vents leading to some underground area. And that dovetails with some of the information that some of the people that actually...
Do y'all see how big this is? Maybe our condolences to all the victims, bro, and to the survivors of this victimhood. So it's still happening. Y'all listen clearly. He got locked up for the last time in 2019, right? Faked his death. They never did a search warrant. They never went to this property, all right? About a couple of months after he was locked up, another devil went and bought it. I'm going to show y'all this devil, right? And nobody, so it all continued. Now, lo and behold, 2026, they want to say, oh, well, maybe we should take a look. And when the people, they go look, there's all type of diggers, excavation diggers. They didn't dug up. Yeah, this whole system be complicit in this. Everybody listen clearly, all right? So now I'm showing, because look how vast. This is in the open expanse of nowhere. It's kind of about as bad as, well, it's worse than Little St. James Island, because this is where they was like experimenting. They was torturing and hunting on Little St. James Island and doing all type of sick stuff. So you ain't want to be in none of it. You ain't want to be in none of this. But I think out of all of them being locked, I'm going to show y'all miles underground, and they're enslaved and chained, and they just breeding these women. And I'm going to show y'all a clip that this is not new. They doing it in all these other countries and in Africa. And Naomi Campbell, Hayazak, got something to do with this. Oh yeah, it's coming out tonight too. And they got a thing where they unalive the woman after 10 years of breeding. They recirculate. So after they lock these women allegedly up and breed them continually for 10 years, after 10 years, they unalive them and bring another and re-rotate the set. Yeah, I'm about to show y'all. All right, let's continue. So now y'all see, I just want to show the vastness, and just may the Most High bless the souls that was tortured in these places.
There's at least 5 different vents leading to some underground area. And that dovetails with some of the information that some of the people that actually went to the ranch claim they saw a massive room full of computers underneath the house. And given the size of these vents, there's definitely a lot more than just one room full of massive computers, because you don't need this many vents this far apart for just one room. Even a really large room, even a giant basement, you wouldn't need that many vents. So I think there is a significant underground presence to that facility.
You think? And in the Epstein files, he
A minor
said,
victim.
in the Epstein files, he said that he buried some, I'm gonna show that, buried some woman in the hills. All right? So now, let's put this together. The work order from the manager, he said sellers, subsellers, right? Witnesses, including the survivor, Maria Farmer, she says Epstein's property had enormous tunnel systems and rooms full with computers and hidden cameras everywhere. According to Maria Farmer, those mechanical big rooms were bigger than people's houses. And every estate had pinhole cameras recording everything all over the place. Now, you do not just build that kind of underground infrastructure willy-nilly, right? Now, when we step back from the Zorro Ranch and look at the kind of organizations that Epstein attached himself to, now we're about to expose them. Watch this, guys. These companies and organizations that he funded and put his money in. They always say, if you want to follow the evil, follow the money, because their God is mammon. The love of money is the root of all evil. You heard? And this is these wicked people of every nation, kindred, and tongue. They ain't just white, so y'all get out your trauma. They black, white, brown, yellow. They are the serpent seed. I'm about to tie in Barack Obama to the serpent seed. I'm going to tie him all the way back to the Rothschilds. We going somewhere. This rabbit hole we about to go through, when we get through all this stuff, we going to the rabbit. You heard? Let's go. All right, now,
Excuse me.
I'm doing that next. Go ahead, Hakim.
There's someone in the chat. The name is Grace TGMC. They're saying that their lawsuit is not private. It was about I'll just read it. The last one. My lawsuit is not private, though gaslit, because cult societies of steal, kill, and destroy hide info and refuse to tell the truth. So I post my lawsuit there.
Wow. Well, we
My
bless
YouTube
Go ahead.
because I'm a victim of crime survivors.
Well, our condolences and blessings to you.
Crime survivors.
And and we thank you for your courage of speaking out. And we pray that the Most High allow all of your info to reach out. We, as this ministry, are one of the truth tellers, and they actually took a woman's channel today. So I got to be very careful, even with my rabbit hole. So I was going to do something to expose a lot more tonight, but I got to be very mindful, because Whitney Webb, y'all know that she a truth teller, just today, and her last video got 1 million views, and there was a clip I was going to take from her. It was just today when I was preparing this. So I seen the clip. I said, okay, let me grab this clip. And when I clicked on it, it said, this channel is no longer, they took her channel again. And now she was getting 1 million views just today. All right. It was called the investigative something. And I was like, oh, okay, that's my sign. Just be very mindful of because I was like saying names in the titles and stuff. And I like, okay, I got to be mindful the way I move, because certain of us who put out information, they'll let others put out stuff. I don't know, but it's certain of us that so may the Most High bless you, and praise the Most High for your survival, and keep calling it out, because we're going to keep calling it out, and there's more to come out. All right. And I wish my channel was so big, they'll let us through the shadow ban. We get, sometimes like last live, they only let us get to 800. They only had to 100 people, no, 80 people in our live, right? It's like they shadowed, and I'm like, okay. So I learned, let me know, I can't say these names in the title, certain things, you got to play this game, right? But we got to do what we got to do to expose this darkness, right? Because they're not playing, right? Thank you, Hakyama, for reading that. And blessings to you, child of the Most High. All right? Blessings. Vengeance is the Most High. And you will see justice be done. You'll see it at the judgment day. When this Armageddon, the day of the Most High that's gonna come, the light versus the dark, yeah, everybody get to pay back. All right? So now we're gonna look at the organizations that Epstein attached himself to, the money, the funding, who was he working with? Because he is supposed to be gone, which he ain't, but all of these companies are still continuing it. So if you think it ain't still happening, somebody else own the ranch now. We about to find out who it is. So there's a company that Epstein attached himself to, and it's called Lifeboat Foundation. It's an NGO, non-governmental organization, and it describes itself as being dedicated to helping humanity survive existential risks and the misuse of powerful technologies like genetic engineering and AI. So this company called Lifeboat Foundation, Epstein gave them funding. He's attached himself. Listen clearly. And they say they are dedicated to helping humanity survive existential risks, all right? And the misuse of powerful technologies like genetic engineering and AI. Now, Epstein was listed on their website as one of the board of financiers. Now, after he got arrested in 2019, all of a sudden, they took him down. But you can't take nothing down off the internet, all right? I'm about to show y'all a video. 2 researchers called Lifeboat Lifeboat Foundation, and they wanted to ask, okay, ain't Epstein a financier? And the organization tried to claim that no, we ain't got nothing to do with Epstein. Y'all know we gonna bring receipts. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers. Let me show them first. I know I got them because I've been walking this together. I've been walking this down. I got them. Hold on. Let me see. I want to show them. Let's show them. Where you at? There it go. He is the chairman of the financial the council. Oh, that's another one. Yep, there you go. So let me show y'all. Yeah, let me show y'all this. Yep, that's the Lifeboat Foundation. All right, I got it. I got you. I just got to walk it on down. I got so much stuff to bring out. Praise the Most High that He guide me. Watch this. Stop share. Y'all know we bring exclusives that everybody don't got. So every time y'all come here, y'all going to get stuff that is not all over the internet. Y'all going to learn. You see this? This is the Lifeboat Foundation, right? Safeguarding humanity. See all these companies? And this is their advisory board. Now they took this down. This is what was on their website before he got locked up in 2019. It says Jeffrey Epstein is because you put stuff on the internet, people screenshot it. They have it. It said Jeffrey Epstein is a financier and a science philanthropist. He is the chairman and CEO of Financial Trust Company and the founder of Jeffrey Epstein IV Foundation. The Sixth Foundation. Jeffrey is a former member of the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign. The fact that they had that in their advisory board, that he finances their company, and they say they safeguard humanity. Jeffrey is a former member of the Trilateral Commission. Come on, Pitsy Lola, y'all bless. The Council on Foreign Relations, the New York Academy of Science, and a former Rockefeller University board member. I'm about to tie in tonight when we go down the rabbit hole. The Rockefeller, the Rothschilds, and Epstein. Ooh, this rabbit hole gonna be crazy once we finish exposing this ranch. Soon as we finish the ranch, we're going. The rabbit hole is insane where we going. Now listen clearly. Y'all pay attention to this. Stay for this. Jeffrey is a former member of the Trilateral Commission, right? And the former Rockefeller University board member. He is actively involved in the Santa Fe Institute, the Theoretical Biology Initiative at the Institute for Advanced Study, the Quantum Gravity Program at the University of Pennsylvania, and once sat on the Mind, Brain, and Behavior Advisory Committee at Harvard University. He is also a member of the EDGE Foundation. Now, all this stuff I'm naming, these are all serpent seeds doing the devil's work on us, the regular children of the earth. All right. Now, this Lifeboat Foundation, so you got to follow where his money was spent. Safeguarding humanity. They still out there. I'm about to do a head blown emoji in a second. Ooh, let's tie it on up. Watch this. This is the advisory board. Now, this is what they build. Ha ha! We going somewhere, the Lara Shah. Y'all come on, get in the, we ain't on the rabbit hole yet, but y'all get in the learning bus. This is what they build. They build underground facilities. Everybody listen. And see, this is above ground, and this is what's under. Look at how Lifeboat Foundation representative. Now, they tell you any bunker, look, this is what they build. Are y'all seeing? Now, look at this side. This is another one. This is what you see above ground. Now, look what leads to it. Just this little house. All it takes is a little shed up top. Really, less than that. Some just got like a manhole, and some got invisible manholes where it looked like just the ground or the dirt. And you don't know it's an entrance, and it got stairs that lead down. This is the elite, the devils. Now look, so this is the entrance to it right here, and look what's under it. This, look, a whole facility, another facility, then leads, walkway to look. They get to this. They got elevators. Do y'all understand? This is what Lifeboat is building. I'm about to show y'all some stuff. All right? So this is where Epstein put his money. So what do you think is under his ranch? Uh-huh. Now can y'all see? You right, ain't no escaping if it's only one door to get out. You got that right, Brother Jerry. All right? Yeah, let's expose them. Now, watch this. So he was on the advisory board. But right now, when you go into their website, they took him down. So guess what? Some of our righteous white brothers and sisters, shout out to the white brothers and sisters who be on that they be on that nosy time. And that's good. We need some nosy people that's gonna be like, listen, because they got time. They be like, we gonna find out. They be on it. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. Shout out to my righteous brothers and sisters for every nation, kindred, tongue. They are some. So some of my black brothers and sisters, get out your trauma bag. There are some righteous whites. There are some righteous blacks. There are some righteous every nation of people. Stop thinking everybody is wicked and evil of any genealogy. You're wrong. Because the Most High said a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people will stand before the Messiah in the new kingdom in heaven, in the Shamayam, waiting the judgment. That part. All right, so just get out your trauma. I know we've been traumatized a lot, so I know we taught to hate, right? But understand, but let me continue. Now, the whites, they did, that's some of their culture. Like we like playing sports and we like, music and dancing. Some of them, they like being nosy. That's just their thing. I'm glad some of them are nosy like that. You know why? Because if they wasn't so nosy and all being up, we wouldn't be finding out a lot of stuff. So I'm glad the Most High made some of my white brothers and sisters nosy as all out there. Now, I get on our nerves sometimes, right? When some of them don't mind their business. You're like, bro, y'all be in everybody's business. But it just is what it is, right? So check this out. If it wasn't for our white brothers right here, they like, okay, because, we wouldn't even know all this stuff, but they've been doing this investigation, right? And they like Lifeboat Foundation. Oh, they scrubbed Jeffrey Epstein. So guess what they did? You know what they do? They called them up. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Watch this. Watch the white brothers just go to work. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Hold on, let me stop sharing. All right, let me grab the video, right? Let me grab it. Is this one? This one. It's the next one. Bingo. Watch this. Lifeboat, whatever. Just with Jeffrey Epstein and tied his money. And they think, and these companies still exist, guys. This was dangerous. They still out there doing it. And just because Epstein, they didn't faked his death, they think ain't nobody gonna investigate them. Nah, Sean, somebody told you wrong. Watch this. Share screen. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. Shout out to Loco Tina. For educational purposes only, we don't own rights to the video. We reacted to the video. Check this out. Lifeboat, they called them. Watch what they say. Watch them deny. Hold on, it won't play. Give me a second. It'll play.
Hello.
Hi, is this Lifeboat Foundation?
Yes.
Which are massive, house-sized, underground living spaces.
No, we don't have any actual bunkers. It was just an idea by one of our board members.
All right. So these white brothers, it's like, oh, no. I know that Epstein was on your board of directors and y'all make the underground bunkers and Epstein Ranch, the survivors, right? The victimized survivors are saying they had underground labs and ranch. So y'all was, y'all, just because y'all scrubbed them, the internet and never fails. Once you put some internet, it's there. So they calling Lifeboat Foundation, right? And they said, listen, now watch this. Here we go. So look, our Lifeboat Bunkers is a program. Now this is on their website. Everybody listen. That he's on their website. It says our Life Shield Bunkers is a program, is a complement to our space habitats program. It's a fallback position in case programs such as our BioShield and NanoShield fall globally or locally, right? So that's on their website. But now when they ask them, they're like, oh, no, we don't got no bunkers. But they're like, hold up, but it's on your website. Watch this.
Hello.
Hi, is this Lifeboat Foundation?
Yes.
Which are massive, house-sized, underground living spaces.
No, we don't have any actual bunkers. It was just an idea by one of our board members. So we have like one page devoted to it on our site. It's not even like a primary goal of our...
So it's like, no, we don't actually have bunkers. It was just an idea of one of our, and so it's just one page on our website. But Epstein and all these millionaires were financing, right? So again, see these serpents with these tongues, guys. Watch this. Let them expose it.
One of her board members, so we have like one page devoted to it on our site. It's not even like a primary goal of our organization. Our primary goal is to protect humanity against existential risks, and any real serious risk, any bunker on Earth would be insufficient to protect you against it.
Oh, I also see that it looks like Jeffrey Epstein was on the board here. Did he have some kind of...
No, he's not.
Oh, okay. Maybe is that old or something?
Yeah, so again, if you look at our bunker page, it's just a few paragraphs. I don't want to make a big deal out of it.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry. Not trying to make a big deal out of it here. It just was looking...
Join our survival.
See, these devils. I got something going to blow your mind in 1 second. Now, this is where Epstein put his money, this lifeboat, right? And it's still out there. So they like, ain't Epstein on your board of advisory? No, he's not. And then they quiet, and then they're like, so we don't want to make a big deal about the bunkers. Or they're like, nah, we don't want to make a big deal. He just, right?
Did he have some kind of...
No, he's not.
Did he have... Jeffrey Epstein was on the... it looks like Jeffrey Epstein was on the board here. Did he have some kind of...
No, he's not.
Oh, okay. Maybe is that old or something?
Yeah, so again, if you look at our bunker page, it's just a few paragraphs. I don't want to make a big deal out of it.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry. Not trying to make a big deal out of it here. It just was looking...
Join our...
Now, this is their commercial. Everybody, now watch this. They're like, yeah, we're not trying to make a big deal. Now, watch this. This is their commercial.
Was looking...
Join our survival colonies. Secure your future in our state-of-the-art underground bunkers.
Now you have plans to...
Now, everybody listen clearly. This right here is the devil who bought the Epstein Ranch. He bought it, listen clearly, about a month after Epstein faked his death in jail. He bought the ranch. He owned it always since 2019. He said he turned in the ranch into a Christian retreat center because he says he's a real Christian. We about to expose this one. He bought the ranch, and the whole, I'm sorry, but the government of America, New Mexico, nobody touched the ranch. All of the stuff that happened at that Zorro Ranch, no government official went. There was no warrant. If I steal out of Walmart, they're going to get a warrant to bust in my house. You understand? For 6.5 years, they ain't went to look at one room at that ranch. Everybody, come on, hit the like button so everybody can know we live. Now watch this. Let's tie this monster down. Hold on, let me show y'all the image. I can show you better than I can tell you because I got it all. Let's go. Y'all know the Most High tell me diligently study, show myself approved. Watch who he is. This is him. Come back to y'all. Watch this. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Stop share, and I'm going to come back to the video clip of him. I got him on video. Not only do we got him on screen, and hey, we got him on video saying it himself. Share screen. This is what we do. Welcome to the house of the Most High. Everybody worldwide, come on back. We live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m., and we do this every time. Welcome. Welcome, Matthew Wright. Now, listen clearly. Epstein, he was on a lifeboat foundation, right? These are those dudes making the bunkers. But once he got locked up in 2019, they took this off like he wasn't part of the advisory board. Those white brothers called them. Shout out Chris. Yes, let's go. The white brothers called the Lifeboat Foundation, and those dudes was lying, right? Talking about, no, we don't got bunkers. No. And I just showed y'all the commercial of their bunkers, right? And they took Epstein off the advisory board. Look what they said. He's a former member of the Trilateral Commission, the Council of Foreign Relations, the New York Academy of Science. They was bigging them up. Now watch this. This is what they have, the bunkers. And guess who this person is? Bingo. This is the one who bought the island. His name is Don Huffines. This him. We going somewhere. Let's tie it on up. He owned a company called Hess. Right? See it? Hess. We going somewhere. The team to propel your dream. Hess. That's him, his son, the vice president, and the senior vice president. That's him. He bought the Epstein Ranch. Okay? That's what we talk about, the Zorro Ranch, the ranch. Matthew, he bought the ranch. Now watch this. That's him. But guess what? When you go to their website now, this is what you'll see. This page cannot be found. Yo, we're not playing. Look, Hess, Enterprise Science and Technology. When we go to the website now, this is gone. But guess what? When you put, come on, Jacob Castro, when you put stuff on the internet, it never leaves. Though that's where you're wrong, okay? So this was up, just like Epstein was up on Lifeboat as a financier of it, right? Now, we go to the website now, they scrubbed it. Oh, what y'all trying to hide? Hold on. All right. So now, I don't think I did. There you go. Let's do it. Dallas-based Hess Investment. This is him, right? He bought the Epstein Ranch. He owns it right now. Where they was cloning and doing other stuff. Watch this, Saudi tape. We got him. We got him. Who is he? His company, Texas Take This L. Shout out to Texas. They allotted them to own their stuff in Texas. Dallas-based Hess Investment leads a 1.8 million SPV investment in Secretome Therapeutics. So we're going to find out what he's into. The person who bought Epstein's ranch, this horror ranch, what is he into? Hess said, their company said, the investment finalized on August 9th marks a significant milestone in its ongoing commitment to advancing first-in-class leaders in biotech market. The VC family office is known for its focus on innovative and bleeding-edge ventures, which refers to technology that's further ahead than cutting-edge or leading-edge technology. So they're doing technology that's further ahead than cutting-edge or leading. So what is that? He says, we're thrilled to support Secretome. Do y'all hear the name? Secretome Therapeutics. Y'all think this is, it's like we living in a scary movie. Like this is
Can you like that a little?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. This is a plot for Pinky and the Brain. Thank you, Akiyama. This is a plot for Pink. Oh, so it's just loud? Well, maybe why is it doing? I guess it's just loud. I need to, how is it doing that? It usually will turn down. Oh, I got the wrong button. Thank you. All right, there we go. All right. Thank you, Akiyama. All right, yeah, because we don't want to peak. All right, because I'm going to get loud. There we go. Because it's going to be a loud one tonight. There we go. We living in the twilight zone. That's better, Akiyama? Let me know. I can't see you. Let me know.
Yes, that's good.
All right, thank you. We living in the twilight zone. All right, listen clearly. So, he says they're thrilled to support Hess, that dude, Secretome Therapeutics. Secretome. It's still good enough, right, Saudi Tay? It's still loud enough, right? Secretome. She just don't want it to peak, right? All right. Thank you, Jamal. Secretome Therapeutics. Now, this person bought Jeffrey Epstein's ranch, who was doing secret experiments, but he owned Secretome Therapeutics in its mission. So they're supporting Secretome. He don't own it. They funding it. They gave 1.8 million to investment in Secretome Therapeutics. We're going to find out what are they therapeuticing on in Secretome. They supported Secretome in its mission to revolutionize regenerative medicine. Don Huffings, CEO of Hess Investments, said in a statement, at Hess, our philosophy is to see beyond the obvious and invest in ventures that have the potential to make transformative impact for humanity. So look what this is, Biolabs, Secretome. So the dude who bought Epstein's ranch is investing 1.8 million in some therapeutic Secretome. Let's continue. So what is Secretome? And we're going to hear from him in a second. We're going to hear from Don Huffington, the one who owned Epstein Ranch. Come on, let's do it, everybody. Welcome to the house of the Most High. Secretome Therapeutics. developing novel therapies from neonatal cardiac progenitor cells. Come on, Martins, Pinky in the Brain in real life. Listen clearly. Oh, hold on. Did they just say neonatal babies? So Secretome is doing therapeutics for babies, and Don, he bought Epstein's ranch, who was doing secret designer babies. So, oh, hold on. You can't make this, y'all, you tripping. Oh, no, let's do it. Secretome developing novel therapies from neonatal cardiac progenitor. Let's see what it's about. The NCPC, the ideal stem cell for clinical development. So what is he really doing? Non-fetal source. Okay, let's see. Maybe they're doing something good. Let's see. Secretome Therapeutics does not use embryonic stem cells or tissues derived from elective terminations. Oh, I like their wordings. So they're telling us they're not using the stem cells or the embryonic cells from abortions, right? They're trying to say they're not with the whole, what's her name? Margaret Sanger, right? We ain't down with the devil Margaret Sanger. We down with this other. So that okay, so that's to make people okay. So Secretome Therapeutics does not use embryonic stem cells or tissue derived from elective terminations, abortions. Our cells are sourced from ethically consented neonatal cardiac tissue collected during medically necessary surgeries in full-term newborns treated for congenital heart defects. Hold on. So they're not taking the embryonic stem cells and the tissues and everything they get in from these infants, these newborn babies, from that's what they saying. You know, if y'all believe what any of these devils say, then somebody done told you wrong. So y'all better understand this fall time. I don't give a crap what they write on their page. They'll take it down later anyway. I'm showing you, right? But they say, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. They say they're not deriving it from abortions. They're taking the cells, sourcing it from ethically. They love using these words. Ain't nothing ethical or moral about these devils. I'm about to show y'all. You're going to hear from him in a second, right? It says, come on, Maranatha. Sorry, guys. Come on. Our cells are sourced from ethically consented neonatal. So it's ethically consented neonatal cardiac tissue collected during medically necessary surgeries and full. So we taken the tissue and the stem cells and everything else. When your baby goes to the hospital and needs ICU babies, neonatal, and have a congenital heart defects or needs surgery, they're taking the tissue. They ain't asking for your permission. Same thing they doing when you give birth, when they take your placenta and all that type of stuff. So they're taking, and they say ethically all that. Now understand some guys, they putting all these congenital diseases in the women and stuff with the chemtrails and all that, right? So come on, you miss me. So everybody, let's tie this together. The man who bought Epstein's ranch, where Epstein was doing cloning and designer babies and experimented on transhumanism with breeding himself with babies. The one who bought the ranch, he put 1.8 billion, his company, into Secretome, who is doing basically experiments on babies. Wow. Come on. Let's hear from him. And he owned Hess, and he donates in Secretome. All right, let's go. Let's put him up there. Let's hear from him. We want, let's give him let's hear from him. This is the dude who bought Epstein's ranch. He owns it right now. And so now New Mexico's finally 6.5 years later saying, okay, now we want to go in there and we want to look and see if any evidence is on the ranch. Now this man that owned it for 6 years, he done did everything. And let's see what he says he's going to do with the ranch. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Stop share screen. Watch this. Praise the Most High. We bring y'all receipts in this house. The Most High allowed me to find this stuff. Here we go. Share. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacting it to it for educational purposes only. Let's see what he says. This is the dude who now owns Jeffrey Epstein's ranch.
Now you have plans to take something evil and bring it into goodness, bring it into light and positivity. Tell us about that plan.
Well, of course, that is the main reason I bought the property. This was obviously a dark place, and we wanted to put light in a dark place. It always shines the brightest when you do that. My faith is so strong in Jesus, and it really is. And I'm going to make this, the plan all along is to make this property into a Christian retreat. As a matter of fact, it's under construction today. And
is y'all creep meter going off the range? Guys, y'all need a creepy meter, you know? Let me not say, I'm about to say something. Let me not say that part. We didn't got a strike. But y'all need to gain yourself a creepy meter. Come on, Matthew. I got a creepy meter. All right. You need a creepy meter because there's creepos and devils all around. And your creepy meter need to register because they be looking at your booty, your little girl booty, your little son booty, your cousin, your mama. They be looking at your grandmama booty. Because these creepos, they all about the booty. You understand? That's what they want, the violation, right? So now listen clear. Y'all need to have a creeper meter. Shout out to Jermaine. A creepo meter. My creepo meter is going brrrr. My creepo meter just went. As soon as you look at him, you should have a creepometer. Come on, that's discernment. That's what I'm talking about. Who said that? That's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to speak the language. Matthew, I got to speak to people from all. Yes, that's called discernment. The Holy Spirit, the Raya Hayakadash, will bring all things into remembrance. Discern all things. You heard? Get your meter. That's where he give you antennas. He give you intellect, instincts. Follow the instincts, okay? Come on. That's why I said straight off the gate. But a lot of people be so they're just slow to they just everything is okay. They just walk. That's why everybody's so shocked now. Remember they called us conspiracy theorists years ago, right? And nothing to see here. Y'all just wackos. They used to say we wearing an aluminum foil hat, right? Look, I got aluminum foil on my head. Shout out to aluminum foil crew. We don't look crazy now. The truth theory, right? They called us all conspiracy theories. Y'all wearing everything. Y'all think everything is spooky. Yeah, everything is spooky, manuki, dookie, and they coming for your dookie booty too. The spooky manukis, that's what they coming for, the dookie. You heard that part. They don't want the righteous where the Most High created from the vagina and the penis of a man and woman bringing forth creation, the image of the Most High. They want to violate the dookie booty and violate this whole rip a tab, open the Dalayada door, a portal. That's what they doing. That's a CERN portal in your body. You heard? Come on. Yeah, portal, a CERN room. Thank you. That he said, you see that? He wrote that right when I said the CERN, right? See, CERN is a physical portal. They got portal in your temple. It's a spiritual warfare, what we do here. All right, let's continue. Let's get back. So have your creepometer on. Watch this. Look at him. Now this dude, now can you imagine? Now he got the ranch. Now look at the ranch. He own it now. This is what it look like now. And no investigations went and they didn't lift not one rock. Now, Epstein had this ranch from back then doing all these experiments, all this stuff. And for 6.5 years, nobody touched it and he owned it. And now they want to say, okay, now we could go look at the ranch. Now, he didn't turn it into, all right, let's go. I'm going to let him play. Let's let him play. Look at him. Boy, y'all creepometer better. Look his face. And he says, yes, I love Jesus. Right? The way he said it, too. The way he said it, though, like, if you really love the Messiah, you don't even have to say it in that way. But let's continue. Watch this.
Now you have plans to take something evil and bring it into goodness, bring it into light and positivity. Tell us about that plan.
well, of course, that is the main reason I bought the property. This was obviously a dark place, and we wanted to put light in a dark place. It always shines the brightest when you do that. My faith is so strong in Jesus, and it really is. And I'm going to make this, the plan all along is to make.
You know, that's the statement I'm talking about. He said, my faith is so strong in Jesus, and it really is. It's like he tried to convince himself of that. He like, it really is. It is, guys. I need y'all to believe what I'm saying. My faith is so strong in Jesus, and it really is. For real, for real. He like pinky swear. I swear, pinky swear. Right? It's crazy work. All right, let's continue. I'm gonna let him talk. Right? I ain't believing nothing he talking about.
Really is. And it's so strong in a dark place. It always shines the brightest when you do that. My faith is so strong in Jesus, and it really is. And I'm going to make this, the plan all along is to make this property into a Christian retreat. As a matter of fact, it's under construction today. And that's our goal. That's why we named it San Rafael.
It shouldn't be under construction today. It should be a crime scene, everybody. Are y'all getting it? Are y'all seeing it? Now, after this interview, now they talking about, oh, we need to look into the ranch. Well, 6.5 years ago, he didn't turn this thing into, what do you, look at what? All right, so let's continue.
Make this, the plan all along is this, and it really is. You do that. My faith is so strong in Jesus, and it really is. And I'm going to make this, the plan all along is to make this property into a Christian retreat. As a matter of fact, it's under construction today. And that's our goal. That's why we named it San Rafael. We named it St. Raphael, as you probably know.
He said we named it San Rafael. And he's a Saint, he don't even know, right? He like Saint Raphael.
We named it Saint Raphael, as you probably know, an archangel, and his
boy, I swear, the way they talk, they just give it. He ain't even convinced. He's like, yeah, and Saint Raphael, as you know, Saint Archangel, he did something, and we just named it, right? It's Zorro Ranch. It's the house of horror, the ranch of horrors. You can call it what you want. You can call it Pretty Ricky Island if you want. The devil's the lie. What's under the island? What I want to see. Call up lifeboat. All this, yeah, stuttering. What's this?
It really is. And I'm going to make this, the plan all along is to make this property into a Christian retreat. As a matter of fact, it's under construction today. And that's our goal. That's why we named it San Rafael. We named it St. Raphael, as you probably know, an archangel, and what he does and helps people with is he.
So look, see, that's the evidence. Look, I'm going to show y'all receipts. So he took the rent. Look at all these cranes. Look at them digging in the ground. So all the evidence is gone. This is a tragedy. Honestly, guys, this is a spiritual tragedy. Come on. This is a spiritual tragedy because all of the victims, all of their evidence is right. But the Most High will have the last say. For all of those who were victimized worldwide, don't worry. Stay righteous in your tribulation. Find a way to find a blessing in the midst of your tribulation, because your righteousness, all of the darkness will pay for all they do. It might not look like it, but it will. You have to believe and know. So they get away for a time. A time. But they don't get away at the end. They don't. I'm sorry, you got to find something to believe in. They don't get away. So this should be a crime. The fact that this man should be able to redo this whole ranch, which is a crime scene of all crime scenes, and nobody says nothing. And now, after all this done, now they want to say, oh, we need to go look at the ranch. Oh, you mean the Jesus the Jesus Ranch now? Crazy, man. This is some stupid stuff. Let's continue.
An archangel, and as you probably know, an archangel, and what he does and helps people with is healing and being the healer, and also blessing.
He can't even talk right, bro. He got so much adrenochrome from. I'm sorry, let me not. I've been the guy strike. Alleged. No, I take that back. I got to be careful what I say, because they watch me. I'm, the other channels can say all type of stuff. I say something that's, my channel strike, right? I'm like, all right, listen.
We know, We named Saint Raphael, as you probably know, an archangel, and his what he does and helps people with is healing and being the healer, and also blessing those that are traveling. And we think that's really germane to this property.
This dude owned Epstein Island. The dude bought it right after Epstein faked his death. Everybody, you can't make this up. And then he took himself off the page for his Hess company, all right? And all of it. And he's in this secret tome, genetic engineering of children to continue. The Florida mansion was destroyed too. I didn't even know that, Matthew. Come on, bro, this thing. And I know we could feel like, man, is it any justice? Not really on this dark second world. We have to be the justice. And I know it's like, well, what can we do? All we can do is keep exposing it, keep being righteous, keep trying to do good on this dark earth. And that's the best we can do. And the Most High vengeance is the creator of all things. If you don't believe in a higher power, creator of all things, then you be righteous and try to do as good for your neighbor or something. Love the Most High. I know that's right, right? So that's all we can really do is be righteous, and our righteousness will balance out a lot of this darkness. Come on, let the Most High cook. Let Yah cook, right? Let him do his thing, because all's being, everybody, this stuff is being exposed. That's the Most High exposing it. I need you to understand, it's happening. The prophecies, everything is happening right now. The prophet, all this stuff is coming out. The fact that I'm even able to get a little bit through the shadow. I've been teaching this for years. They will never let me get past 1,000. They never let us get past like 100 on the live streams. You understand? All of a sudden, the Most High, like, here, a little bit. Because he want people to see. So again, everybody listen clearly. Now, we about to expose the craziest stuff in the world. I ain't going to do Naomi right now. I'm going to go into let's go down the rabbit hole, because let's tie this up, because these serpents, their bloodline go back. So we're going to tie their bloodlines back, right? And these politicians, these billionaires, trillionaires, these are the bloodline families that this goes back to, and it all ties up. Do y'all understand? It goes all the way back. Now watch this. We about to go down a rabbit hole right now. Bam, 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 bam. First of all, let me show you Epstein. Let's go to Epstein as a, did I want to show that one? Hold on, where'd it go? Did I want to show this one first? Oh, I already showed Bishop. All right,
Excuse
so good.
me?
We showed.
MFFKI says, happy to found this live.
Thank you so much. We welcome to have you here, brother or sister. We welcome you. All right. So let me show this and then watch this. We're going to do the genealogy, because you got to tie in the genealogy, because now all the people on the earth ain't fully human. You understand? It goes back. It always went back. All right. You got fallen angels, Anunnaki, all this stuff. This goes back. So watch this. We're going to tie the genealogy now. And I got the receipts, right? And it's in Epstein files too. So let me show you a file first. Share screen. Let me show you a file first, right? I'm going to click, is it this one? This one? And then I'm going to go show, we got to show y'all Epstein's genealogy, where this stuff stemmed from, and his namesake. You know, see, when we don't understand how do these people get all this billions, and how do they get in these positions? It's a generational thing. It's a namesake, a bloodline tie, right? So look, this is the Epstein files, right? So this stuff I showed y'all. This is from, look, that dude, what's his name? Brian Bishop, the one who wanted to do, look, Chinese edited embryos, okay? Look, all right? So again, the files. So look, it says, good morning, Mr. Epstein. I'm up early. The moon, it wasn't bad. 3-year contract before he goes home. Little does he know, it's been over 15 years. They have been cloning him every 3 years. And when they do, he wakes up in the infirmary and the robots tell him he got hurt. That was sad. Other than that, all has been fine. And I'm a few to make breakfast and relax, right? Love Philip, right? This is some of the cloning stuff. Should we build a mind reader? It will use decryption, new understandings of the brain. We can involve the New York Academy of Sciences in our, so we do a product tissue regeneration cloning, right? Brian Bishop, designer babies. I showed y'all that, right? And look, attached is the doc you requested. It's the use of funds spreadsheet for the designer baby and human cloning, right? And then he said, thanks. Probably rather than relax, I'm spending my spare time in December raising funds for personal genomes, which includes adult human tissue cloning and genome engineering, right? I'm going somewhere, right? Now look, right? I just put a bunch of the files, Epstein files, right? Katie Couric was here and we were talking about, I want to start cloning things. Me, Epstein, I want to start cloning me. Katie Couric was tripping because of what they was talking about. Him and Prince Andrew with certain people. Prince Andrew got upset because he was all, if the clone had a conscience, could you unalive it for spare parts? And Jeffrey said, I'll just make the clone without a head. Would that make you feel better? And Katie Couric, we thought she was going to vomit when I said it, right? That they did, and then Richard said that they may evolve with head or arms or feet so it could get up and walk away. These clones they building. Jeffrey said, and did dishes. What? All right. So brother, all right. So Brian Bishop, again, Chinese edited embryos. I am sure you have seen the news. Short version of the core technical problem. There's high mosaicism of their technique. The Chinese, meaning only a low percentage of cells in the body have any of the modifications. And he sent them the reviews. My team has been working on new technique which does not involve stem cells in the testes, the testicles. Instead, it's an embryo editing technique more similar to cloning. This is the designer babies, which does not require an injection to the biodye. The idea hit us like a bolt of lightning, so we were moving along in that direction. Meanwhile, our overseas lab, the one in the Ukraine, we tying it up, reported some mouse testes transfection results. They are observing maybe 5% transfection efficiency, which might be enough. Further testing is ongoing, but ultimately the method is inferior to our new embryo modification technique. They're talking about China. Epstein said, sorry, you can't make it. Did the cloning issue give you a pause? Okay, now let's go. This is what we do in this house. All right. All right, not that one. Well, that's when they did the genetic transection. We did that on the other live stream. I'm gonna revisit that another time. Let's get to Epstein's his genealogy, because we need to find out who are these people and where do they come from? Watch this. Share screen, stop share screen, window, bang, shit. Y'all know I bring receipts that others ain't got. All right, let's go. You won't find this stuff on the internet, right? Welcome to the house of the Most High. This is baby Epstein. This is the monster when he was born. January 20th, 1954. To Francie from your something baby, Jeffrey Edward Epstein. Oh yeah, let's go back. You got to go back to go forward, because I'm going somewhere with his genetic bloodline. This is why he want to keep his DNA. Come on, Delara Shah, we going somewhere. This is why they trying to clone themselves. These bloodline families, they go back to the fallen angel. We going somewhere, okay? This is him when he was a baby. All right, let's go. Let's go. Oh, other way. This is him and his brother, and that's his dad. All right? Yeah, come on. January 1957. Let's continue. That's him. I think that's his mom and his dad. Uh-huh. It's about to get crazy. And I'm going to let y'all know when we're going down the rabbit hole. The rabbit hole going to be fun. Because the rabbit hole tying all these presidents with this stuff, it's going back. Watch this. And I can't say certain names. Y'all going to see it on the screen because we'll get striked, right? So all right, now watch this. That's him. All right, let's scroll over. Y'all know, Unc, we got receipts in this house. Hold on. This is further back. I guess that's his grandparents or something. And this is, I guess, when his mom or dad was little, because you got to go back. Come on. Come on. Yeah, this going to be a fun. When I get down there, when we get on the rabbit hole, rabbit holes are fun, right? I guess that's his grandmother or something, right? Watch this. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. And look at this. This is his, I think this is his father. This one. All right. All right, let's go. It's this one. All right, hold on. Let me go for over here first. Now, these are way back. I think that's his father or his grandfather. All right? These are his ancestors. Yeah, some of this stuff look really creepy. Yeah, it really does. I'm sorry. Not sorry. That's when your creep meter, right? It's when the creep meter starts to, right? All right, so these are the ancestors. We going somewhere. Y'all know we do stuff others don't got. Now watch this. Oh, he's showing a Freemason sign? Oh, he is. Wow, y'all, who said that? Hayazak, they be catching stuff. Y'all be catching stuff, right? Now watch this. Watch this. The hidden hand. I ain't even see that. Good eyesight, guys. Right? All right, I showed that one. Now this is, I know, in all black, right? Now this right here, watch this, Matthew. I think this is his father or grandfather. Looks like him too, right? And I'm guessing this is an old bathing suit because they used to look creepy like that in like the 30s or the 20s or wherever this is. But that looked nasty. Y'all see this? I guess that's an old like 1800s bathing suit or something. But I don't know, bro. I don't know. Right? Look at the face. Look just like him too in the face. The ancestors. But we're about to go further back. Right? But that picture right there is just, that's bad. That's crazy work. Right? I don't know what that's going on, but that's nasty. Whatever. Right? Hold on. All right, let's go back. All right, now here come the rabbit hole of all rabbit holes. Let's go down the rabbit hole. All right. Now, we're not saying that all this is true. We're just trying to have a discourse and we're trying to discern and what's out there. Because shout out to those people who go seeking for truth and go start to expose this stuff, right? Because you got people that's on this internet and they be exposing stuff, right? So, I was supposed to do this one. Yeah. Oh, no, that's for Naomi. We'll save that because I don't think we're going to get to Naomi tonight. I was trying to do Naomi, but I think we're going to be here for a minute. We go down the rabbit hole. Right? So I'm going to the rabbit hole. Forget Naomi. She's part of this stuff. Camel, Africa, the Parliament agencies, Epstein. Oh, we're going to be going in on her stuff. I know Hayazaki wanted me to do Naomi. I got a deep dive too, but that's probably going to have to come out Monday. We live again Monday, 9 p.m. All right, so let me go. Let's get down the rabbit hole. Watch this stuff because I'm interested in what y'all going to add to the rabbit hole stuff, right? All right, so yeah, I didn't even do that one, but I want to get to the rabbit hole. Let's get to the rabbit hole right now, right? I didn't do that one, all right? That one, right? So this one, oh, so that one, I don't even know where to start with the with the rabbit hole. Go to here, hold on. This one, that one, because I got that one, grab this one, go to this one. Let me see what's next after this. Oh, this starts the rabbit hole. Okay, Bitcoin. Yeah, I know that starts the rabbit hole. Where are you? Are you freezing on me? Why are you not giving me my thing? Uh-oh, they messing with my stuff now. The spirit realm. Let me see. Why are you not giving me the thing where I could... There it go. Why are you not... Oh, let me make it bigger. Give me my arrow. Well, they messing with me. Well, I can switch it. Okay. Well, this starts the rabbit hole. Let's do the rabbit hole. Rabbit hole. Hold on. There we go. Let's jump into the rabbit hole deep first. Let me go. I'm gonna go forward, right? We're gonna come back and then I'm gonna jump deep because I want to get to the rabbit hole. So the rabbit hole, I'll do the Bitcoin after. Let's just go right in the rabbit hole right now. Then after the rabbit hole, we're gonna do the Bitcoin. All right. So this one, I'm gonna start there. Right, let's go here. Let me see what happens after that. Bang, bang. I'm gonna jump from there to there. Yep, here we go. Let's go now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Rabbit hole time. All right, here we go. I'm gonna go this one first. Right? Bang. So I got that one. Now let me come back to y'all. Let me stop share. Let me share screen. Bang, window, bang. Nobody got this on the internet. Welcome to the house of the Most High. Please subscribe and like this video so others can know. Shout to stay true. Watch this, guys. Shout to Caddy. External email. Woman accused of John of God cult leader. She mysteriously supposed to have unalived herself. Epstein said, I spoke of this going on at the Zorro Ranch. We're about to go down a rabbit hole. She has said on the record that Epstein offered her money to do this, to birth babies for the black market use. That's tying into, we'll continue because I had more to do with the ranch, but I need to get to the rabbit hole. Let's do it. Here we go. The Blue Bloods. There's certain things I ain't going to be able to say. Y'all can read it. Don't write it in the chat because I don't want to get struck. You know, there's certain names that they don't like us saying. We going down a rabbit hole. The Blue Blood Merovingian dynasty, the Khazarians, established origin in Khazaria, Greater Isis Rael, between 100 and 800 AD. I'm going somewhere. When Russia gave the Babylonian king the ultimatum to choose between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. I am going somewhere. Here we go. What if I told y'all, here go the rabbit hole. What if I told y'all, everybody, that Barack Obama is actually a Rothschild? Rabbit hole begins.
You're breaking up.
Of course I am. You see, the spiritual, did it clear yet? Did it clear?
It's clearing a little bit, but you're still a little robotic and your screen's
Yeah,
frozen.
you're robotic to me. Hold on, let me turn it off and turn it back.
Muted.
Tell me that's clear.
Say something else.
Hopefully that's clear. Hopefully that's clear.
Yeah, you're
Hopefully
good.
that's clear. Oh, praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order. Don't try. They're trying to stop the rabbit hole. Don't stop us now. Devil, get out of my way. Move, devil. Get out the way. Get out the way. Let's go. What if I told y'all, we going down a rabbit hole, that Barack Obama is actually a Rothschild and that he's actually Khazarian? What if I told you that Barack Obama is Ashkenazi? Ooh-ish. And another, what if I told you, and some of y'all heard this, but I'm about to show we just in a rabbit hole. We're saying allegedly, right? Because we got to watch ourselves, right? What if I told you that Barack Obama was the little mustache dude in Germany? Hitler? What if I told you Barack Obama was his grandson and he was a Rothschild? What if I told you that there's an ancient family called the Epsteins and the Rothschilds, and they were family friends? Everybody? The Epsteins were Vienna bankers. This is before the Rothschilds started the Federal Reserve and all of it. What if I told you we going down a rabbit hole and I'm going to show you, I'm not saying that this is fact, we just trying to discourse and have a discussion, all right? For those who knew about it, I know y'all probably like, bring it out, bring it out. What if I told you that the Epsteins and the Rothschilds were together way hundreds and hundreds of years ago? An Epstein family. And they're trying to say that this Epstein, he ain't part of that family. The devil's a lie. Let's go. Now, the Blue Bloods. Okay? Hold on, cancel. The Blue Bloods, the Merovingian dynasty. Watch this. Hayazaki, you're going to love this rabbit hole. The map of New Khazaria, we'll get back to that. Let me get to the bloodline families. The 13 families who you think rule the world. The 13 bloodline families we hear about, yeah, that's it. This is for entertainment purposes only. Thank you, equals. Equalis. I'm sorry, I can't see the name. I see the at. Disclaimer, all discussion here is just for entertainment purposes only. We're not saying that none of this is true. We're not falsely accusing anybody. We're just entertaining information that's on the internet and having a civil discourse. Thank you. That's the proper way. The 13 bloodline families that you think rule the world. They tell us the Astor, the Bundys, the Collins, the DuPont, the Freeman, the Kennedys, the Lee, the Onassis, the Reynolds, the Rockefeller, the Rothschilds, the Russells, and the Van Duyn. Remember I did the other lesson? But this, I got you, Matthew. You about to see it too. It's going to be crazy work in a second. This rabbit hole going to be fun. But these are the actually families who actually rule. These 13 families are called papal bloodlines. The Pope, Roman Catholicism. The papal bloodlines are the Borgia bloodline. That's where you get Caesarea Borgia. That's where they get this, sorry anybody Christian, the Jesus image of Caesarea Borgia. The Borgia bloodline, the Breakspear, Somalia, Orsini, the Conti, the Shigi, Calana, Farnese, Medici, Gaetini, Pafili, the Estee Lauder, and the Aldobrandini. These are the bloodlines, the papal bloodlines that rule. I'm going somewhere. Y'all think I'm playing? Black nobility, papal bloodlines are often concealed. So that's why I said these people don't, just the white people, white is the devil and that devil's the lie. Ain't just no white people a devil. Black devils, white devils, brown devils, yellow devils, orange devils. White righteous, black righteous, yellow righteous, orange righteous. You understand? You better know individually the fruit of the individual person. You heard? Get out of your little traumatized feelings. That's how they make us divide and go against one another, not realizing they are against us. Their bloodline, right? The black papal nobility bloodlines are often concealed by the distraction in the forefront known as the Khazarian. Those who say they are a tribe of Judah and are not Illuminati bloodlines. So they hide the papal bloodlines by giving us these 13 bloodline families. And the Kennedy is not Calhoun, which go to Lincoln, President Lincoln, Abraham. Are we going somewhere? This rabbit hole is deep. Listen clearly. Now, these are the bloodlines that they
You're
show
breaking
us.
up again.
Oh, they mad. Oh, they mad. All right, let me turn it off again and turn it back on.
Muted.
It's clear? All right.
Okay, good. You're good.
All right. Hopefully Father, if it's in your will, please stay this lesson and stop these serpents from messing with this lesson, right? Because they pissed at this. All right. Listen clearly. These are the ones that they show us, but these papal bloodlines, they don't show us. Watch this. These are the papal bloodlines. Y'all know I got receipts for everything I'm telling y'all. And this is their crest. The Aldobrandini, the Borgia, the Breakspear, Chigi, Colana, Orsini, Medici, Farnese, Este, Conti, Alavici, Pamphili, Somalia, papal bloodlines. These are the ones they don't show you. Watch this. Yeah, we definitely got a bot in the house. Somebody being nasty. If you are bot the devil, we rebuke you in the name of the creator of all things. Welcome to the righteous house of the Most High. We welcome you in, your whole bot, your bot, and not a bot. May the Most High bless and cover you. May you be righteous in this dark light. May you put down your darkness and seek out the truth and righteousness. That part. Now, watch this. Here go the rabbit hole. As per Kennedy Bouvier, this big Luciferian bloodline strictly, selectively intermarries. All right? This is what's the name want. Epstein wanted, right? We going somewhere. They interbreed, intermarry amongst other Khazars / Roman papals to keep their reptilian humanoid hybrid bloodline as pure as possible to their Edomite Babylonian ancestors who descend from Cain. Somebody just said something about Cain and Abel. This is where Cain come from, and the Canaanites and Ham come from Cain. This is the transgression. These are the papal bloodlines. All of these families. Do you understand? There's 33 of these families. Y'all know they love that 33 number. Do you understand? Come on, Paul Wall. Come on, let's bring it all. Oh, Papo, PayPal. I like that connection, right? Now watch this. These bloodlines. Now, these bloodlines go all the way back. They're reptilian. The scripture tells us it's the dragon. It's the seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent. The dragon seed will war. These are serpent seeds. Yes, Cain, Abel, Canaanite. It all goes back. The 13 evil bloodline families are all one huge family who are always changing their last names to keep the conspiracy hidden and to avoid public scrutiny. Don't they? Come on, credit score. They always change their last names, right? They come in here, they say, my name is Kirk Douglas. My name is Martin Scorsese. I don't know of him, but my name is, right? Now, listen. The 13 evil, now there's 33 of them, but they only show us 13. The 33 evil Roman, it goes back to Hellenes, Greece, Rome, everything. They are all one huge bloodline who are always changing their last names to keep the conspiracy hidden and to avoid public scrutiny. On the other side, the Most High creates Kalalaya, completion. On the other side, the good bloodline families are always changing their last names too, to avoid extermination. So the dark serpent seed family, they have to change their blood last names to hide, right? So they can avoid public scrutiny for all their stuff to do. So they can do. But the righteous side, we have to change our ancestors had to change their last names too. I'm talking about the righteous ancestor of every nation, kindred, and tongue, to avoid extermination. Good versus evil. Yeah, the Diddy bloodline is the Diddy bloodline. Now watch this. These are the papal bloodlines. All right? All right? Now, let's continue. This thing says, Donald Trump says, no other president has been treated so unfairly. He said JFK and Abraham Lincoln would disagree. Now watch this. This is the rabbit hole. Oh, the rabbit hole starts now. Here we go. This is why Barack Obama re-enabled funding for Neo-Nazi Ukraine Azov Battalion via the 2016 Consolidated Appropriations Act. The Illuminati Nazi World Order, right? That's what the NWO. Obama is Hitler's biological grandson, a Khazar Rothschild. All right, now, this is the rabbit hole for entertainment purposes only. Okay? Watch this. Yep, DuPont as well. Now, the Nazi Illuminati family tree, tying the little mustache dude, Hitler, Obama, and the Rothschilds. I know y'all like, what kind of rabbit hole? Uh-huh. Oh, Matthew, wait till you see what I'm about to show. Oh, yeah, it's going down. This rabbit hole gets good. It starts with this man. His name is Alois Schicklgruber. This man right here is where it starts. For Obama, for the little mustache dude. Watch this. His birth, 1837 through 1903. He changed his name in 1876 to Alois Rothschild. To Alois Rothschild Hitler Sr. You can look all this stuff up, all right? And we're going down the rabbit holes for entertainment purposes only. Look this stuff up. He changed his name to Alois Rothschild, so he became Alois Hitler Sr., as he was the illegitimate son of Maria Anna Schickelberger and Baron Rothschild. So he was Baron Rothschild's illegitimate son. Baron Rothschild smashed Maria Anna Schickelberger and gave birth to him. He had his name after his mother, Schickelberger, but later he changed his name to Alois Rothschild Hitler. Right? Now he smashed her, Kiera Poisey. She was the granddaughter of Joanne Neho Fanuc, head something, who is the brother of Alois' deceased stepfather. So she was she's the granddaughter of his deceased stepfather, right? That's his wife. Him, Baron Rothschild's illegitimate son, who changed his last name to Hitler. Him and her gave birth to this man, the little mustache dude. We going somewhere for entertainment purposes only. He was born 1889 through 1957. He was a child born of the third marriage of Alois Schickelberger. This dude, his dad's third marriage with Kiera Poisey. He faked his death in a bunker to flee World War II to Argentina with Eva and Anne, where they had 3 more secret daughters. And these daughters were Barack Obama's aunties, we going somewhere, whom were taken to Germany to be raised. Later, they died naturally in a car crash in Argentina in 1957. All right, we're going somewhere. Him and her gave birth to him, and he faked his death and on the suicide in a bunker, and he fled and walked to Argentina with Eva. So him, the little mustache dude, and Eva Braun. Y'all remember my last live when it showed Barack's grandmother was grandmother was identical to Eva Braun? I didn't know the most I was going to tie it up. This the rabbit hole. Eva Braun, also known as Paula Braun, 1912 to 2008. She had a daughter named Ann Dunham in 1942. She married Adolf in 1945. She changed her name to Madeline Lee Payne and moved to the USA. She changed her name again to Madeline Dunham after marrying Stanley Dunham in 1957 after Adolf died. Here we go. Watch this. She name changed, Ann Dunham, okay? So she changed the name, right? Changed the name to Madeline Dunham after marrying, right? And then she Ann Dunham, 1942 to 1995, named Stanley Ann Dunham after her mother, Eva. Stanley
You're breaking
Dunham.
up again.
Oh, goodness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do it again. Maybe I should hook up my... But then I take... No, let's just do it. Fight, you fight back. Is it clear?
You're good. Let's
It
go.
is what it is. We're just going to keep doing it. Don't worry about it, guys. Just keep on doing it. It is what it is. This is spiritual warfare. It's what they do to me. I get spiritual warfare all types. Stuff when I ain't even live. Y'all don't even see it. All right? So now, she gave birth to her. Right? And she changed her name to Stanley Ann Dunham after her mother, married Stanley Dunham. So she and Hitler had a daughter, Eva. When under Hitler, she changed her name to Ann Dunham, right? And to Madeline Lee Payne and moved to USA, changed the name to Madeline Dunham after marrying Stanley Dunham in 1957. So her and Hitler had a daughter. And this daughter changed her name to Ann Dunham after her mother Eva married her stepdad in 1957, while impregnated with Barack by Bapak. Now, this is Barack's mama, all right? And she, while impregnated with Barack by that cult leader, she moved to Kenya to give birth to Barack. She married the Kenyan Barack Sr. in 1961, and this is how Barack Obama, we know as the president, inherited his first stepfather's name. When it came out to Kenyan Barack that he was not the child, the marriage broke up. That's why the marriage broke up, because the Kenyan found out, this ain't my child. And the marriage quickly folded in 1964, and Anne married Lolo Sotero, an Indonesian, in 1965. So Hitler and Eva Braun had a daughter. She became Anne Durham because after he died, she married Stanley Durham. Now, Anne Durham smashed Mohammed Sabu Bapak, the founder of the cult known as the Sabu. This is Barack's biological dad. Looks like his twin, too. And they gave birth to Barack Hussein Obama, also known as Barry Soetoro, because after she married Soetoro, she married Barack Hussein Obama Sr. He married her in Kenya in 1961. He was Barack's stepfather. He looks nothing like him. He looks like his dad. She then, after she divorced him, she married him, Lolo Sotero. So Barry Soetoro is Barack's name. He carries his stepdad's name. He married Anne in 1964. He Barack's stepfather in Indonesia. They had more children.
It's doing it again.
Bro. They doing me real dirty tonight. So what
There
I'm
you
gonna
go.
do after I get through this, if it keep doing it, I'm gonna put my new inverter. I'm gonna have you pray, Hakyama, and I'm gonna plug up my old inverter and see if that works. I just have to replug the mic into it and replug the stuff. It's still all right. So because they messing us up. All right, watch it, because I'm about to go somewhere crazy deep after this. Right? This is just one slide we breaking down. Now, Hitler and Eva, they had 4 daughters. Their first daughter, well, I don't know if that's the oldest, was Barack's mom, right? Anne Durham, all right? Now, and she married him and gave birth to Barack. Their other daughter is Angela Merkel. Somebody said that tonight. And she was the current chancellor of Germany. That's Hitler and Eva Braun's daughter, Angela Merkel. These are Barack's aunties. And this their other daughter, Dalia Grybauskaitė. She was the president of Lithuania until 2019. She's still alive. And this is their other daughter, Barack's auntie, Theresa May. She's the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. She was until 2019. These are Hitler's and Eva Braun's daughters, Barack's aunties. All right? And it goes back all the way to this man, the illegitimate son of Baron Rothschild and Maria Anna Schreckelberger. Now watch this. We continue. Watch this. Let's continue down the rabbit hole. As both Barack Obama and the little mustache dude were both Rothschild descendants. So everybody, that makes Hitler and Barack Obama Rothschild descendants. Let's continue. That's why he got so much power. As both Barack Obama, for entertainment purposes only, allegedly, as Barack, with just entertainment, as Barack Obama and Hitler were Rothschild's descendants, Khazarian, say they're the tribe of Judah and or not, y'all can see it, I can't say it. This should help to make sense of why he re-enabled funding the neo, such as NAZI Ukraine Azov Battalion and Consolidated Appropriation Act. Let's continue. Look at this. Let's go. Everybody, Matthew, Epstein files talk about this. What's her name's? Anna Rothschild. Look at this. Anna, this is Jeffrey Epstein. He says first, let me read from the bottom. Ariane de Rothschild. Epstein was doing all the modern Rothschild's empire's money. Him and the two Rothschild girls. This one, Ariane de Rothschild. Let me show her. Because I'm going somewhere. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me get back. I don't want to get ahead of myself. We're going there. We're going there, Matthew. Listen clearly. Ariane de Rothschild wrote to Jeffrey Epstein, December 2018. She said, I thought you'd find amusing that in a Harvard class on Hitler, they told the story of when he was poor. So he lived in a shelter for the homeless and he was destitute, and that he had been financed by the three wealthy families, the Gutmans, the Epsteins, and the Rothschilds. It turns out to be accurate. Come on, everybody. Let's go. Come on, Miss Chocolate. That's why you're trying to mess with my audio. You heard? Everybody, let's go. This is what we do all this channel. Right? All right? Yeah, they want me to stop. I ain't stopping. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep doing it. Right? Now listen, Ariane de Rothschild. Come on, Wonder Woman. She wrote Epstein and said that, that's his aunt, that when Hitler was poor, they told the story in Harvard when he was so poor that he lived in a shelter for the homeless and was destitute. He got financed by the three wealthy families at that time, the Gutmans, the Epsteins, and the Rothschilds. She said it turns out to be accurate. Epstein says, first of all, it turns out to be 100% true. Hitler was selling his clothes and artwork and living in a shelter funded by the Ashkenaz, the Khazars, Epstein, Rothschild, and Gutman. Jeffrey Epstein said this is no conspiracy. The Epsteins were the Vienna bankers, bought their bank on the ring, hence still Palais, something Epstein, the palace of Epstein. And he said, where are you? I'm in bed with your cold. Everybody listen. Hillary too, but we going somewhere. Come on, right? Come on, rabbit hole. All right? Now, the get a dinner in my all right? Give me some I know that's right. Now, sorry guys. Now, he said to Ariane de Rothschild, he said, where are you? He said, it's 100% true what you just told me. I'm in bed with your cold. So I don't know if they smashing, was kissing, but he like, where you at in the world? Because I'm stick with your cold. To Ariane de Rothschild, this is sister. He said, whether it's a way to say that generosity is not rewarded or that conspiracy theory still exists, is quite pathetic. So, that's where it comes from. At the end of that word, Ashkenazim. Now, and these are those, I can't say it, Zionists. Okay? Now, because they, stuff get me striked. Others can say it, but I can't. Right? Now, watch this. Now, that was the Epstein file. Yep, all the presidents related. That's the bloodline, bro. All right? That's the bloodline. Now, watch this. Watch this. I got more. Look. Adolf was a Rothschild. This is the same family that owns the U.S. Fed and controls our politicians. Lionel Nathan Rothschild's. Alois Lionel Nathan Rothschild's illegitimate son, the Baron. Adolf is Lionel Rothschild's grandson, and Evelyn de Rothschild, Lionel Nathan Rothschild's great-grandson. And this is some of the crest. For entertainment purposes only. Okay, allegedly. I'll tell you the rabbit hole, but it ties into the files. So I got all of the files with him and Ariane de Rothschild and all the money. All right? Let's continue. See, Ariane de Rothschild, he said it turns out to be 100% true. This is the Epstein files. People forget that he's a Khazar. All right? Watch this. Right? Yeah. True the rabbit hole. We're just lying. None of this is true. It's all entertainment. Everything's a conspiracy theory. Yeah, we know.
Breaking up again.
Let me start my thing because they mad. We frozen.
There you go. I can hear you.
They froze us and everything. Oh, it's getting bad. They really mad.
You still got the tinfoil on?
Yeah. Look, I got my tinfoil hat on. We're just conspiracy theorists. We're just for entertainment purposes. Nothing to see here. You can go along to some other YouTube channel. We're just aluminum foil, right? I'm going to keep my foil hat on, all right? Nothing to see here. So Hakyama, whenever they froze it and everything, whenever my audio cut off, you speak, say something. Don't have an empty space. Yeah, they plenty mad, but we're going to get through this, all right? That's why I'm like, for entertainment purposes only. They can't say we can entertain, we can do entertainment content, right? None of this is, we ain't saying none of this is true. We're just, for entertain, we're just entertaining ourselves. But this part is true. See, this stuff is true when we go to the files, because this is the governmental files. All right? All right. So now, all right. All right. So good. So Rikivis, go somewhere else. There's a billion YouTube channels. If you don't like us, what we're trying to find out, then go somewhere else. You understand? We will welcome you, but if you don't like the channel, you just turn the channel. See, how about that? You're just like, okay, I don't like this channel. I can go to another channel. They're not deep enough. You know, they don't got receipts, right? I'm sitting up here with an Epstein file on the screen, but we ain't got receipts. So have a nice day. We welcome you to the house, and may the Most High bless you as you go forth in your travels, and may you go forth and teach your truth. All right, we're enjoying ourselves. This is entertainment. Watch this. So here we go again. So, all right. So we're just gonna ignore him because he just wants to be a distraction, right? We be knowing who these people serve. Something about this got him agitated, right? So we're just gonna ignore him. Little tink. He can just, he can, as long as he don't start cussing and stuff. If he starts tripping out and cussing, then he gotta go. Right? All right. All right. So they're coming now. I guess they didn't let their fellow, I don't know, devils know.
Doing
They
it
already,
again?
it's happening again. My
Yes, it
goodness.
is.
Oh, this is bad. Um, okay, so you say something. Let me do this. And if you do it again, I'm gonna put the other inverter on because we're
I
gonna get
got
through this.
you. Shalom, peace and blessings, everyone. Hope you're having a good night wherever you are. Peace and blessings to you, your families, your friends, all of you. You got it? You good? There you go.
All
I
right,
can
I'm
see it.
back. Is it working?
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay. All right. So if it do it again, then I'm gonna switch the inverter because we can't keep doing this. All right. So now, right. So this guys is from the Epstein files, right? And this is him in his office, and we seem to forget what genealogy he come from, right? See, he got his U.S. Army pants on, right? Look over here. This is the Talmud. So what's behind him is the Babylonian Talmud. You see? So you got to understand what he is and what he serves in his genealogy. You got to understand what that Babylonian Talmud is. All right? 37 books of the Talmud on the shelf, the Masonic checkerboard floors. Come on. So that's why you're talking about other people got receipts and we sit up here showing nothing but receipts. Clowns. Sorry, be gone. All right? You're just mad because we're exposing you devils. All right? Go forth, do your devilishment. Continue. Masonic checkerboard floors, duality. Freemasonic pillars from Boaz and Yakin, right? While people are arguing, right? Shout out to all the people over on that's out there, truth that bring out the truth, right? Now, the pillars. See? You see the pillars and the symbols, right? So on in Epstein's, these pillars, right? So the symbolism and the images everywhere. And this is when they constructing it, right? Again, more checkerboard floors. There's some spooky stuff. What is this, guys? Do y'all see this? This the Epstein files. Is that like a sculpture hanging in the air? Don't that look like a woman's body? It is, and the face is redacted, so that's an actual victim. But doesn't it look like, maybe I'm seeing it wrong. Does it look like they hanging in the air? That's some spooky stuff.
Ew.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what that is, but they got the face redacted, so that meant it's a victim whenever they redact it. All right. So again, that's his bookshelf, and he got his Talmud like he should, and that's the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud. Those are the Amorites. All right, they were Canaanites, Babylonian. All right, and if you know what that book entails, you know how dark that gets. To satisfy yet fool Russia, the Khazarian king blended Judaism, Babylonian, Luciferian black magic, what they call secret Satanism, which is entirely based on ancient Baal worship, and they created Babylonian Talmudism, which became the national religion of the Khazarians. Right? Now, this ain't no allegedly, this is history. And if you want to talk some scriptures, you devil clowns who here, you at the right place, baby. All right? Now, it's one thing you can't tell me about. Now, everybody, the Babylonian Luciferian magic is Amorites. These are the Canaanites that the Most High said don't mix your seed with. That's where Babylonia come from, the Amorites, all right? Now, the Russian king, the Khazars, they blended, this when they chose between the Christian, they're going to be Judaism, Christian, or Muslim, and they chose the Christian, they chose the Judaism, right? And they blended it with Amorite and made a fallen angel religion, secret Hasid Satanism. which is Baal worship. That's why, what's his name? Epstein and all them. That's why all the celebrities got all this Baal worship, doing the 1-9, passing the babies and doing all the transhumanism and all this stuff. Talking about some conspiracy theories. The devil's a lie. Now we in the Bible right now. You heard? Now, shout out to Grace. All right? I'll grant you an interview, Grace. Just email me. All right? So now, to satisfy yet fool Russia, and y'all let him stay. This is a channel where people can voice whatever it is they believe in. We don't, right? You don't have to agree. We can agree to disagree, long as it's a civil discourse. And he didn't cuss, or he didn't say anything. He can say I'm stupid. No, he can't say I'm stupid. He can say I don't know what I'm talking about. He can say I'm this and that, right? But that's what this channel is. We're not a channel that's saying you got to believe what we believe and none of that. We just saying have respect when you come in. And he's being respectful, so let him, he can say we don't know nothing we talking about, right? All right. So, but I'm gonna just ignore him because he's just trying to waste time, right? So, okay, I'm gonna put the email for Grace. All right. Now, all right. So to satisfy yet full Russia, right? This is where the Babylonian Talmudism came about, and that's why you got Canaanite Hebrew tongue as well, not the original pictographic Habariyah, but we're talking about the Canaanite Hebrew tongue. All right. That's why when you look up the Hebrews, they call it a Canaanite culture. The Canaanite, they call it the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic Canaanite group of languages. Okay. In linguistics. All right. Now, I'm ignoring you because you're a clown. There's that part. I'm just going to be, well, you're not a clown. I'm ignoring you because you don't pose any, how can I say it? Any equal viewpoint. You're just saying, like, you're a person who haven't studied to show themselves approved, meaning you have no idea who I am or this channel is. We got millions of hours on YouTube, hundreds and hundreds, well, thousands of videos between all these platforms, right? And you have, I'm sorry, you're not a clown. I apologize. I repent for that. I made a mistake. Sometimes I'm human. I get in my feelings, right? I apologize. I'm not perfect. I repent for that. I apologize. You're not a clown. You just pose a opposing view. I'm apologizing. Can you respect my apology? If not, then you can be gone. Because if you think you perfect, right? I ain't say, So I'm learning to control my time. I'm still a work in progress. I'm not used to adversaries being in my midst. Let me explain that. Because being on YouTube is a new thing, because I'm the type that if I'm with you in real life and you oppose my point of view and I see that we can't have a civil discourse, then I go away from you, right? So I'm not used to that. So I have to learn. So I apologize for calling you.
You're breaking up a little.
You're not a clown. You just have a different point of view. Now you could be a devil or a troll, but I don't know that. But anyway, is it breaking up a lot or a little?
No, you're clearing out, kind of going in and out, but you're clear right now.
Let me know if it continues, because then I'm going to have you say a prayer and I'm going to set up the other, because we can't keep doing this, right? So we're going to go through this one another time, right? The cult of Baal, the Canaanites, they put the tribe of Dan, Moloch, they got Kemet, Egypt. They did a good job. It's a lot, some of it's not correct, right? They got Baal worship. They got human sacrifice, the early Canaans, the Baal cycle. They got Nimrod. They did pretty good. Epic of Gilgamesh, right? Cannibalism, the cuneiform tablets. They got the Anunnaki. Let me see, do they got the Library of Ashurbanipal? They got Nagal, Tower of Babel. They got Barashiyah, Genesis. They got El, the Canaanite supreme god, El. That's where you get Isis, Ra-El, right? Come on, children of Yasharal, the early Canaan, the Sumer, ancient Sumer. They got the sins of the golden calf. Come on, they got Sodom and Gomorrah. They even got the tribe of Dan. That's pretty dope. The pagan tribe, all right? They got the Hebrews, the Hyksos, This is when our ancestors became Hebrews, Hyksos. biblical history, Abraham, Exodus. We're going to go through this one day. Some of it I've seen, they're not too correct, but with everybody add in what they can add in. They got the Sumerian cuneiform tablets, Enki and Enlil. They got Nana, the moon god. The god Sin. Sin is the crescent moon. Nana is the full moon god. They got of Ziggurat. Okay, this is dope. They did a good job right here. All right, let's continue though. We'll do this another time. What they got on the left? Oh, they got the Druids, the Aryans, the fall of Atlantis, the priesthood reincarnating the archons. They got the storm god. Okay. They got Thoth. Oh, they got the Emerald Talus and Thoth and Thoth. They got the Thoth. Wow, they did pretty good. First pharaohs, the ancient Celts, the mean Scotia, Osiris, Hyksos. I bet you they ain't got the Christians up there. I bet you they ain't got, most people don't know the Christians. All right, Baalbek, Carthage, Baal Haman. They're not too bad. Sphinx, Akhenaten, Anarchism, the Roman Empire, Judea, Second Temple, the Vatican, Knights Templar. What else they got? Khazar, the Khagans, Black nobility in Switzerland, Venetians, Freemasons, the Jesuits, Illuminati, Bavaria, the Bilderberg, the Federal Reserve, the Holy Alliance, the Masonic, Atlantis, USA, Novus Ordo Seclorum. This is pretty dope. The Great Pyramid of the Reincarnated Souls, Horus, Dionysus, Bacchus, and Jesus. Wow, this is pretty dope. Rika. This is pretty. They got Luxor in Las Vegas, Novus Ordo Seclorum. This is pretty dope. Look, they even got Yahweh. The Yod-Heh, Wav-Heh. That ain't the Father's name. I know some of y'all think it. I apologize. We ain't trying to offend nobody, but that's not Habara Yah. It's Yahweh. There's no diacritic vowel marks. There's no vowels in the ancient Shemitic tongues. It's an abjad, not an abjagita. Okay, there's no vowel sounds. It's all consonants. Okay, so you have to understand the linguistics. All right, so Enki and Enlil, they got Yahweh is Baal and the Lord too. All right, y'all don't know that. Baal, Moloch, Set, no disrespect for those who don't know. I'm trying to Sun El Ra. That's where they get Isis Ra El, where these people call themselves that. All right, wow, this is pretty. They did a pretty good job on this chart. All right, but anyway, let's continue. All right, I wasn't going to do that tonight, but I'm like, okay. All right, so let's continue. Look, they even got the synagogue of Satan and all that. All right, we'll do that another time. So look at this. This is Ariane de Rothschild. Okay, we back to the Rothschild files. I mean, the Epstein. Well, Epstein's not a Rothschild. Epstein is an Epstein. And the Rothschilds and the Epsteins and the Goodmans, they were powerful families back then. And they looked out for this dude when he was a beggar, poor. All right? Now, that's her. Ariana de Rothschild, right? That's why we're the children of Yasharal. And that's why it's also ain't no ish. They were tribe of Judah. And if you spelled ain't no J in Habariah, it was Ya'ada. So they were called Yads for short. All right? All right. And the Messiah was the Habariah king of Ya'ada. And they called them Yads for short. Now, so Epstein. This is Ariane de Rothschild writing to Epstein. They were partners. And Epstein controlled all of the Rothschild money. He handled all of it. So she says, I'm in Maldives, also with a cold since yesterday. I've been diving a lot, 3 to 4 times a day, back in Europe the 3rd day. Epstein said, I know it's true, but regularly I used to say that the Rothschilds planned and supported the little mustache dude in mass destruction to gain more power. Now he's telling this to a Rothschild, right? So that's why these people come out talking about we ain't got no receipts. Man, please. I got millions of hours of content on this channel. Go sit down and study and show yourself approved, then come back. Right? Anybody got time? You come find us in one day and talk about, well, you didn't say this and you don't got this and how you gonna prove? Boy, study and show yourself approved. Sit down, be quiet, and go back and look at the body of work first. Don't just look at the live stream and then look at the videos and go way back 5 years ago and be like, oh my goodness, you've covered everything. Yes, and I'm fluent in Habariya, the ancient pictograph. You heard that part. When you start talking in scripture and history, now you're in my ballpark, right? Now we talking all the, when we get into the conspiracy theories, we just having fun. Well, but I know stuff be true, right? But we got to say entertainment purposes only, right? Because everybody, they say we got aluminum foil hats on, right? Whatever. Well, I'm a proud wearer of the aluminum foil club, right? I'd rather have aluminum foil than have them diddying in my. I'd rather have aluminum foil to have me on paranoid than be hurting when I go to use the bathroom. All right. So anyway, let's continue. See, Ariane de Rothschild, he says, Epstein said, I know it's true, but regularly used to say that the Rothschilds plan and support it. Now we about to show everybody his upbringing even more. All right, there we go. Now, let's get into a video clip. Copyright disclaimers are in effect of his upbringing. We still on Epstein. We tied it in to the y'all know his genealogy, and we done went down a rabbit hole with the little mustache dude, and we know about the bloodline families. Now let's hear of the what's the name of Epstein's upbringing. One of our white brothers made a documentary. It's a very good. We're gonna do a very good lesson. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Y'all should learn a lot from this, beside what I just brought out. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video for education. Oh, they muted me. All right, y'all enjoy. This crazy, bro. They mute. Share screen. This is crazy. Well, I'm glad y'all witnessed it firsthand. Share screen. This is what I go through when I ain't even live. They be messing with my stuff at home too. All right. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. The Epstein's upbringing.
I think we all know how the story ends. All of America's top federal authorities find no evidence of collusion or conspiracy. There was no client list, no blackmail, nothing left behind at all. The banker who spent his career building a mysterious fortune while he managed money for billionaire clients.
I like what the brother said. The young brother just said. He said, "We all know how this story gonna end. They're gonna say nothing to see here. Y'all just aluminum foil conspiracy theorists, right? None of them are really gonna go to jail. They locked up Prince Andrew, but I think that's a show, right? I'm waiting to see somebody get really locked up, like, right? So I like what he said. That's exactly, but at the end, the Most High got the last say so, but let's continue.
I think we all know how the story ends. All of America's top federal authorities find no evidence of collusion or conspiracy. There was no client list, no blackmail, nothing left behind at all. The banker who spent his career building a mysterious fortune while he managed money for billionaire clients that probably didn't exist, while also trafficking girls to and from a private island in the Caribbean at the same time as he hosted some of the world's foremost politicians, businessmen, intellectuals, and celebrities as house guests, he had acted completely alone. It was all an unfortunate coincidence and nothing more. The story of Jeffrey Epstein faded into the past as the world kept turning.
Epstein was a practicing Ashkenazi. He called us Goyim. That's all through the files. I'll bring it out on another live. I'll show y'all the files. Where everybody who ain't of that lineage, they say we're Goyim and we are like scum from the Babylonian Talmud. The Babylonian Talmud say we should be unalive and slaves and stuff. So that's why they're trying to breed their nation. Yeah, practicing. But people forget that. Well, they leave that out. And, that's why I won't say certain things, because you get, like, I'm already shadow banned, but you really get in trouble calling, right? But I ain't scared of nobody, but I still do got to keep the channel, because we teach the word to the children of the Most High. This ain't about fear. This is about, this is an old throwback show. South Hill is a college, and this was Kamala Anthony's college.
You know this?
What did you say?
Yeah, keep talking.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, it got really bad for a second. I hope you can hear me. Yay. Just one moment. Okay. There you go.
It should be. This the last time. If this happened again, I'm turning it off. All right? That's it. It's the last time we're going to let that happen. Let me explain. This is just a basketball jersey. All right? I'm a regular person, and I'm a so-called black person, and we wear sports memorabilia, right? We like, so this is a Carmelo Anthony college jersey when he was in South Hill College. I think that's in Florida somewhere, and his number is 22, right? So this is a Carmelo Anthony. This is a throwback jersey, right? It's the limited edition, established 1969, 70 something. So anyway, that's all this is. This ain't got nothing to do with no numbers and stuff. I'm just a black person. Like I wear, Chicago Bulls jersey, I wear sports stuff. And these are old throwbacks. This is my old stuff from back in 2000 when we used to rock big throwbacks. This is size 6X. You should see how big it is. It's how big our stuff was. All right. Somebody said, sure. Sure. I don't know what kind of
Yeah,
spirit.
she's been like that all night.
Oh, being disrespectful?
Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, she an adversary?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even have answered if I knew it was an adversary. You know what it means? It means mind your business. How about that? That's what it means. I didn't know she was adversary. See, but I still supposed to treat her with respect, right? And kindness. So I did. So I'm black. So unfortunately, Grace, to you is, right? You might wear Birkenstocks or something, but my generation, we wore sports wears. We played ball. I used to play football too, college football. Couldn't win pro, but I broke my ankle and my leg and everything. You heard? So that part. So anyway, let me ignore these devils when they coming in. All right. Oh, she said, nah, she's not an adversary. Okay, I don't know. We'll see. Whatever. I'm gonna let y'all handle that. Let me pay attention. All right, let's continue with the video. All right. And if it stops again, Hakiyama, then yeah, they trying to throw curveballs. If it stops again, then you're gonna say a prayer over this lesson, and I'm gonna put my new inverter in, and that should work, hopefully. All right. So, and watch your language in this house, though. That'll get you out of here. So no cussing, none of that. You don't hear me cussing. Hell is that's getting close to cussing. It depends on the context and when you use hell. I'm breaking up already? Hakiyama, am I breaking up?
You were, but you cleared out.
Oh, crap. All right, let's play the video. Let me stop talking. They're trying to distract. We're not going to let them distract no more. All right, we're going to ignore them. All right, let's continue.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Or at least that's what the story would have been if there weren't already mountains and mountains of evidence of Epstein being not just a psychopath, but also at the center of a crime ring that involved the world's most powerful people, procuring victims for them to abuse together. Even now, with the federal government conflicting themselves and going back on their word in regards to his case, the controversy and mystery around Jeffrey Epstein has reached a fever pitch. Silence doesn't make it go away. It's only made the questions grow louder as people's trust in our leadership is turning to dust. But in order to understand how Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to happen, what made him the monster he was, we have to go all the way back to the beginning, before the world was in. We have to look close to his life and the system. Jeffrey Epstein in 1981, he's 27 years old, but the context is very strange. Where he was of the month with a tiny blurb and a black and white photo next to it. It says, financial strategist Jeffrey Epstein talks only to people who make over $1 million a year. If you're a cute Texas girl, write this New York
Could you
Dynamo.
rewind for us?
What'd you say?
It was breaking up.
Oh, it's
during
breaking
the video.
up. All right, so we're going to do it. Let's do it. You cover the house. I'm about to reset. I'm going to set up my old inverter. Let's just do it. All right, I'll be back, guys. Thank you, Akiyama.
I'm going to start off with Psalms 148. Psalms 148. Praise ye the Most High. Praise ye the Most High from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts. Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for he commanded and they were created. He has also established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass. Praise the Most High from the earth, ye dragons and all deep. fire and hail, snow and vapors, stormy winds fulfilling his word, mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying fowl, kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth and heaven. He also exalteth the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even the children of Yasharel, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High. Yah, Yah. Yeah, yeah, we are gathered here together today, your children. It's an honor to be in your presence. We have people from all different walks of life, all different points of views, all here to be one with you, to be in your image, to learn, to grow, to see differences, to understand. It is a glorious honor to be here, to receive, to eat the fruit and the food that you have laid out at your table, and to be one with you, anointed in your presence and in your light, glowing, brightly shining, just manifesting so perfectly in your presence, and being able to give voice, lift up, and praise you. We are honored to be here. We are honored to look like you, to take on your image, to take on your face. As we look at one another, we see your likeness and image in one another, just like our Messiah. We thank you for his sacrifice. We thank you for the glory that you have bestowed upon us of a second chance. We thank you for repentance. We thank you and honor you so much for all that you have done for us, knowing and unknowing, aware and unaware. And we thank you for in the tribulations, we can find peace, that shalom, that peace in the storm. We are so honored, and it is a bright and glorious day, a lovely and wonderful Shabbat. And we just thank you and honor you. We submit and bow down, and we say, Yah, Yah, that your will be done upon us and all of your children. All honor and glory and praises to you, Yah, Yah, Most High, Creator, the Most High, Yah, Yah. We thank you. Amen, Yah. Here we go. I have Ephesians 5. Ephesians 5. Be ye therefore followers of the Most High as dear children, and walk in love,
Can you
as
hear
the
me?
Messiah also hath loved us. And he giveth himself for
Oh, I can't
us.
hear you. I didn't I didn't plug the monitor. Oh, my headphones. I gotta plug. I'm about to say I can't hear you. I gotta plug my headphones into it. Well, that's good. I think you can hear me. I think it worked,
Yeah, I can hear
guys.
you.
Shout out to the old. Hopefully, now if they mess with this one, then we just it is what it is. Oh crap! Now I gotta plug this in. Let me plug this in here and plug that. In a second, I gotta go down here.
We
Sorry,
can hear you.
guys.
We can hear you.
Gotta go down.
You're fine. Verse 1. Be ye therefore followers of the Most High as dear children, and walk in love, as the Messiah also hath loved us, and hath given himself for us an offering and a sacrifice to the Most High Yah, for a sweet-smelling savor. But fornication and all uncleanliness or covetousness, let it not be once named among you, but becometh saints. Neither filthiness or foolish talking or jesting, which are not convenient, but rather
Mm-hmm.
giving of thanks. Can you
I didn't
hear?
mean to interrupt you. I'm like, mm-hmm. No
Oh,
foolish
okay.
talking. Come on. No foolish talking, no angst. Thank you,
Mm-hmm.
Hakyama. All
You're
in
welcome.
that Safari Yah that they call the Bible. Oh, thank you. Sounds good too. Oh, let me the level. The level's all right. All
Wait, you
right.
started
All
breaking up
righty
again.
then. Uh, I just heard you break up.
Yeah,
Oh, you
and you're
gotta be
frozen.
kidding. And I'm frozen. Oh, they messing with us. They, hold on. They are big man. Can you hear me, Hakiyama?
Okay, you've mellowed out now. You're good.
And it's not frozen?
No frozen.
All right. So for those, I see we losing a lot. We lost about 100 people. I apologize. This is the spiritual warfare. Our channel runs smoothly all the time. But when we bring these real deep topics like this, sometimes they mess with stuff, right? So let's continue. So yeah, and you let me know if the audio plays from the video, if they mess with that. And we're doing the best we can. It's usually don't happen. So if you like and subscribe to this channel, it's just not every now once in a while they mess with us like this, right? All right, so now there we go. I'm turning my mic even a little clearer. All right, there we go. All right, so here we go. All right, so let's get back to the video. I think it's already on the screen. Yep. And so this is interesting because when Epstein they was first bringing him on the scene, right? And he came on the scene through this Wexner dude, and Wexner just did a deposition. I was going to bring it out, and he said, I don't know Epstein. I didn't do anything. These old serpent seed billionaires. Wexner owns the Limited clothing. He owns Victoria's Secrets, and he owns Bath and Body Works, right? And this is the dude who was smashing young Epstein right here. He groomed him. That's how, and Epstein didn't have any money, right? And he got a job at Burns, Bear and Stearns, Wexner's, and these are all Khazars, right? I'm trying to say it so I don't get, striked, right? They follow the Talmud and stuff, these, right? So, and he was we showed it on the other one when he had those glasses on looking at him, right? And he just did a deposition now because they deposed him, and he on there, he old now, right? And they ain't none of them going to jail, and he was in there denying stuff, but he lying out his teeth, right? So when he first now came on to now have money from becoming allegedly Wexler's boy toy, right? And his protege too, because he ended up controlling Wexler's billions, right? So they put him on as like the Bachelor of the Month on the New York Post, I think, or the New York Times or something, right? And look at his picture, and they said he only talks to people who make over $1 million a year. Now everybody, y'all gonna find out this boy ain't have 2 pennies to rub together, all right? He was a high school teacher, and he was a pervert when he was teaching high school. Oh, we about to bring out his history right now, right? And look at the article. He only talks to people who make over $1 million a year. If you're a cute Texas girl, write this New York. Oh, you would have been a fool. No, we'll pass. he can keep it moving, right? But anyway, let's continue.
But the context is very strange. There's an article I found from Cosmopolitan magazine where he was listed as Bachelor of the Month with a tiny blurb and a black and white photo next to it. It says, financial strategist Jeffrey Epstein talks only to people who make over $1 million a year. If you're a cute Texas girl, write this New York Dynamo at 55 Water Street, 49th floor, New York, blah, blah, blah. Because for the first 20 years of his career, Epstein garnered only occasional and brief mentions in the press. He had no real public recognition at all in the way that most high-level bankers might. And that's because there wasn't really a sensible explanation as to how he got there in the first place. Jeffrey Edward Epstein, born in Brooklyn in 1953.
Look at him. That is just diabolical, right? Yeah, disclaimer, alleged pervert. Thank you. That's that. Look at it. Look at him. So that must have been a Texas article where he said any Texas woman, leave the Texas woman alone. Don't you? All right. Oh, it's Cosmopolitan. The article was, Matthew. All right. So look at him. He looked just as crazy, right? So anyway, let's continue.
Was the son of 2
Daughter of Yah, could somebody bring me something to drink, please? All right.
working class Jewish parents there in the first place. Jeffrey Edward Epstein, born in Brooklyn in 1953, was the son of 2 working class Jewish parents who, by all accounts, were completely normal. His mother, Pauline, worked a full-time job as a teacher's assistant while raising the kids, and his father worked for the City of New York's Parks Department as a gardener. Former friend.
So shout out to his parents. As far as we know, they wasn't doing nothing too crazy, right? All right, so shout out to his parents if they ain't do nothing crazy, but their son, but You're not responsible for the enemy come from those of your own household. You understand? You could have two children, one be light and one be dark, Cain and Abel. You heard Esau and Jacob. You better know somebody told y'all wrong. You better understand, rightly divide for each individual, even in your own bloodline. All right, let's continue.
Who by all accounts were completely normal. His mother Pauline worked a full-time job as a teacher's assistant while raising the kids, and his father worked for the City of New York's Parks Department as a gardener. Former friends and neighbors would use words like simple, humble, and gentle when talking about Epstein's parents, his brothers, and even Jeffrey himself. One former neighbor would later write that he was a nerdy little boy. People said that he was smart, overweight, always smiling, but mostly quiet. In high school, Epstein liked algebra and calculus, and he was on the math team, but his teammates would later describe him as not sticking out all that much. But he was smart enough to graduate high school in 1969, 2 years early, and he would then attend Cooper Union College, a very small school in Manhattan known for offering completely free tuition. He studied math there, although after 2 years he transferred to NYU, but he ended up leaving there after 3 years without any college degree at all. But within 2 months, Epstein had picked up a full-time job anyway. He'd become
So he graduated high school, but he didn't graduate college, right?
offering completely free tuition. He studied math there, although after 2 years he transferred to NYU, but he ended up leaving there after 3 years without any college degree at all. But within 2 months, Epstein had picked up a full-time job anyway.
So out of 5 years in college, he still didn't get a degree, right? 2 years there, 3 years in NYU, right?
NYU, but he ended up leaving there after 3 years without any college degree at all. But within 2 months, Epstein had picked up a full-time job anyway. He'd become a high school math teacher, not just at any school, but at one of the most prestigious in Manhattan, a school for the children of the elites. The students were the
So somehow he ended up, listen.
2 months, Epstein had picked up a full-time job anyway. He'd become a high school math teacher, not
So this person who has no high school, no college degree, just a high school diploma, becomes a high school math teacher? Hold on.
without any college degree at all. But within 2 months, Epstein had picked up a full-time job anyway. He'd become a high school math teacher, not just
Shout out Sister Debbie. He become a high school math teacher with no college degree. So everybody, remember, these be positions that you're placed into. That's the part that we need to see. Because same way he got that job at Bear Stearns, he had no financial nothing, right? He's coming out of nowhere. That's why I went back, all right? I went back into the ancient blood lineage. Remember? I went back to the Rothschilds and the Epsteins and the Gudemans were the rich lineage, all right? They put you in positions. So he didn't even graduate college, and he's in a high school. That's a whole nother level where all those high school children, okay? Yeah, but I don't care how good you are in mathematics. You can't be no math high school teacher when you don't got a degree in mathematics. You gotta have some type of degree, I guess. That's American whatever they call it, structure. It's another word, better word for that. But anyway, let's continue. So now this dude, who nobody knows, is now listen clear. Now this is the part. He not only became a math teacher at a high school, he became a math teacher. Thank you, American Standard. Thank you, Saudi. He became a math teacher at a prestigious, rich people's, wealthy high school where the elite send their children, the billionaires, Wall Street entertainers. You understand? That's like the way they get into Harvard and Princeton. It's nepotism, and it's the when they pay your way, you understand? But remember, he had no money. So that's when I was going down a rabbit hole, because Friday, we going crazy. Friday, I'm going back. I'm going to tie him to Peter Thiel. Oh, I'm going to tie him. Friday going to be so crazy. Next Friday. Monday going to be good. All that's going to be good, but I'm saving certain things for Fridays. Because, see, most people have Friday. They have Friday. Skull and Bones and Yale. So all of these, they get in through their lineage. But when someone doesn't have the money, he didn't have the lineage with money, the trail. It was in the bloodline. You understand? Somebody knew in his blood lineage. Maybe his parents didn't want to act on the blood lineage. Remember clearly, because you can be born into a family blood lineage, but you can choose to be righteous. Y'all need to understand that. Yes, even in that lineage, you can choose to not serve darkness. It happens. It's very rare, but it happens. Okay? So maybe his family didn't choose. They chose to just be hard work, be regular people. And so, but those blood lineage people will seek you out, your children, right? They want you to sacrifice your children to them, right? They want you to continue the oaths. So maybe they went and found him. You understand? Yeah. So, and that's the part you have to really understand. Now, because when I was going through it, I said, this doesn't tie up. And I'm like, oh, so they sought him out. And he took the bait. Maybe his brothers and them didn't do it, because that's why they said his other family members seem normal. They calm, they don't do none of this stuff, right? So, because I guess he was willing, and then that's when they put him with Wexner. You're going to see. This is how he gets with Wexner. So somebody, some connection connected him with this school teacher job. All right? Right? Now, here we go.
School in Manhattan, known for offering completely free tuition. He studied math there.
So he said he didn't have to have a teacher's license to work at a private school. I agree. But then that meant, shout out Sister Valerie, that meant the private school had to trust you. You get what I'm saying? So like I can't go into no private. Somebody said, just press play and be quiet. Right? Yeah, it's just a theory. Everything is a theory until, to not. Just like everything used to be a conspiracy theory until you got to Diddy came into your picture. But anyway, I'm about to press play. But you're correct, Sister Valerie. But even in the private schools, right? Somebody got to let you in, right? Somebody, like, you just can't. I can't go in there, right? Even if I put on my suit and tie with the glasses, they'd be like, "Who are you?" Right? Who you know? You got to know somebody, right? And he didn't have these connections. All right. So let's continue. They say, yes, please press play. All right, I got you. I'm about to press play. Unc, shut up and press play. All right, let's go.
Although after 2 years, he transferred to NYU, but he ended up leaving there after 3 years without any college degree at all. But within 2 months, Epstein had picked up a full-time job anyway. He'd become a high school math teacher, not just at any school, but at one of the most prestigious in Manhattan, a school for the children of the elites. The students were the children of highly paid bankers, developers, politicians, people that could afford to pay a tuition equal to $50,000 a year today. By the time he started teaching...
All right, so now let's look at the article, what they had for the school. So he not only, look, the Dalton School on the Upper East Side of Manhattan notes that families earning $400,000 with a low to moderate level. Now that $400,000 back then is probably like $1 million today, right? So he got this school for become a high school math teacher for the Dalton School for these wealthy elites. Oh no, you ain't just getting in there. No. You can't just get in Harvard. You just can't get in Princeton. You just can't get in these schools. Especially he ain't have no money. He wasn't even good in school or nothing. Yeah. This is a placement. All right, let's continue.
Most prestigious in Manhattan, a school for the children of the elites. The students were the children of highly paid bankers, developers, politicians, people that could afford to pay a tuition equal to $50,000 a year today. By the time he started teaching at Dalton, Epstein was almost a completely different person. Basically, as a teacher, Jeffrey Epstein was a sleazy scumbag and a bit of a disaster. In the mid-1970s, students at one of New York's most esteemed prep schools were surprised to encounter a new teacher who pushed the limits of the school's strict dress code, wandering the halls in a fur coat, gold chains, and an open shirt that exposed his chest. But it wasn't...
Everybody listen clearly. Oh, this is... But wait, it gets worse. This way it gets fun. Epstein came in there looking like, what's the dude, John Travolta? Vinny Barbarino. He was walking through. They didn't let this dude, Larry, y'all know I'm about to play with this one. Y'all gonna have to give me a second. Give me grace for a second. He walking through the Epstein. Can you see him? He had platform shoes. He was like, he had his shirt collar open. He had his chest hairs and gold chains. His afro. Epstein was walking through. He like, y'all didn't let me in this school with all these little fine little 12-year-old, 13, 14, 15s. He was walking through the hallways, everybody. Come on. That's why I said you like a alleged pervert, but I'm just talking about what history says, right? So they didn't let this fool in their school, and he walking through the school with, he had a box on his shoulder playing, what's that? The Bee Gees. More than a woman, more than a woman to me. More than he was, Yaron, he run around Saturday Night Fever. He had his shirt all open, his wide collar. This fool, I know them. And you know the little girls, see, you know what that was. That ain't nothing but pet PDF stuff, right? That's PDF stuff, because you know those little girls back in the 70s, they was probably like, ooh, who is this? Right? Straight crazy. They let this fool in their school. All right, so he was wandering the halls. Watch this. This is crazy. Watch this.
Again, a bit of a disaster. In the mid-90s, scumbag at Dalton, Epstein was almost a completely different person. Basically, as a teacher, Jeffrey Epstein was a sleazy scumbag and a bit of a disaster. In the mid-1970s, students at one of New York's most esteemed prep schools were surprised to encounter a new teacher who pushed the limits of the school's strict dress code, wandering the halls in a fur coat, gold chains, and an open shirt that exposed his chest.
Did they say he had a fur coat? That boy been watching Goldie, the Mac. He been watching Superfly. Somebody said he looked kind of black, but y'all know the wish people they got. That boy been walking through with gold. He was Huggy Bear walking through the school. Fur coat with an open shirt with gold chain. You gotta be kidding me. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome to the house of the Most High, everybody worldwide. We have fun all the time. Come on back, all right? This is all the time. We bring out real receipt fruit, but we have fun at the same time. We're heavy stuff, dog. We teach and everything, but we also enjoy ourselves. The Most High has a sense of humor, so welcome to the house of the Most High. Let's continue.
At one of New York's most bag and a bit of a disaster. In the mid-1970s, students at one of New York's most esteemed prep schools were surprised to encounter a new teacher who pushed the limits of the school's strict dress code, wandering the halls in a fur coat, gold chains, and an open shirt that exposed his chest. But it wasn't just a willingness to dress provocatively, it was how he interacted with students that left an impression on many of them for decades after. He was apparently popular among female students, as many young teachers.
So for decades after, they left an impression on those young girl students. He was very popular with the with the female students.
He was apparently popular among female students, as many young teachers might be, but the problem was
Hold on, what this says? Everybody talked about it. Sorry, guys, what that say? Everybody talked about it. At Dalton, Mr. Epstein was something at times acted more like students. Something Epstein from Brooklyn, arriving without newspaper report in September as the truth. I wish we had this article right here. All right, let's continue. Let's continue.
Students that left an impression on many of them for decades after. He was apparently popular among female students, as many young teachers might be, but the problem was that he not only embraced the attention, but also seemed to have chased after it. The story goes that at one point, he even started showing up at students' parties, including ones where they would have been drinking underage. But before this private school teacher in his mid-20s could ever get involved in something that might implicate him in a serious way, Epstein was fired from the Dalton school for performance issues. He simply
Even the rich social elite, wealthy, they were like, we got to, who let him in? Somebody let him in the door. They fired that boy. They got that boy out of there. He starts showing up at the high school kids' parties with his fur coat and his Goldie. He probably had a hat to the side, bottom, a sunroof top, digging the lean with the gangsters. Digging the scene with the gangster lean. Whoo-hoo. Jeffrey showed up with a diamond in the back, a sunroof top. He stepped out with his cane and his fur coat at the high school party. Peter Branch, who served as interim headmaster after Barr, told the New York Times that Epstein was eventually dismissed because his teaching didn't come up to snuff. He added that he doesn't remember getting any complaints about Epstein's behavior with the students. This is hilarious, bro. Epstein is a mess. Let's continue.
But also seemed to have chased popular among female students, as many young teachers might be. But the problem was that he not only embraced the attention, but also seemed to have chased after it. The story goes that at one point, he even started showing up at students' parties, including ones where they would have been drinking underage. But before this private school teacher in his mid-20s could ever get involved in something that might implicate him in a serious way, Epstein was fired from the Dalton School for performance issues. He simply wasn't a good teacher. But at the same time though, he was able to move his career in a way that I could only describe as failing upwards. Because if you fast forward about 20 years, Epstein was no longer this sort of aimless college dropout who had a reputation for being a bit of a creep towards students at the school he worked at. It was almost as if Epstein would go on to become a completely, literally different person. When you look deeper at how exactly Epstein goes from this disgraced school teacher to flying a jetliner around the world while he rubs elbows with the rich and famous, the puzzle pieces don't really fit together. It would only be a few months after getting fired from the Dalton School in 1976 until Epstein found another job. Specifically, he got hired at the giant investment firm Bear Stearns as an assistant to a floor trader. And it's
now he goes from college dropout to nobody know, right? To getting a job at a high school teacher at one of the most rich, prestigious schools in New York City with the wealthy elite. Got fired from being a creep, right? This is when he's starting this stuff. And 2 months later, he get a job at one of the richest Wall Street firms. Guess what? Because he met them from the elite at that school. Everybody pay attention. This was grooming. Whoever, I ain't gonna say that. That'll trigger people. I'm not gonna say that. I was about to say something, tie something in, but that'll trigger too many people. But whoever told him to go, got him that position in that high school, was setting him up. Come on, you got to put the puzzle pieces together, everybody. That's how you decipher. You put it together. It lines up. It won't make sense, but puzzle pieces fit. Whoever got him in there was setting him up so he can be in this elite circle. That's how he met his handler, and because what's his name? Wexner, Leslie Wexner, who owned Bear Stearns, who owned Victoria's Secrets, who owned The Limited, who owned Bath and Body Works, who owned this billionaire. That's how he met him. So after he got fired from there, Les Wexner, who just got what's name? The grooming. Come on, Laura, y'all. 2 months later, all of a sudden, this nobody who knows nothing about the finance, he gets a job under Wexler. And allegedly, Wexler was smashed. It became this boy toy. But there was the grooming. And he set him up for position. And he did his job well. I can say for Epstein. He played his position, his dark devil position. He did it very well. He did it well. For all of his places that he lacked in having like educations on level, his darkness was darkly admirable of him serving he served the devil well. You can say that. You understand? We are to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. And if you think these devils are not wise and you don't see their wisdom, then you're going to get bit. So I acknowledge when a person does any type of work well, because I serve my Father well. I serve the light well. You understand? And if anybody who truly did their diligence, they would say the same thing about me. Yeah, he served the light very well. And I could say that about darkness. Oh yeah, they doing their thing because I'm doing we two cowboy, Batman and I don't want to say cowboys and Indians but we're two oppositions. So I can give you a high five, right? It's like when you fighting somebody, right? If you a real fighter and somebody get a good one, you be like, whoa, okay, I see you. That was a good one. That's what that is. Because I'm fighting the darkness no matter what. And they could keep fighting because I'm going to do my part. And we're going to see who win at the end. I know who win. You heard? Because the deck is stacked against, because the Most High is the one. All right. But anyway, let's continue. So he was in this position. So now 2 months later, he's with Wexler, right?
From the Dalton School in 1976 until Epstein found another job. Specifically, he got hired at the giant investment firm Bear Stearns as an assistant to a floor trader. And it's the second time he did that in just a couple of years. Because if he did do one thing right while working at Dalton, it was impress his students' rich and powerful parents. Specifically,
bingo, the documentary said it. He said if he did one thing right, he impressed those rich financiers. And because Wexler must have saw him switching down the hallway. See, they be wanting your booty. I'm sorry, guys. It's just what it is. It's all worship, Baphomet, Chiun, and images. This always been from back. Wexler saw him tipping through the hall. Wexler like, who that? His daughter probably like, Daddy's that. I like they all right there. He's like, Wexler's like, oh yeah. Wexler probably went, guys. Wexler probably went to the principal, to the office, and said, fire him. You understand? Wexler probably said, fire him. And then after you fire him, give me his address. And he sent somebody here. Come on down to Bear and Stearns. We got a job for you. What you call it? John Travolta. You walking on through the hallway with your, number Baphomet. Yeah, that was his girl. That's how he got, and I ain't allegedly. Allegedly. Let me stop. Allegedly. It's, we are entertainment purposes only. None of this is fact. It's just all made up, right? We just doing an entertainment video show. It's theater. All right, let's continue.
he did do one thing right while working at Dalton. It was impress his students' rich and powerful parents. Specifically, he was hired off the recommendation of a student's parent he had impressed who also happened to be friends with Alan Greenberg, CEO of the bajillion-dollar Bear Stearns investment bank.
We got it. I didn't know it was in the documentary. He impressed this dude, one of the rich parents. He liked him walking down the hallway, digging the lean with the gate diamond in the back, sunroof top. He liked it. Okay, and so he had an in at Bear Stearns with Alan Greenberg. And of course, see the lineage. Remember the genealogy. I don't want to say the names. Y'all got to understand the genealogy. All right?
Do one thing right while working at Dalton. It was impress his students' rich and powerful parents. Specifically, he was hired off the recommendation of a student's parent he had impressed who also happened to be friends with Alan Greenberg, CEO of the bajillion-dollar Bear Stearns investment bank. Greenberg was also known for coming from a working class background, and he liked to hire people with what he called PSD degrees: poor, smart, and desperate to be rich. Whether or not getting his
Oh, we just got it. Grooming. So he got his start. He didn't have a lot of money. So he liked to hire people with what he called PSD degrees. They're poor, they're something, and they're desperate. That desperation is the key. They're willing to do anything. Hold on.
Greenberg was also known for coming from a working class background, and he liked to hire people with what he called PSD degrees: poor, smart, and desperate to be rich.
Come on, yes, groomed. Who said? Somebody said agent of chaos. Somebody else said profiled and groomed. Yes. And desperate for the love of mammon, for money. They'll do anything, sell their soul. That's the key.
Specifically, he was hired off the recommendation of a student's parent he had impressed who also happened to be friends with Alan Greenberg, CEO of the bajillion-dollar Bear Stearns investment bank. Greenberg was also known for coming from a working class background, and he liked to hire people with what he called—
you got to show me the receipts. I'm thinking you're saying that Epstein family was rich, because all the people talk a good one, but we're showing receipts here. So you're gonna have to show me receipts where his family was rich, because everybody who do all of this, even when he first came up, he was a nobody. He didn't have no money. He didn't have nothing. So you're gonna have to show me that. People do a lot of talking, they ain't got no receipts, right? What you call these backseat drivers. But anyway, if you got it, bring it. I'll show it. I'm willing. I can learn from anybody. You heard? We having a civil discourse. We trying to figure out the truth through all the mess. So if you got something we don't know, let me know. Bring it. I'll put it up on the screen and we'll break it on down. That's what we do here. And then I can learn. You can teach me a thing or two. I'm willing to learn. All right? Let's go.
Dalton, it was impress his students' rich and powerful parents. Specifically, he was hired off the recommendation of a student's parent he had impressed who also happened to be friends with Alan Greenberg, CEO of the bajillion-dollar Bear Stearns Investment Bank. Greenberg was also known for coming from a working-class background, and he liked to hire people with what he called PSD degrees: poor, smart, and desperate to be rich. Whether or not getting his foot in the door was his original goal while working at a private school, whatever it was, Epstein had launched himself up the ladder in a massive way. And it's kind of weird, but Epstein's time at this giant financial services firm, it wasn't all that different from his time as a teacher. Within just 4 years there, he gets promoted from junior assistant to limited partner, which is a pretty crazy trajectory for someone with no college degree. But then, just a year after that, he was actually asked to quit or be fired during an SEC investigation into insider trading at Bear Stearns. But for the rest of the 1980s, he would start or get involved in a strange series of businesses that, if we didn't know—
Well, first of all, he moved up fast because allegedly him and Wexler, was Wexler's right-hand sugar bugger, right?
they existed kind of sound made up. Of businesses. 1980s, he would start or get involved in a strange series of businesses that, if we didn't know they existed, kind of sound made up. Probably the strangest out of everything he did during this time was Towers Financial Corporation, a collection agency that was in the business of buying consumers.
I was wondering, was he going to bring that up? I didn't see this full documentary. I seen the beginning of it because he was involved in one of the biggest Ponzi schemes at the time in America. Most people don't know that. And the dude went down and tried to snitch on Epstein, but they made the dude did 29, I don't know if he's going to say it in this. I got it on my other stuff that I'm going to bring out about him, right? But he did the biggest Ponzi scheme in America at the time. And the dude, he blamed it all on Epstein, but he took the fall. And Epstein didn't do one time. They was grooming Epstein for this position from back. That boy was groomed. Something probably happened to him when he was really little. You understand? And they was grooming him the whole time, type of thing. You understand? All right, let's continue. I didn't know he had this in the documentary. This dude's doing a good job. Because I got all these receipts in my stuff, right? Because I got other stuff that's going to come out in other lives, right? I got all this stuff, and he's doing a great job.
Existed kind of sound made up. Probably the strangest out of everything he did during this time was Towers Financial Corporation, a collection agency that was in the business of buying consumer medical debt. While he was hired as a consultant and paid the equivalent of $69,000 a month today, the first job he was given was to start using the company as a raiding vessel for corporate takeovers. In the 80s, there was this popular practice of buying a large stake in a corporation, then firing top executives, and then downsizing even further to increase the share value before selling. Basically, you take over and ruin a company just to make money from it. And their first move was to attempt a takeover of a kind of old, declining airline, Pan American World Airways, in 19.
Yeah, they destroyed Pan Am. I forgot what they called that when they would do that in the 70s, 80s, when they would, I forgot what it's called, something. They would take the companies, just loot them, and just destroy the company, sell it, and then move on. It's called something. I forgot what it's called. But yeah, they did Pan Am that way and all that. But anyway, let's continue.
1987. A year later, they also tried to take over Emory Air Freight. And while both attempts failed, that wasn't the problem. The problem is that they were using money they didn't actually have. Basically, while this company was claiming to be a debt collection agency, they had also raised $500 million from investors while promising big returns. They used the money on private jets, fancy houses, expensive cars, and their plan for paying it all back was to attempt those crazy corporate takeovers that were supposed to make enough profit to cover.
Yeah, I think it's called hostile takeover. I think that's it. It's called something. That might be a hostile take. They call it something. It's not the pyramid scheme. It might be, but I think it might be hostile takeover. They was doing it. They was destroying all through the 70s and 80s. They was destroying mom and pop corporations, and they would just destroy you, bro. Come in, suck all the equity, fire all the people, then sell the company and move on. You understand? Then the United States made not the SEC, they made an organization to go to stop it. Because they was sucking America dry, bro. So anyway, this dude, Stephen Hoffenberg, Epstein's mentor, in Bear Stearns. All right. So anyway, let's continue. So this is how he got his first round of monies. Now he was making a lot messing with Wexler and Bear Stearns, 69,000 a month. That's like 100 and some G's a month or more, right? But he got his millions in this pyramid scheme he did with that other brother. And the brother took the fall. The brother went down. He did like 30 years. This dude might put it in. He should be putting this in his documentary. Let's see.
Houses, expensive cars, and their plan for paying it all, promising big returns. It was claiming to be a debt collection agency. They had also raised $500 million from investors while promising big returns. They used the money on private jets, fancy houses, expensive cars, and their plan for paying it all back was to attempt those crazy corporate takeovers that were supposed to make enough profit to cover everything. But then when the takeovers failed, they had nowhere to turn, no money to repay the investors, and it all fell apart. And so in 1993, Towers Financial would implode after being exposed as one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in American history. But when it came time for his former business partner, Stephen Hoffenberg, to be deposed and tell his side of the story in court, he didn't just throw Epstein under the bus, he basically blamed the whole thing on him. But by the time the company collapsed and was being investigated, Epstein had already been gone for 3 years. He would never be charged with anything related to Towers Financial. Meanwhile, his business partner Hoffenberg, he would spend nearly 20 years in prison. I don't think
he did good. I didn't know he had it in there. So the dude, his partner, Hoffenberg, his mentor, who helped him in the Bear Stearns, they did the Ponzi scheme
money
together.
to repay the investors, and it all fell apart. And so in 1993,
they got accused of misusing $400 million from the people. This was the biggest Ponzi scheme before Madoff and all that at the time, right?
Towers Financial would implode.
The dude did 20-something years, and Epstein ain't do a day.
American history. But when it came time for his former business partner, Stephen Hoffenberg, to be deposed and tell his side of the story in court, he didn't just throw Epstein under the bus, he basically blamed the whole thing on him. But by the time the company collapsed and was being investigated, Epstein had already been gone for 3 years. He would never be charged with anything related to Towers Financial. Meanwhile, his business partner Hoffenberg, he would spend nearly 20 years in prison. I don't think we have an exact reason why Epstein was never charged for being on the inside of one of the biggest Ponzi schemes ever. One explanation is that Hoffenberg could have been lying. His testimony during his case was considered kind of generally unreliable. He would lie about a lot of stuff, wouldn't tell the truth. Another reason is that if Epstein was never really on the record as being deeply involved in the fraud, because apparently they didn't use his name for the trades or whatever it was, it's just hearsay. You know, we can't really prove that he's involved in the scam, so it's not worth pursuing if they did have Hoffenberg right in front of them and they could just punish him. However, another person would later write that it was only because of lazy prosecution that Epstein walked away, and that he was definitely
that he's giving excuses because he I guess trying to save his channel. But Miss Chocolate, I agree. She said all these corporations that he was working for was owned by his bloodline of ancestry incest, and he was protected and groomed, and they was not letting him go away. So that dude who tried to pin it, tried to say, well, yo guys, you know what his name Hoffenberg did? He said, Jeffrey, we're caught. They caught us, Jeffrey. You steal something and you get caught by the police, and your friend is hiding behind a tree. You like, come out from behind the tree. We're caught, right? Epstein, those serpent seeds who was grooming Epstein, like, nah, bro, you going down by yourself. We got plans for this dude. Yeah, he's scapegoat. Nah, he ain't go. That's why he ain't going down now. That's why he faked his death. And I didn't bring it out today because I got so much to bring out. I was going to come out on another one. One of the victims, survivor victims, she said Epstein ain't dead. She said, I forgot which one was it. I got their name. I got the clip. It'll come out another of our lives. She literally said, and I got the clip, her verbatim speech. She said it in the files. She said Epstein is not dead. She said Epstein cloned himself on the horror ranch, on Zorro Ranch. She said, and that person who was unalived at the Metropolitan incident in Brooklyn, that was his clone. She said, y'all got the clone. She said, Epstein's alive. That's his clone who was dead. He'd been cloned himself on the ranch, and she was one of the victims. She was there. She was bred. She had his babies and stuff. Okay? Facts. So and they're saying that he's in the ISIS-Rael now over there where they fighting the Palestinians. They're saying he's there allegedly over there, he's probably all over the place, right? Oh, well, I'm gonna save it. That's gonna do Monday. Wait till I tie in the Africa, right, and all this stuff, all right? Because we're gonna let this play out. Then I got something to close us out with.
Definitely involved.
And I got more because I did like 30-40% of what I had for this. I got a lot, right? I'll be overdoing it just because I don't know how much I'm gonna do, all right?
As far as anyone can tell, especially because it's well involved execution that Epstein would later scam, so it's not worth pursuing if they did have Hoffenberg right in front of them and they could just punish him. However, another person would later write that it was only because of lazy prosecution that Epstein walked away and that he was definitely involved.
So
as far
Hoffenberg said, Jeffrey was my partner in what we did raising the $1 billion. He worked with me every day, 7 days a week. He was in the mix with everything that I did. This dude is the biggest snitch in the world. He like, come on, Jeffrey, they got us. And I don't like a snitch. I don't care what it is, light, dark. I don't like, the Most High don't even like a snitch. Now, we ought to be righteous, we tell it, but don't be tattletale. I don't know. We stand, like, nobody likes a snitch. This boy done got caught. Man, go take your time. He up there talking about, we was in the mix with me, everything I did. He told the CBS News, I was the CEO of Towers Financial, a public company, and Jeffrey was my main assistant associate partner, and the company did $1 billion in raising monies, and it was criminal. But Epstein, boy, I don't like snitches. Sorry. You do your time, do the crime, do your time, and shut your mouth. And if whoever didn't get caught, go do your time and worry about yours. I'm not promoting any crime or nothing, but I just don't know. I guess I'm built that way. I don't tell. I'm not a tattletale. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? If I get caught and I did mine, I'm going to do mine. That's it. Go on to handle my business, pay my debt like I did, my debt to society. I ain't told on a other soul in my life.
Anyone can tell, especially because it's well recorded that during the peak of the Towers financial scam, Epstein was physically accompanying Hoffenberg around the world on his jet. He was meeting with investors. He was with him a lot of the time. And that's because somehow, after walking away from a moderately high-paying consultant job and apparently having nothing to do with the hundreds of millions of dirty money they made, he somehow pops up again a couple years later, completely reinvented, like his old self never existed at all. But the idea that Epstein's career is just kind of a story about failing upwards, like I mentioned earlier, that doesn't even really explain how he ends up where he did. Yeah, a teacher at a rich private school might get hired by one of his students' rich parents, okay? But 15 years later, walking away unscathed from one of the worst financial crimes in American history. I mean, seriously, most of us probably don't remember, but Towers Financial was absolutely horrible. Even back at that point in his life, a lot of his situations sound like a conspiracy. But of course, that's only one of these really odd stories that have been told about Epstein's careers over the years that imply all these different truths about how he ended up where he did. Multiple people over the years, journalists, friends, business partners, they all recalled Epstein suggesting or hinting that he worked for an intelligence agency, although he never specified which one.
I wonder, is you talking to me? Sound like a 5-year-old? If you're talking to me, which you's a snitch, you mad? I'm sorry that you tell on people. You can go tell. I apologize. I don't know. He might not be talking to me.
There's no context to
There's no context. He just comes spewing out stuff. Well, maybe not. If you're not talking to me, I apologize. If you're not being an adversary, I apologize. But if you are being an adversary, I'm sorry, you a snitch. You can go ahead and you can go get your snitch on. I'm sorry. You go telling on somebody right now. He like, I'm telling on somebody right now. Right? I just told on somebody yesterday. Karen, go ahead. You go ahead, Karen. It's okay. But let me continue. If you ain't talking to me, I apologize. Let's continue, guys.
But in the mid to late 80s, during the same time he was working at Towers Financial.
Oh, now this is the dude. See, this is when Epstein got his real money, when he got with Khashoggi. Now remember my other live stream, Epstein claimed that he's working with the CIA, the Mossad, right? Y'all know his lineage. This is where, when I broke down my other live stream, Epstein involved in the crack era, the Iran-Contra affair. Do you understand? This part. This brother in this documentary did a great job. You understand? He tied this in. All right, let's continue.
Different truths about how he ended up where he did. Multiple people over the years, journalists, friends, business partners, they all recalled Epstein suggesting or hinting that he worked for an intelligence agency, although he never specified which one. But in the mid to late 80s...
Yes, he did, brother. He said he worked for the CIA. I showed the Epstein files. Let's continue.
At the same time he was working at Towers Financial, he also worked with Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi businessman with ties to the CIA and Mossad, who is best known for being the middleman in transferring American weapons from Israel to Iran during the Iran-Contra affair. Add on to that...
The Iran-Contra affair is Rick Ross from California. When they brought all the drugs into California, they were shipping all the guns in the trail yards and they put the crack era. This is when they brought all the drugs into America with Oliver North trial. For those who are not an elder, I'm an elder. In the 80s, I was watching it on TV. Yeah, I'm an elder. Okay? And this is his fake passport. Y'all remember the passport? This was remember the other live lesson we did? This is the passport. Look what his name. Okay? I think this is the one. Is this the one? Mother's name. I don't know. I thought he was showing me the fake passport. Let's continue. But anyway, this is the Khashoggi. This came out in our last one, the Iran-Contra, and Bill Clinton was involved in that. Bill Clinton's first scandal when he was the governor of Arkansas was him getting caught up in armament deals with the Iran-Contra affair. And this is when, now, some say that he met Bill Clinton later, but it's too much closeness to them two going back and forth. That's the picture when I showed of Epstein with that Shah. He was the dude, the Sultan, who just dropped down. You know, all these people, Prince Andrew, the Sultan just dropped, the Sultan of Dubai and all that. He just dropped down. That's Khashoggi, them. They did the Iran-Contra. The blood diamonds, the drugs, and the money and the trafficking of Djibouti. By Somalia and Ethiopia, the port of Djibouti, the Sultan. Y'all go watch my last live stream. I forgot what it's called, Hakyama. All right? Oh, you in Nicaragua right now? Shout out to Nicaragua. All right? Now, so Hakyama put the link to that live stream. Watch it. That's Khashoggi. We already broke this down with all the receipts. All right? Epstein in the crack era, they brought the drugs in and all that. Funding the Sandinistas and stuff. All right, let's continue.
Agency, although he never specified which one. But in the mid to late 80s, during the same time he was working at Towers Financial, he also worked with Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi businessman with ties to the CIA and Mossad, who is best known for being the middleman in transferring American weapons from Israel to Iran during the Iran-Contra affair. Add on to that the fact that Epstein was later found to have a fake Austrian passport with multiple stamps from the Middle East. It only further paints a very confusing picture about Epstein's career. There just isn't a normal, sensible conclusion to this part of Epstein's life. Even after connecting all the dots, it still doesn't make sense. He starts off by dropping out of college without getting his degree, only to get hired at a prestigious school that he then gets fired from for being a bad teacher, only to then get hired at a hugely prestigious investment firm that he also then gets fired from, only to then end up getting implicated in one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in American history that he somehow never faces a single charge for being involved in. Along the way, he acquires fake passports, he does business with arms dealers in the Middle East, and at the end of all of it, he's filthy rich at every single...
Everybody, he was an agent. Shout out to 379, Elder here as well, because he was untouchable. They have people that are untouchables. They work with these government agencies. He was a spy. Epstein was spying for a different amount of powers, world powers. That's why these people come in the comments, but America. I'm like, bro, this is a worldwide thing. Nobody could touch him because he was a spy and he was getting intel on everybody. Do you understand? And having a blackmail stuff on everybody. All right? Shout out to Trey Modi and everything. Jackson, Tennessee in the building. All right? Sorry, I can't see everybody as y'all come in. Right? He was a spy. So they couldn't do nothing with him like they can't do nothing with him now. What do you think? He out of there. They can't, but you talk about the top stuff, these top serpents, bro, these 33 bloodline families. It's a worldwide connection from Baal and fallen angel, bro. This is some real stuff. And people want to say conspiracy theory. Man, y'all, you ain't study to show yourself approved. You sitting up here thinking everything is just, oh, none of this is true. Right? You got celebrities running around sticking their tongue out and black eyes and Illuminati 666 everywhere and all this crap, and we tripping. Right? All right, you tripping. All right, let's continue.
Single turn, you see him get not punished, but actually rewarded for stealing, cheating, and lying. But the craziest part of all of that,
I like that. He does get rewarded for stealing, cheating, lying because he's serving his father well. These are children of the devil. Do you understand? They serving their father well. Now they get stabbed in the back for it later. But anyway, let's continue.
Acquires fake passports, these schemes in American history that he somehow never faced.
Yep, the sultans. And that video, Matthew, if you watch that one, dope. Amy got telling on everybody. I think that's the one. Amy Ilhan got. That's the one when I brought out his his Iran Contra with the sultan showing all it, and the sultan just stepped down. That step down don't mean that. That just meant I relinquished my position. I'm gonna go have another more underground position. You can't touch these devils as long as they doing the devil's work.
Only to then end up getting implicated in one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in American history that he somehow never faces a single charge for being involved in. Along the way, he acquires fake passports, he does business with arms dealers in the Middle East, and at the end of all of it, he's filthy rich. At every single turn, you see him get not punished, but actually rewarded for stealing, cheating, and lying. But the craziest part of all of that is that that was just the beginning. In the late 80s, Epstein forms a new company, Epstein & Co., a wealth management firm where he establishes immediately that he's not going to take any clients with a net worth of under $1 billion.
It was around the time that Epstein launched Epstein & Co., his investment services company, that his life kind of just seems to completely change all over again for what feels like the 100th time in a row. By the early 90s, he's moving like someone who's in charge of an empire. He's flying around the world in a giant jetliner. He's acquiring massive properties around the US, but at the same time, his name never shows up in Forbes. He has no public filings, no client list, no office, but to the people around him, it looks like he owns the world. By the late 90s, Epstein's doing what I could only describe as flying too close to the sun. He's friends with Donald Trump, the Prince of England, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He even buys a literal island where he would build an extravagant compound for hosting parties. But after a series of conspicuous stunts, one of which was a trip to Africa on his private plane with Bill Clinton and Kevin Spacey as passengers, it gets to a point where Epstein is too big to ignore. The media, the general public, people are wondering how Epstein made all this money, where he came from, what's the point of everything he does. How he got to this level of social status is yet another strange story in this never-ending list of strange stories. And a big part of it would be this very, very strange story of his connection to the Maxwell family media empire. Robert Maxwell was born Ian Ludovic Hyman Benjamin Hawke. He was a media tycoon businessman with a really strange life. After the war, he changes his name to Robert Maxwell, moves to England, and gets elected into the British Parliament.
Here we go. The 33 bloodline families always change their name. His name was Ogubaka Laka Waka Laka Laka. Right? They got that guttural spit stuff. Right? That's not Habariya. That's a Babylonian Talmudic Yiddish Khazaric tongue, right? And then they changed their name coming here in America. Now his name Maxwell, Ghislaine dad, right? And these are all agents. These are all spies, guys. All of these dudes. This is a real live James Bond stuff, okay? And it's for real. But people think it's just all movies and stuff. Ain't none of this stuff. Look at him. He look like James Bond in this, right?
Hawke. He was a media the Maxwell family media empire. Robert Maxwell was born Ian Ludovic Hyman Benjamin Hawke. He was a media tycoon businessman with a really strange life. After the war, he changes his name to Robert Maxwell, moves to England, and gets elected into the British Parliament. But he also quickly starts building a media empire across Europe at the same time. Over a period of around 50 years, he ends up owning the Daily Mirror. He owns part of MTV in Europe, the London Daily News. At one point, he even buys the US-based Macmillan Publishers for over $2 billion in the late.
The media, the medium control the media, the lineage of evil. That's what it is. You heard? The serpent ain't nothing new in the sun. This goes all the way back to Khazaria. You understand? Facts. I gotta watch what I say so we don't, we can get this. But again, so this is so deep. When I continue on Friday, well, Friday, I might get into him on Friday, but where I'm going on Friday is crazy. All right? Because we're going really back. All right? But this is time.
50 years, he ends up to Robert Maxwell, moves to England, and gets elected into the British Parliament. But he also quickly starts building a media empire across Europe at the same time. Over a period of around 50 years, he ends up owning the Daily Mirror. He owns part of MTV in Europe, the London Daily News. At one point, he even buys the US-based Macmillan Publishers for over $2 billion in the late 80s. But throughout his life, he was also closely linked to Israeli intelligence. Point being, though, is that one of Robert Maxwell's 9 children, Ghislaine, had long been a prominent socialite in London and New York, and after her father died and the family empire collapses in the early 90s, she ends up living in Manhattan, where she would end up dating none other than Jeffrey Epstein.
And allegedly, I got his story because it's going to come out on one of our live. He was actually grooming and dating her, and the mother used to hate her because he loved the daughter, and it's just some genetic, but that's what the bloodline families do, right? They keep their blood lineage pure. You understand? So again, all right, let's continue.
And the family empire collapses in the early 90s, she ends up living in Manhattan, where she would end up 9 children. Ghislaine had long been a prominent socialite in London and New York, and after her father died and the family empire collapses in the early 90s, she ends up living in Manhattan, where she would end up dating none other than Jeffrey Epstein. Notably, Ghislaine, the daughter of this internationally known billionaire spy for Israel, would become the primary link between Epstein and his powerful social network. Out of many things she would do for him, she would be the person who introduces him to Prince Andrew, Saudi royals, celebrities, politicians. Of course, Epstein was already pretty well connected, but his relationship...
So Epstein's connect. This is just another pairing. She was a daughter of an international ISIS-Israeli spy. Epstein was a spy. I'm telling you, this is all James. This is spy stuff. And they always protected, and all of that stuff got to do with power, mammon, and the control of human nature, controlling the population control. The serpents battling who's going to be the head serpent, the head of the serpent. It's geopolitical stuff, bro. That's why he ain't going down. That's why they saying, that ain't even her no more. Her clone is in that place or whatever. And if it was her, she in a country club. They ain't nobody, y'all, boy, for us to get justice, it's when the Most High finally, when the day of Yah come, when the culmination of the light and the darkness, the Armageddon is what they call it in the Bible. You understand? That day will come. And until that come, we got to keep being righteous on this earth. That's all we can do about it. So people be like to me, Uncle, what can we do? Just be righteous. You can't stop this. This world was given to the devil, and these devils, his children, are going to do his work. And we are the Most High's children, and we have to do his work. And the only thing we could do is be righteous for righteous sake. Do not next by your neighbor. Love your neighbors, you love yourself. Do the next right thing. Protect the nature, the children, the animals, the elderly, the weak, and all of this stuff, and let the Most High sort this out. Do you understand? Because it's going to play out. You see, the Most High is bringing this all out, right? And we won't see the arrest that we want to see. Not yet. Not yet. Just let it play. So don't worry. This is not to scare you. This is to alert you to see everything that's happening so that because we are supposed to be wise as these serpents, but harmless as a dove, right? So as we live our life, we're not trying to harm, right? But again, we're not weak either, right? I'm not going to be on offense. I'm straight defense, but don't get it twisted. The Most High don't call his children to be punks either. Do you understand? So we are to be wise as a serpent, watch the devices, take care, watch your children, watch your neighbors, watch the right, do the right thing, and let the Most High unveil all this darkness. Watch it implode. Watch these geopolicies. Watch them consume themselves. Watch the serpent eat its tail. Do you understand? Let Yah cook. But all you got to do is continue to be trying to do the next right thing, dying to your sin and transgression, repenting for your sins and errors, trying like I do tonight, right? When I make a mistake and I'm ready to go off on somebody, right? And I'm like, oh, you know what? I repent. I take that back. I'm working on myself. Work on your individual self. Let these serpents do their thing and you do the thing of the righteous, and let's see what happens at the end. You have to understand and believe it. There's spiritual principle. It's a spiritual warfare. Do you understand? And they know this. That's why they want you out of your righteousness. They want us weak. They want us against one another. They want black against white and white against this and this one against that one. They want us to divide and conquer. They want us to be going against one another so that they can continue to monopolize us all, because their goal is to enslave us all and be parasitic hosts off our DNA, off our genetics. Do you understand? That's their goal. But don't fall for the bait. The Most High is going to have righteous children who's going to always teach the truth, and they're going to hold themselves accountable for their own righteousness, responsible. So you watch people. You don't ignore. Don't just follow people what they say. Look at what they do. You watch my fruit. You understand? You've seen some of it tonight. You see me try to catch my tongue, right? When the person was being an adversary, because usually in the street, I'll curse you out. I'll knock you out too, because I was rough around the edges from the street. It's just where I came from, you know, but that's it's a lower spiritual attainment, right? To be reacting of stuff. So as I'm growing mentally, physically, and spiritually, you got to see my fruit, and I show it live on air. And I'm like, okay, bridle my tongue, I repent, I apologize, right? That don't mean I'm weak, because if they came, you know, if you came try to harm somebody around me, the Most High don't call me to be weak at all. He called us to be warriors, warriors of the light. Do you understand? They are warriors of darkness, these serpents, these devils, this dude on the screen. They're going to do their Father's work, and they do it well. It's just some of us righteous in the light, we are willy-nilly, right? We serve a little bit, right? We half righteous, half unrighteous, half light, half dark. They not like that. They dark continually. Guys, the reason why it looks like they're winning so much and they're so powerful is because they're not lukewarm in their darkness. Their darkness, they're confederate, and they serve their Father well. It's us who serve our Father kind of half stroke, you know, but it's okay, because we're born to a world of sin and iniquity. He gives us free will. He gives us a right. We have a grace and a mercy. So when we sin and transgress him, we can repent and try to be righteous again, right? But a lot of us, we get rocked to sleep. And then the pull of the world, the money, the attraction, do what you will, and the flesh likes to be profited. It wants to smash. It wants to do drugs. It wants to party and ish, and it wants to do all this negative sin. But we have to overcome that with our free will and say, no, I died to you, flesh. You don't control me. I control you. So I say no to that. So when you don't have the power to say no, you got a gift of repentance. You have a grace. Do you understand that you can repent for? This is us being a light. Now they serve theirs well. They don't trip up and do righteous acts. Let me explain. They do their evil deeds. Their job is to never do righteous acts. Let me explain. It's the total opposite of what we are to be. Their job is to be evil continually. Their job is to hurt children, hurt the earth, hurt elderly, hurt women, hurt men, destroy everything that the Most High sees as righteous, unrighteous, right? Hate birth, destroy the woman's canal, go in the entry of the exit, no genders, everything that is destruction is complete. Chaos is what they want. And their job is to stay in chaos. Our job is to stay out of chaos, because the adversary is the father of chaos, the author of confusion. Our job is to stay balanced and righteous, right? Their job is to stay evil. So it's a little easier, guys, in this second world to be evil, because this world belongs to their father. We can thank Adam and Eve, for those who believe in the Safariyah that they call the Bible, for that mess, right? That we are to be in this world, but not of it. So it's a little easier for them to serve their God, because it's easier to do sin, right? In this world. It's easier to sin. It's harder to say no when I go and see a big old booty bouncing around with a string up her butt, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm trying, don't look. Sin is in the look of the eye. You understand? It's hard to do that, even for the sisters. It's hard for a sister to say no when pretty Ricky walking around and glistening all over his body. You know what I mean? When it's and the devil will send stuff that's enticing to the eyes, enticing to the ears, to the lower, to the emotions, to the flesh. We have to die to these things. That's the part of dying to the flesh daily. It's a work that we have to do. It's called ayada. We got to work. They do their dark work and they're good at it. But the problem is they are good at it continually. They don't take a break doing evil. They don't slip up and be like, and if they do, they get in trouble. Let's say if one of them and they serpent bloodline family, these devils, they slip up and they see them doing some good stuff. Oh, next thing you know, they be in some lab. They'll consume their own. Oh yeah, they eat their own. They don't play that. You got to serve that darkness 110%. It's the same thing. So it's hard for us in the second world because sin is everywhere. Do you understand? It's they eat, sleep, poop, drink, be evil continually. That's all, they're consumed with it. But that gives them life. Fear is devil food. So they eat. That's why they got adrenochrome and all these different things. Fear. And that's why they poison us with toxins in our water and vaccinate. Everything is to bring chaos and destruction to weaken us so we can't be stewards over our vessels, over our temples. Okay? Vessels and stewards over our temples. Somebody said, what is he doing? If you don't know what I'm doing, then you don't understand English. You're in the wrong channel if you can't understand this. Okay? Now, everything that they're doing is they're doing their father's work. Our job is to do the right next thing. Everybody listen. So these devils are going to come and they're going to try to be jealous. Some of them are just jealous. Some of them been bullied when they was little. Some of them are just, they'll come here and write this stuff. What is he talking about? And shut up. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you're part of the problem. You heard? Because this is common sense for anybody. I'm breaking it down that a baby can even understand this part. You understand? Yeah, this is the teaching for the children, because people be writing me and they're like, what do I do? Because these lessons ain't to scare us. These lessons are to prepare us. It's a difference. You understand? We are not to be scared of the devices of the serpent. We are to be wise to their devices so we know how to move. Do you understand? You need to know, if you're in a jungle, what exists in that jungle. Listen clearly. If you're in a jungle, you need to know if it's wolves, a pack of wolves, a pack of wild dogs. Is it hyenas? Is it bears? Are we in a place where it's grizzly bears? You get it? Because it depends on what predators are in that jungle, depending on how I move. You get it? Because each predator moves differently. If it's wolverines, do you got Tasmanian devils? You know what I mean? Is it right? Komodo dragons? Because whenever you act in the world, you need to know. So it's the same thing. This is spiritual warfare against people. So you need to know the people who you invite into your life. What kind of animal are you inviting into your life? That's why the Bible, Safari Yah says, be careful who you are who you yoke yourself with. Be very careful who you allow into your life, because you don't know what kind of species, what animal they are. Yeah, we ought to know our adversary. That's spiritual. That's warfare. In this ministry, for people who ain't find us, you stumbled upon us on YouTube and you liked the title and everything. We are a spiritual warfare ministry, and that's what I'm doing now. Teaching the Most High's children how to fight in the spirit. Because these people fight in the spirit. These dark things they doing, these are spiritual implications. They're playing on a higher level. And most people are so dumbed down, they think it's just, oh no. That's why they be like, oh no, none of that's true. It's just conspiracy theory and all that. And now all of a sudden they're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe that this is, yeah. Nah, it eats. Come on, we teach at this house how to fight in the spirit, because they dumb us down. And then you got religion. You know what I mean? What I mean by religion, you got these pastor pork bellies and pork chops and pastor this, and they getting money for the same serpent to sell us out. for religion. Now, I'm trying to teach you to have a relationship with the Father, the Creator, so you can stand on your own, responsible, and be a righteous man, warrior of the Most High against the darkness, so you can protect your loved ones, your children, your little nieces and nephews, the elderly stuff, because it's going to get darker before it get lighter, children of the Most High. So somebody got to teach us how to fight spiritual warfare. I've been teaching it for years on this channel. That's why these clowns come here and they're like, who are you? And study and show yourself approved. That means you don't know who I am. That part. Go click on go to my video tab and click on one of the videos that they let us get through the live stream. We only got 20,000, and watch me going at these religious people who call themselves, and they got hundreds of thousands, millions of subscribers. And yeah, they know me. You just don't know me. But these people and the others know me. They know me. That's why YouTube know me. That's why they shadow banned me, took my first channel. But I ain't never fold, never changed. Been teaching spiritual warfare since I came here. And through the shadow ban, I didn't care. 200 people, 300 people, 500 views, 1,000 views, whatever, 10,000, 20, it don't matter. I'm going to teach it if it's one. This is the part, all right? Now, yes, he's like, is there any more Epstein video? Yes, I just got to teach some fruit, some spiritual warfare, because a lot of people, guys, I know some of y'all just come from the ticky ear stuff, right? The current events. I'm gonna do that too, but we are actual ministry. I care about people's life, how to apply the things, because you can just take all this information and think it doesn't apply to you until they taken until you don't know about the currency going digital, till you don't know about all the jobs going, till you don't know about what AI is doing, till you don't know about them coming and trying to put you in FEMA camps, till you don't know about them, right? You're going to be destroyed for a lack of knowledge. All right, let's close out. It's 1:49.
Relationship with Maxwell was pivotal.
Go ahead, Akiyama.
We also have a few questions if you want to take them after.
Go ahead. Let's do that.
No?
Take the question now.
The first one is from Debbie. She asks, if God said that worshiping idols is a sin, then why would it be said that he created us in his image? A serious question.
Say that one more time. First of all, somebody said, why? You know what I would say, guys? Let's just laugh. You know what I would have said to that person before? I would say, your mama. But I won't say that now. I repent. I'm just laughing at the old me. Why? If you don't like it, I'm sorry. Go forth and be the devil that you are and continue in your sin and transgression. It's nothing to see here. Welcome to the house of the righteous. You don't like it? Does it burn? Does the righteous truth burn you in your sin and transgression, you little jealous devil? Yeah, I'm going to call these devils out as they is. Not in the old way where I used to, like the way in the streets and make joke about you. Does this get under your skin? Does this hurt you, you serpents? Yeah, it's going to hurt the serpent. You heard this part? That means it's working. That means the word of the Most High is a burning flame in your dark temple. You Epstein ditties. You heard? Anybody that defend this is a ditty. This part. All right, let's go. Hakiyama, what was the question again? Yeah, these devils don't like this. Tell me some wham. You lucky in my old world. I would have showed you a where, but I can't no more. Let me get out of that. Go ahead, Akiyama. Go ahead.
Debbie asks, if God said that worshiping idols is a sin, then why would it be said that he created us in his image? A serious question.
Okay, because that's not an idol. Okay, so let me explain. Worshiping idols is a sin. Him creating us in his image is not an idol. We are his children. Daughter, Dad, your child, if you had a baby, if you got with a man and you had a baby, that baby is in your image. That baby is not to be made an idol. Let me explain. If you give birth to a child, that baby's in your image, function, and character. It has now you are to rear it and raise it to be righteous, because hopefully you should be righteous in your likeness, to continue and be better than you. But you are not to idolize the baby. You know how some people get babies and they turn it like a lot of the women do that, unfortunately, and they idolize the baby like everything, right? That's not an idol. An idol is what you're making people and stones and images and worship in flesh. The only thing we are to worship is the Most High. Most people think we are to worship the Messiah, but we are not. He said, don't worship me, worship he who sent me. We are to love our Messiah, our King, our brother. We are to love him, respect him, be thankful and everything, follow him. We are to be in his image as he's in the image of the Father, mold ourselves in his image because he molds himself in the image of the Father, and he is to lead us to the Father. The Father is to be righteous, is to be worshiped. All right, that's it. So we're to make no idols of nothing. Okay, but unfortunately, religion has made us make idols. That's why they got crosses hanging everywhere and stuff, and it's all against the Safariyah that they call the Bible. But they don't follow the Bible. They actually follow the religion, the dark doctrine of men. All right. And in this house, we rightly divide and break down actually what it says to do. All right. So no, the Most High created us in his likeness, image, and being because we are to be his image on earth. When he first created the earth, it was called the heaven on earth. And we had free will. We had a choice to choose the tree of life, which he gave us, and be righteous in his image, or choose the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is the opposite, completion. He didn't create robots. He didn't create robots and stuff. He created us in his image, that like our children have the free will, right? But we are to rear them up. So some of us chose the Father, and some of us chose the opposite of the Father. And we all have that free will choice. And now we get from what we chose. We get the results of the fruit that we bear, right? That's it. So we can't blame nobody but ourselves, right? Because we have the opportunity. Now they have graces and mercies that cover us when we stumble and fall, all right? But yeah, so him creating us in his image was not creating an idol. He was creating children, like we have children. And that's why the darkness, they don't want us to have children. Guess what Jeffrey's doing? He's trying to create clones. See? Babies, designer babies. Epstein, it's okay. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye. Epstein out there was talking to me. Epstein, because guess what they're doing? They're creating their image and likeness. So that's why they want us to be enslaved. All of us, everybody from every nation, kindred, and tongue, right? They want us to be, well, all right, so I don't know if he's talking to me. I don't know what that's about. Speak Hebrew is, okay, I don't know what he's talking about. All right, I'm speaking to the people. What do you mean? All right, let me not. Because I don't know who you talking to. You talking to me, Hakyama? You can get yourself in some trouble.
No context, so it just...
You're going to get yourself in some trouble. Talking about speak Hebrew. I don't know what you mean. What that mean? I don't know what spirit you coming in. First, let me know what spirit you coming in. But then you got to explain what you mean. Speak Hebrew to who? It's hundreds of people. Everybody, and what Hebrew? Canaanite Hebrew? Yiddish? Which Hebrew? Paleo?
It might just be a troll because it says it's a little toilet as there.
Okay, so it's a troll. All right, thank you. I'm about to say, that's where you're going to get yourself in trouble. Don't come here. This is a house of election. You don't even know Habariyah. I'm like, what Hebrew you talking about? Which one? Which Canaanite Shemitic group of language you talking? You talking about the ancient pictograph Habariyah? Do you speak it? All right? No, you don't. Right? Don't get yourself this ayadah. All right? All right. Oh, thank you. All right. So he not a troll. He said, I'm referring to the elitists who cherry pick the Hebrew. I got you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't know when people's adversary or not. So I repent. I apologize. I don't have to repent. I apologize. So he wasn't an adversary. All right. So that's why context is key. That's why I try to give him space. Context, like, don't get yourself in trouble. Meaning, because once you start speaking linguistics and tongues and Habariyah, the scripture, we could do Epstein back and forth. But once we come to this, but praise Most High. Yeah, I agree. I agree to you. I agree to what you said. Yeah, but they speak the whole nother. Remember, because there's different levels of Hebrew, right? So you got all type of Yiddish, Canaanite, all type of different Ugarit, Phoenician, our ancestors that mixed their tongue with these fallen angels. That's where you get Isis, Rael, and Baal Haman, and the Lord God, and you get all this stuff. But let's continue. So Epstein, all right. Let's close out. All right.
And him inserting himself into the upper echelon of society.
All right, let's close out. Because I got
There
something
were
to
two
close
more
out.
when you're
Pretty
ready
well connected.
also.
Oh, two more who? Two more questions?
Yes.
Just do them. Go ahead, hurry up. Sorry, I don't mean hurry up, but let me not rush. What am I doing? If they don't like this, just go somewhere else. This is where the truth is. What's the other question? We got
The
to
next
take
one
care of
is
the
from
most.
Miss Ballerina. She says, where should a person start? Do you have a way to get that chart so I can move around as things make sense to me? For example, I'm a PHAEOES, and that's Prince Hall, Order of the
Freemason.
Eastern Stars.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I don't have a. You can screenshot that chart. I wouldn't tell you to use that chart because it depends on what you're using it for, right? To rightly divide. If you want it to come out of all that Masonic stuff, if that's what you want, because it's your freedom to to believe whatever, then you would start with this channel. All right. There's over 500,000 and plus hours of content. All right. I got one of the biggest channels. Now we shadow ban, but there's over 1,000,000 plus hours of watch time hours on this channel. And there's hundreds, and you can start everything. You just look for a smorgasbord, look for your topic, and then you could keep coming back and you can rightly divide and learn to grow. I can't send you to none of these other people because I don't know where they're at. People can be on one path today and then tomorrow they start serving some other gods, right? I'm accountable. In this house, we are lawful, respectful, as you see in this house, and we carry ourselves. We are a righteous house of the Most High. We are a ministry from all over the world. There are people in every country in this ministry, in the Caribbean, from Africa, from the United Kingdom, Canada, all through the Americas, okay? And we rightfully come together, right? We come together all week, but we live Wednesday, Monday, and Friday on YouTube. But the other days, we still together in our Zoom, right? And we are the righteous children of the Most High, rightly dividing scriptures, Bible studies, breaking stuff down. We have a relationship with the Creator, not a religion. It don't care. I don't care about your nation, kindred, or tongue. We are here for the remnant of the Most High's children of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. And we rightly divide the scriptures and understand the truth from the lies. We break down the languages, the tongues, the lineage, the history, the true one. You might not like what you hear, right? Most people don't like the truth. You know what I mean? You might get your feathers ruffled to hear the raw and cut truth, right? And, sometimes the truth hurts. It stings, you know what I mean? But if you're here to know the real truth, the whole truth, and live it out, it's not just about learning it, it's about living what you do with it, right? What you're doing with the truth. Are you living the word versus just reading it? You understand? Now, so that's all I can say is you keep coming back here. And if you got questions, then I can lead you to places if you're doing it for righteous sake, not just for itchy ears and just to learn stuff. All right. Praise the Most High. Yeah. And we welcome you. We young, old, we got everybody. I mean, people from every tongue too. People be surprised. Some of these are my white brothers and sisters that's loving on you in this chat and stuff. They've been in our ministry for years, but people want us to be traumatized. I'm not traumatized. You don't understand that this serpent seed the Canaanites weren't white. The Canaanites were black. That part. Some of them might have told y'all wrong, but again, they want to blame All right, so anyway, let's continue. I'm off track. Go ahead. What was the next one?
The next one is from, I think this is from Django. He asks, "What is the Lego?"
I like that name, Django. That's hilarious. And for the sister who asked me that, stuff like that chart, we break all that stuff down. Like if you keep coming back, and go to our old videos. We go, I got videos they took down. I'm talking about I got strikes. I mean, we do everything, all type of charts. You'll love the old, go through the old live streams, and when you look at the titles, just click on them. You'll be like, what in the, oh my goodness, look at this. You'll be screenshotting charts for days. We got charts for you. We got all type, it's all through this, and we continue to keep going. So the Most High allow you to find us through the shadow band. You're in the right place. All right, continue. What was that, Hakiyama?
The next one is from Django. He asks, "What is the Great Awakening?"
Well, the Great Awakening, the big one started in the year 2000. And the sign, you know how they look for signs and wonders? It culminated with the time of the lock-in and the fake Jim Jones. And the American government system in Congress, they called it a 400-year prophecy from some slavery thing, right?
This is American Congress. I did a video, one of my first movies called Curses, that got me shadow banned. That got my first channel taken, right? It was a big movie, getting up to hundreds of thousands. This is back in 2020. And I released it, and that took me out right from the beginning, right? They banned it worldwide and took my channel. And in Curses and stuff, it brought out that even in the Congress, you can look it up, Congress.gov, they call it the, I forgot what they call it now, the 400-year prophecy thing, right? So it's a thing, it's in Congress, right? And it denotes about the 400 years of slavery and all this stuff, right? It got some do prophetic in the Bible. People try to say, no, it don't, but whatever, right? But the funny thing is the American government says it does. That's the part that kills me. When people be like, no, nobody's a people. I'm like, well, go to government.gov and show the watch. They got this whole thing that these serpents, that's the thing I'm telling you, these serpents on the screen, they know the truth, right? Even Putin and Russia and them, people, these countries know the truth, but they keep America so dumbed down and want to be racist and prejudiced. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I'm not racist, prejudiced, none of y'all. I love the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people who are trying to be the righteous light of my Father, that part. But anyway, so in 2020, when the government and everybody said, and when they did this whole lockdown, that was supposed to be this end of a 400-year curse from biblical time, right? And the government said it. I'm just whatever. I know people say, and that fulfilled an ancient curse that the so-called blacks got put on them from their ancestors. And right at that time, a great awakening happened. And this was when you heard all of this stuff about the black people or the people of the Bible and the people and everybody. That's when what's that, Kyrie Irving and Kanye, when everybody, remember when it was a big thing in the 2020 and everybody was awakening. I was here knowing this truth way before that, right? So I watched the awakening. I call it awakening or faking it now, because a lot of people, they come into the new like fad, like it was a fad, it was a popular thing. And then you know the difference between those who would really who really do it in spirit and in truth, because we still in the truth. Where other people, they're like, oh, that was old, that was 2020, and they move on and they sin in transgression. So that was the Great Awakening, but it still continues. That was the real start of it, right? There was those who were awakened before that, like me, some of our grandparents and stuff like that. The Most High has that to be people that would awaken those when that time comes. I was one of those. I awakened from the grace of the Most High thousands of people worldwide who say, Unc, I awakened from your video back in 4 or 5 years ago and this, right? So yes, absolutely. And yep. And so that was a great awakening that every nation, kindred, tongue, it's an awakening to the real truth versus, and it's still happening. So what this is happening now, right now, tonight is part of the Great Awakening. We uncovering ancient bloodline families, right? We went all the way back to the papal bloodline families, right? The Mauritians, a lot of people don't even know that stuff. Some people do. And then we uncovering Epstein, the levels of darkness. This is all still awakening, all right? Facts. We're not idols, we are creation. Facts. Created in the image of our Father. And he gave us that creative instinct inside of us. And guys, to the sister, our imagination is where that sits. The root word of imagination is the word image. We're creating this image. That's why they stifle our imagination. Your creativity lies in your imagination. That's why they want to spray the chemtrails and teach us, dumb us down in school and put fluoride and barium and aluminum, but all chemicals in the air and stuff to dumb down our imagination, our creative aspect in the image of the Most High. They call it the God gene. That's why the Yah gene and all this stuff. See, all this stuff is intentional that they do to us, but most people don't realize it's happening. That's why the generations of the kids are so dumbed down now, right? And they're doing experiments like Epstein said he did all the genetic experiments, right? With estrogen and testosterone and changing a girl to a boy and a boy, right? All this to have us in sin and transgression. Because if we get them to curse themselves, then they can't fight against us. We are weakened when we're in sin. We're weakened when we're in sin. Okay? We're strengthened when we're in righteousness. All right? So praise the Most High. All right. Did I answer a question again? What was the question again? Look at this devil said, Baba Booey. Emphatic veteran. I hope you ain't a veteran to who? To the devil serving seas? You ain't a veteran to no United States. I hope you ain't a veteran saying that. Because shout out to our vets who served the country, who fought in the wars and stuff. Shout out to the vets. You're a veteran of the devil, veteran of the allegiance of we are many. Hagyama, did I answer a question? What was the, I think I answered. We're going to move on and close out. It's 2:00. What was?
Django said, "What is the Great Awakening?"
There you go. I answered it.
And
So
then
that's the
one
Great
last
Awakening.
one.
And that's another one. Oh my goodness. All right, I'll answer it. And it's still continuing, the awakening. It happens all the way till the end. Because people are still awakening. And you got people like that emphatic devil who want to say babooey or whatever, right? So they don't want you to know the truth. They want you to stay in the illusion because they serve their father, the devil. And they have the right to do that, right? And I'm glad he didn't cuss or nothing. So he have the right to say that here. He could say booey, fooey, unk you gooey or whatever. You keep serving your devil. I'm going to keep serving the children of the Most High in spirit and in truth. And that part. That's it. And the internet got a lot of, internet, keyboard warriors, right? It be, then you got agents, you got all type of trolls. They be like, baba booey, baba booey. What the? Okay, that part. All right. So he said he a U.S. Army veteran that awake. Oh, thank you. Shamari Yah. Okay, I'm about to say. Shout out to Shamari Yah. Shout out to our veterans. You heard? All right. So and she awakened in 2003. Let's go. When did boy, that's way before me. Shout out to Shamari Yah. I didn't awaken until 2015. All right, praise the Most High. All right, what's the last question, Hagyama?
I just read it. It's not a question. They're just praise reports.
Oh, it was a praise report? Okay.
Yeah, it's just for the channel.
What was the praise report?
Jay Scott says, "I'm going to start fasting and praying before I watch your videos. Channel is amazing."
Oh, we need the praise report, Akiyama. You don't leave that out. Praise the Most High. That's what it's all about. While we rebuking these devils in the name of the Most High, y'all, come on, we rebuke all y'all. Y'all come as you may. We're gonna rebuke you with kindness, respect, and love. Yeah, I'm gonna rebuke you with a habayah. That part. You want to know what habayah is? What'd you say?
Miss Chocolate gave one too.
What'd she say?
Miss Chocolate says, "God bless him. That's what you say to them. God bless you in all your ways."
Facts. May the Most High bless you in all your ways. I know that's right. Thank you, Miss Chocolate. All right, let's close out. Because I'm going to close out. I wasn't going to do it, but we might as well close out with it. Let me see. How many people here? We still got 130. That ain't too bad. All right? We're going to close out. Let's see where he closes out. He might be
But his relationship with Maxwell was pivotal in him inserting himself into the upper echelon of society. In March of 2003, Vanity Fair journalist Vicky Ward sets out to write a profile about Jeffrey Epstein and figure out what exactly he's all about once and for all. Lately, Jeffrey Epstein's high-flying style has been drawing oohs and ahs. The bachelor financier lives in New York's largest private residence, claims to only take billionaires as clients, and flies...
See, that's when he was all in his sin. Y'all see, he's confederate in his wicked evil here, right? By the time they got all to this, Vanity Fair, like, who is this high-flying bachelor of the New York social elite class? Y'all know those social elite class, right? Y'all know they've been doing that back since all times. They've been eating slaves and eating people and having people in their dungeons, and they be on high society. Oh, a cup of tea. Would you drink a cup of tea? And all that. No disrespect to my United Kingdom brothers and sisters, but y'all know they've been having this elite circle, high society class, right? The elite class, they ain't nothing but devils, right? High-flying devils. They be the lowest of them all. The higher they fly, the lower they are. and righteousness. Do y'all not understand that? The higher these serpents let you get, the richer, the more powerful, the positions, the Hollywood, the fame, the lower you are in Yah's. He who is raised will be lowered in the kingdom of the Most High. Some might have told you wrong. This a ministry first. You heard? But y'all could come back. Y'all ain't got to be preached to. I ain't going to be preaching to y'all and stuff. Y'all can get y'all, we're going to do the current affairs. You get your fix, but you going to hear the word of the Most High. You get to that judgment. You'll get to that judgment and understand and say, oh, you know what? You'll get to that judgment and say, well, I can't say, at the judge, they're going to be like, well, you can't say you ain't heard the word. You just rejected. When Unc was telling about, you said bye-bye booey. Well, bye-bye booey to you at the judgment. Let's continue.
Celebrities like Bill Clinton and Kevin Spacey on his Boeing 727. But Pierce's air of mystery in the picture changes.
And her point was that after peeling back his mask of mystery, something far more alarming than anticipated would be revealed. Her research led her to question the idea that Epstein made all of his money with an exclusive and private investment firm where he'd
yeah, it got human DNA. That's why you got to stay away from it now. They putting more stuff in it too. Look at this. Think you know him and then peel off another ring of the onion. All right? He said they 360s under his hair, under all their hair, too. Now, he's a top dog serving his father well, but so is Ghislaine, right? So they got levels to this stuff. He's just he's a very high level, and he came from very low. They took him from
only
the bottom.
take on billionaires as clients.
And that's because
she suggests that Leslie Wexner
groomed
is the
them
only
and raised them from the bottom. Oh, I didn't even show my. That's all right. I got more. I had some files I was going to show, the videos that has never been. All right, let's do that. Let's close. Oh, that's dark though. Y'all, y'all want me to show a little bit of the files? Yeah, let's do an exclusive closeout. And then I'll come back. Because I know if I don't do it, by the time I come back to it, others will show it on YouTube, right? So I like to try to show exclusive clips that others don't got on YouTube, right? And all right, so let's do it, right? Because I didn't have enough of his documentary. He did a great job. I don't know who made the documentary. For those who know, I don't be knowing. I'll be I'll be grabbing so much stuff. I don't know who these people. He just did a great job. But watch this. This right here is, hold on, where did I put it? These are some clips that no, not that. I was going to bring that. I ain't even do that. Yeah, home video clips. So these are, so a lot of people are sharing the files.
You're muted.
It muted me again. The PDF file, but the other one was working. I guess the audio interface worked, right? So others were showing, everybody's showing like the PDF files, meaning the write-in emails, some pictures, but most are not showing the video files. So I'm gonna show y'all some video files that haven't been seen, right? We early. Now, some people will watch this and they'll steal my content, whatever. Some others will find it on their own and put it out, but I'm be trying to bring y'all some exclusives that ain't out yet. And this is some. Now, this first part of the clip, y'all might have seen this, right? But these are some of the video files released in the Epstein files, the video ones, all right? Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We reacting to these are just the Epstein files. This is nobody's stuff. These are the Epstein files that the government released, some of the video files. Y'all might have heard or saw this first one right here. Now these are French, young girls. You see how young they look. So they redact the what's the name? They redact the faces and they're singing in French. This is the grooming introduction. Some of y'all might have heard this clip or saw it, but I got something y'all didn't see. All right, let's go.
There's footage of more.
So they were singing to Epstein. These are the grooming. These are more of his victims in his kitchen. All right? That video is very, very chilling. All this stuff is some dark stuff, right? And these are more. So these girls are in his kitchen. This part that's coming right here.
Merci.
There's footage of more victims, again, in Jeffrey Epstein's kitchen and what appears to be surrounded by lots of baked goods.
Everybody, did y'all see that? Peep that. They got a pizza that they made. Watch this.
Merci.
There's footage of more victims, again, in Jeffrey Epstein's kitchen and what appears to be surrounded by lots of...
Look at that. That's some type of pizza with some type, and you know what the pizza represent, right? So that was interesting to me because that looks, I don't know what is on this pizza or what is going on with it. But these are some of his victims, because they were victimized, in his kitchen.
Again, in Jeffrey Epstein's kitchen and what appears to be surrounded by lots of baked goods.
And so a lot of the audio, they muted it, the government, as they release, because these are the victims. So they blocked their face. Look how young they look. You see that one over there? That one over there looked like she was 10 years old, or he, right? Because there's boys too. I'm gonna show you. Most people
There's
don't
video
talk,
footage of Epstein.
most people don't talk about the boys, but tonight I'll get to it. I'm gonna show you the boys. We're gonna close out with that. Most people ignore there were boys too.
There's video footage of Jeffrey Epstein confessing in prison that he was sexually assaulted.
Okay, so Darren and I are sitting here. You can hear the echo. I'm pretending I'm talking to Darren. So, hi Darren. So Sarah and Nadia, are you guys having a good time? You can see I have a little sore on my face that I got from some black guy trying to kiss me. It's really disgusting.
So Epstein was really racist against blacks, right? He hunted us and did all that other stuff. A lot of that'll come out as I keep doing these other lessons, right? So this is when he was supposed to be in jail, right before he faked his death. And he must have got punched in the mouth by a black guy. Because he said, you see the bruise on my lip, he said some black guy tried to kiss me. So in MDC, shout out to Brooklyn, some black dude must have punched him in the mouth. All right? All right? So that's him. All right, listen.
Darren. So here, you can hear the echo. I'm pretending I'm talking to Darren. So, hi Darren. So Sarah and Nadia, are you guys having a good time? You can see I have a little sore on my face that I got from some black guy trying to kiss me. It's really disgusting. Oh, it's really, oh. Anyway, I have pictures up on the wall. I had to borrow the Scotch tape to get the pictures on the wall. I'll talk to you guys later.
Now, one of the bigger videos I wanted to get into was the Prince Andrew footage. So there's around 1 second of what we see as Prince Andrew.
So we all seen the picture of Prince Andrew, but this is the video clip from the picture. And look, there's somebody there with a foot up on the table, and this is a really young girl. They say this young girl is like 11 or 10, but it was a 1 second video clip.
Over a very young victim who is clearly a minor. And there's also another video without Prince Andrew, which is a short video of a young...
Now this one is very disturbing. This is the video of this young girl with a school uniform on, crawling around on her hands and knees. And they block her face out, right? So they block all of their faces out, right?
Video without Prince Andrew, which is a short video of a young girl who's also clearly a minor wearing a school uniform, and she appears in multiple videos, and it's very disturbing to say the least. However, what I found is that this footage matches exactly with the room that Prince Andrew was in with the other victim. This is also kind of one of the reasons I wanted to make this video.
So that was the image of that girl with her little uniform on, right? But look at this. I want to show you something. Look at the room.
This footage matches exactly with the room that Prince Andrew was in with the other. Very disturbing to say the least.
Y'all remember we did a breakdown and they had the leopard chairs in that other, looked like a torture room. And they had the leopard chairs and they had that easel board with writing. Look, that's another easel board. I don't know if it's the same room, but that's an easel board, and those are leopard chairs. They probably can have that in another room, right? Because I'm not sure if that room was that big, but it reminded me of that. All right.
Which matches exactly with the room that Prince Andrew was in with the other victim. This is also kind of one of the reasons I wanted to make this video. I have no idea what this room is, and I haven't gone through the thousands of photos yet to match anything. I had to comb through hundreds of clips of footage. So if anyone recognizes it, if anyone recognizes anything throughout this video, it would be nice for you to point it out in the comment section or even just speculate. There's around a 51-second video of a man recording a young woman playing with a dog, and the dog ends up humping this woman, but I don't know who this man is. He's shown at the very end.
Look at these nasty PDF creepo devils. So these are some of the videos. I'm giving y'all exclusives. These ain't up on YouTube, right? These, somebody put it up, right? I found this brother put it up. He's the only one that's just today. Like, I find stuff early, right? And so it's easier because they got like hundreds of these videos. So I grabbed a few of those and put this together, right? Because it's like hours and hours long. So I grabbed a few. So look at these. So you're gonna see some of these. They're in Epstein's, I don't know, island, houses, mansions, or whatever, right? And he had that little girl playing with the dog, and they on the bed, and this is some sad stuff, bro.
This woman, but I don't know who this man is. He's shown at the very end of the footage. I'm not going to show the weird part, but here you can look for yourself.
So in the files, it show you some dark stuff. That's why I told you I got some videos I can't show here, right? I'm gonna have to show them on the Patreon because they'll strike us. So it's stuff you really don't want to see. Some dark stuff. Shout out to Soulfully Sowing Seeds. Let's continue. So these people, these devils, bro.
And figure out who this guy is. There's a video of a young woman having her picture taken either next to a mirror or a painting, and you can hear the guy behind the camera, who we're assuming is Jeffrey Epstein, saying, "Look a little happier." I've yet to see anything that resembles this room in any pictures. Again, I still haven't gone through the pictures yet, and after having to go through all the videos, I don't think I want to.
Look a little happier. Look a little happier.
There's around a 2-second.
So he got her taking the picture because Epstein be having them posing. Now, everybody, when he got them doing this is for him to market them for sale, like Wayfair. Listen clearly. So there's videos, a lot of them, where he got them really young and he tell them, smile, look a little happier, do this, because these are like advertisements that he's going to sell their services to these billionaire devils. All right? Shout out to the Truth Cowboy. All right, let's continue.
Look a little happier. Look a little happier.
There's around a 2-second video of Jeffrey Epstein taking a video of a victim in front of his desk. You're going to see this desk a lot. This is his desk. There's several videos of Epstein filming victims while he's sitting in his chair. But in this one, this around 2 seconds, you could hear him say, "You could smile, it's okay."
You can smile, it's okay. You can smile, it's okay.
Again, another video of...
Now, everybody, some of these be 14, 15, 12, 10, 17. Now, he's telling them you can smile, it's okay. And a lot of these videos, I chopped it down, but it's hours long of stuff. A lot of these are in front of his desk, and he had them dancing. Let me explain. He always had them dancing, and he'd be like, smile. You can smile. So that he could, I know, this is heavy stuff. I apologize. This is really heavy stuff, all right? But I try to bring you some exclusive stuff that everybody don't got, all right? Now, he's sorry guys, my spirit is kind of broken a little from this. I don't like this stuff either. He's telling them, he's making them dance and stuff, all right? And he's advertising them.
But in this one, this around 2 seconds, you could hear him say, "You could smile, it's okay."
You can, it's not, you can smile, it's okay. You can, it's not, you can smile, it's okay.
Again, another video of Epstein behind his desk, except there's a young lady beside him and he is filming her. It's around 1 second. There's a 20-second video of just a beach. I think Jeffrey Epstein was interested in the waves, the weather. I don't know.
Let me explain. This brother don't know spiritual warfare. You know what Jeffrey Epstein was taking? This is his island. He was filming, and one of his survivor victims was talking about like they couldn't get off this island, guys. Because
he's filming her. It's around 1 second.
Watch this.
There's a 20
So he's filming
second video
the
of
storm, the current, the waves. They were trapped once you got to that island. You're not getting off unless he lets you out by airplane, by helicopter, by boat, or by submarine was the only way you're getting off this island. You can't swim off it. And they had sharks, everybody. Sharks. And remember my other live stream when he had the trap door in his house and he would drop the bodies and feed the sharks? He would do that so the sharks would constantly stay close to the island, everybody. So he would constantly feed the sharks through his trap door in his basement. Remember I did the live stream and showed it, right? And he would, so that the sharks would, it was like a feeding hole, so that at any time sharks are thousands are all around. So if anybody ever tried to run away or swim, you ain't gonna get nowhere. If the current don't take you out or drown you, the sharks would. So he fed them to keep them around. All right. So right here, he's filming.
I think Jeffrey Epstein was interested.
And guys, so the dude who's narrating this, he's like, I guess he was interested in the storm, and it's the marine kingdom to that brother. I wish I could meet this brother. I would teach him. He's filming the darkness of the marine kingdom waters, that he's fed so many souls into these waters and this island and stuff. You understand? The blood of the waters.
And the waves, the weather, I don't know. There's around a 30.
Yeah, that blue, and I'm gonna do that. That was gonna be one of the thumbnail tonight, but I changed it because I was gonna bring that out. I'll probably bring it out on Monday. So the blue and white temple, I got a video talking about it. It was a temple worship, so they had an underground thing under it. It might have had something to lead to the water too, but I'm bringing that out on Monday with the blue and white temple. I had a thumbnail today. I just changed it for that because I got to figure out what I'm gonna do. Now this is an image of him taking the little girls out to get candy. So they groomed these little girls. Also what they did, guys, is they would groom these little girls, and see, they don't show the boys, but I'm about to show some boys tonight. They groom, and we're gonna close out. They groomed the little girls and they would like play fight with them, right? They would like roughhouse with them. And that was to groom them to get used to being touched and handled. So if someone come and was a little rough with them, so you're going to see that, right? So this is them taking them out to get candy. No, not in this candy, because they're in a candy store, like they taking the H&R, they out in the public. But Epstein kept candy. I think that might be in his on candy lollipops on his thing. That was probably drugged. But this is just taking them out. So they would take them out shopping and So a lot of the survivor victims, a lot of them said that he was nice. So they, because you get a Stockholm syndrome, right? So they're grooming them.
There's around a 34-second video of what appears to be a child in a store getting candy. I'm not sure who the person is filming. They're obviously a woman. You could hear their voice. But again, only victims are redacted in these videos. So sadly, you have to assume that this little girl was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein.
Charlene is getting all the flavors of all the jellies. She already got 4 bags, but she thought it wouldn't be enough. So she's getting some more. It's very serious.
So she says she's getting all the flavors of all the jelly beans. She already got a bag full, but she don't think that would be enough. She's probably bringing some to bring home to the other girls, right? So this is probably not on the island. I don't know. Maybe it is on. I don't know. Maybe this is the New York one or the whatever, right? But anyway, because that's true. It could be the island, and it could be drug jelly beans. You're right. It could be. I don't know, right? So or it could be the New York mansion when they doing it and they out. You know what I mean? But so anyway, she says she's getting all the jelly beans, and she didn't think she had enough, right?
Sadly, you have to assume that this little girl was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein.
Charlene is getting all the flavors of all the jellies. She already got 4 bags, but she thought it wouldn't be enough, so she's getting some more. She's very serious about it. Olivia, how many jelly beans did we get? And then it's just a little part of what we got.
So look, she like, how many jelly beans you got? So you're right, they don't get out much. And so she got a lot.
There's around a 15-second video of a man in one of Jeffrey Epstein's properties signing a blow-up doll. I'm not sure who this man is. It's definitely not Jeffrey Epstein. But this is why you guys are here.
So they're blocking a victim's face. So whenever they block it out, that's someone who was victimized. And that nasty dude, they doing this. Look at his face. And these people all need to be charged with something. At least, I don't know, but we let the Most High, because if we worry about these serpents to lock up the other serpents, we'll be waiting till the end of time. Let the Most High do his work.
You guys are here.
Sick stuff.
This piece of footage was one of the more interesting ones to me. It just appears to be 17 seconds of a random cabin in the woods with absolutely no civilization in sight. It's very interesting.
So everything that they're showing in the files is intentional. So Epstein got this cabin. And remember I showed y'all in the other one, you can have one little structure, but everything is under the ground. These are, shout out to Stacy, these are the Epstein video files that just dropped. That's not out. So you won't see this all over YouTube. They're brand new out now. All right, the video files. Most people show the picture files. These are video files. So this is a ranch in the middle. Now look where, I don't know if this is on the what you call that? The Zorro Ranch, the horror ranch. But look, there's no civilization around. So, and on this could be on the island, because he's going to show the island, and it's spooky, guys. Whereas this is where they used to hunt, like Hunger Games, right? And they hunted black people, right? That's a fact, and it's in the files. So we hunting Iggers, and they let them loose, and they can't get off the island because you go in the water, sharks, you ain't getting away. So only thing you could do is run and hide, and they charge a lot of money for those wealthy people to chase you, and they do it for days and chase you down and unaliven. All right. So I'm about to show y'all. All right. So look.
This is one of the more interesting.
So it's like land as far as the eye can see. And it's just one cabin in the middle of it all. Some spooky stuff. And then on the files, out of nowhere, he got this. A rodeo.
This is one of the more interesting ones. There is around a 42-second video, presumably taken by Jeffrey Epstein, of a rodeo. It's just a bull riding thing.
Now this brother think it's just a bull riding thing. Everybody, this is torture. I don't mean no disrespect to my Texans or my Cowboys who think this is okay, but it's not. This is torturing the Most High's children, the animals. They prod, beat these bulls to make them try to get them off their back. Also, let me show you this.
2-second
Watch this.
video, presumably taken by Jeffrey Epstein, of a rodeo.
You know why he keeps flinging his legs? You know why this bull is flinging his backside even when the man is off?
2-second video,
because
presumably taken by Jeffrey Epstein, of
right here. You see that? That's a rope tied around his scrotum. Everybody listen clearly. Some of y'all might know this. They tie a rope, a big rope, around his dingling and his balls, and they tie it so tight that it's squishing his balls. So when the reason why he's bucking, because he wants the thing from squishing his balls. He's hurting in pain. And people are paying for this for entertainment, to see them, and then they stab them with prods and stuff. But this rope, I'm gonna look at the rope. Watch this. Look.
a rodeo. It's just
See it? See it? Not that one. Right here, the one around the back. It's another picture. I'm gonna show you clearly.
a bull ride.
Bingo. Look. That's why he keep kicking his legs in the air. The man is off. So they look like, oh, it's a wild bull. He just wanna. No, they torment those bulls. That rope is tied around his scrotum in excruciating pain, and he can't free himself from it.
Fighting thing.
See it? See? Watch this. Now watch this nasty stuff. Now you see, they so scared they running up on the fence as he comes near them. Now watch this. Watch this nasty stuff. Now they got to try to get him back into the pen. But watch this. Watch this cowboy. He's going to pull the rope and squeeze his. Watch this. This is how evil this stuff is. Watch him. The cow's going to go around. Look, I told y'all. Y'all see it? He grabbed the rope, which is around his scrotum, and he's going to yank it to give him more pain. These are devils, guys. And y'all call it in the name of sport. It's the same way that they hunt humans. The Most High don't call us to torture animals either. I'm so sorry, not sorry. Do you understand? You will answer for all of that. Woe to those who do the least. Those are his children too. You understand? These devils. So he grabbed the rope and he's going to tug it. Watch this. See? But he's too scared to be like, this is that punk stuff. If you really, man, then get off the fence and face this bull head on then. If you rap really tough. It's that punk stuff. You understand? So look. Watch it again. Now the bull comes around. Look. See? And he just grabs it and here. Like. And they prod and torture, all right? This is why Epstein, the reason why Epstein got that in his file, this dude didn't know, is because this is more torture of innocent. And they like to see that, right? I'm closing out too, equal. I wish I knew how to say your name. Equals. I used to have a childhood girlfriend. Last name was Qualls. All right. So
it's completely random. Hey, it was in the files. There is a whole 2-minute video.
So the brother think it was completely random, but I know evil is as evil does. It's not random to me. Dad, we going long. It's almost 3 o'clock. Let me close out. I'm going to finish this another time. Let me show the island.
Of
right?
2 victims dancing in front of Epstein's desk. Like I said, he was a sicko for this. He loved making people dance in front of his desk, but it's just 2 minutes of that.
So he make them dance and he's filming them because he's selling. Now look how skinny these legs are. You know this is some young girl right here. right? And he got plenty of these videos with them sitting, he making them all dance. He's saying, smile and do this. And he's, selling this to these devils, these psychos, right? So it's 2 minutes of that, her dancing. Let me get to, I'm going to do that later. This is a creepy one. Let's do this one. This one is really bad. Watch this.
Now, this video is specifically creepy to me personally. It appears to be someone filming a blanket over somebody who is sleeping or lying down in a dark room. I think there's an individual under the blanket is what I'm trying to say. I have to doctor this footage just a little bit. I have to turn the brightness up because it's...
And I made it even more bright so y'all can see it. There's definitely someone under there. And you're going to see them breathing. It's a little person under there.
It's that dark, but I really don't know. I don't know what I'm looking.
Look, they're moving.
I don't know.
Look. And so they make these videos quiet, and then you're going to see the person breathe. You're going to see the cloth be moving. See, it's moving under there's a little one under there. And no telling what's happening. This is not okay. See the thing move? I'm gonna close out. I'm being Epsteined out. All right, we'll come back to some of the other videos another time, right? Because I can show y'all more. This is what he took of the island. So look, he showed like the island and how big it is.
One of his properties? Yes, it's 37 minutes and there's a handful of different segments and a lot of it is censored.
So he's showing the island. This is where they would chase us and hunt us. Well, the blacks, they were hunting. Quite sure they hunted some other people, but in the files, he said we hunt others. So see, this is the beachfront. So if you are on the island, only way you can run is into the water. You can't get away. So he's filming how vast the island is, right? They got carts. Look how big it is. And they got a dock and they got boats, but I'm quite sure they put those boats away. So he just films the island, then he goes and look, he films the expanse of it. Look. And at night, can you imagine how dark it is and scary with these Satanist psychopaths chasing you, hunting you down? And they got all, listen, they're on an island. They can find you next week. That's the thrill of the Hunger Games chase, right? I paid Epstein $100,000 to chase some blacks, right? And I can chase them. It makes it more fun for them. If you only caught me 4 days later hiding in some hole under the island. And you know Epstein giving them cheat codes, so they probably got cameras everywhere, right? Because just like they do to animals, they don't go fight a bull straight up. You know, they use guns, they use a cheat code, right? You don't go head up with a moose or a bear, right? So this is just to show the expanse of the island. And imagine, it's remind me of slavery, when the people running and they're being hunted down and chased. And this is the daytime and it looks spooky. Right? Ain't that something? This is the daylight and it looks spooky. At night, and it's an island, ain't no lights, ain't no street lights. Well, I'm sure he got lights, but so this is Epstein showing the expanse of his island. words, bro. Look, it just goes on and on. And he's showing this part, and there goes some of the houses, and the temple is over there. Look, and then the sister island. Remember the other video? Biden owns that. Biden's brother owns that island, and Jeffrey had the submarine to take you to that island. Remember my other live stream? Look, so they got these buildings, and then they got, remember, they're on hills, so there's underground for all of these. And each of these structures got underground stuff. Look at that, in the middle of nowhere. And can you imagine the children trying to run to get away, the women, the men, and then the blacks who he's hunting for their games, right? All right. I'll show the rest of this another time. Let me close out with this. I want to be the first to show this. This is the proof of boys. This is the actual, so everywhere where they got boxes is where they
child in a pool. We also have around a 3-minute.
Everywhere they got boxes, they were victimized. So the government covered them. This right here is the pedo. This is on Epstein's stuff. They got basketball courts, so they had boys. They never talk about boys. So they got these young boys as well as teenage high schools. You can see them. And this old man is playing with them. Watch this.
Video of a basketball pickup game. So like I said, only the victims are ever redacted, which is why the strangers are not. But it's I don't know, very interesting. But it also helps knowing that every single individual that is redacted is essentially a victim of Jeffrey Epstein's and or his accomplices.
So that's the old dude who's, I guess, paying to play, and these three were documented victims of it. And it looks like an innocent game of basketball, but when does some old gray-haired dude play basketball with 13-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 17-year-olds? See him? Look, he ran, gave him a high five, but the victims, they keeping them blocked.
We also, there's around
who documented victimized. And then we're going to close with this. And then in the Epstein files, he had a video of Rowan Atkinson. And this is the last one we're going to close.
We also, there's around a 4.5 minute video of Toby the Devil bit that's being performed by Rowan Atkinson. And I guess Jeffrey Epstein was just a fan here and wanted to save it. So we have it. It's in the files.
As the more perceptive of you have probably realized by now, this is hell. And I am the devil. Good evening. But you can call me Toby, if you like. We try to keep things informal here, as well as infernal.
There's someone tickling a baby, and they're not speaking English. But
all right, so let's close. It's enough darkness for tonight.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
I have one more question. Would you like me to say it? Could I do it now?
Yes, that's fine. You can say it now.
It's from Miss Chocolate. Miss Chocolate asks, if the Americans' names that they gave us is ties to the bloodline, so did they name the slaves' last name after serpents? So they named the slaves' last name after serpents, I guess.
Yes. And it's a catch-22 to that part, Miss Chocolate, because when the slaves came off the slave ships and they got renamed, right, into the slave masters, yes, they gave them the slave masters' names, but a lot of those names came from the Europeans from the actual Jacobites. So they were actual names. That's crazy. We got that on our lesson where we break down the Jacobite era, right? This is King James and them in Scotland, Spain. I mean Scotland, the UK, and Danish, the Welsh, the Dutch, right? The originals, right? The Jacobites. Jacobite is Yasharalite in the Hebrew tongue, right? And those names were actually surnames that a lot of the ancestors called themselves, like William's son and John's son and Scott, and all of these names. And it's so funny because they got their names from the original during, they call it the Dark Ages, the kingdoms, right? That's why they wore those big white wigs. The women had metal things to make their butts look big and their skirts, metal things, right? That's why they was in the image of the royal families. This is back before Cromwell, what's his name? Not Cromwell. God, I did it in my series, right? Before, but again, the prophecy had to play out because the original ancestors was owning all of the kingdoms. That's what was the Dark Ages, right? And they took the likeness and the image. So a lot of the names came from those names, but those are still names that we took on that is not from our original culture, right? Hebrew, Habariya names, right? But yes, but they did name them after the slave masters, but the slave masters were named after the original Jacobites from their kings, from all their lands, right? That's where you get Swarthy and the Danes and the Dutch and they know it when you go over there. Russia know it, Germany know it, all of them. That's why they get the Black Madonna and all, and the Jacobite kings and all that. We got series on our lessons. Go to the live streams and go back, right? It's a lot of Jacobite series, and we go through all the cultures and all the actual receipts of it, all the ancient books. We open the books from the 1500s, 1600s, 1700s that tell it all, right? They tell everything, right? So yes, so when they would cut the hair, change the name, make sure they take the name of the Most High off of you, okay? That's the number one thing, is to make you come out of the name of the Father, because the name of the Father is a strong tower. The righteous run into are safe. There's safety in the name, right? So when you come in the name, I mean, you come in the likeness, image, function, nature, and being. That's why you see a lot of us in the ministry, we have Yah in our name. We come in the name of our Father. Just like when you were born, you got your father's last name, your surname, right? So the scripture says, my people will remember themselves in their captivity, and they will surname themselves. They will come back into the name of Yasharal. They will come back into my name, because we are the Father's children. So we all had his name. So they took us out. That's why he took his name out of the Bible over 7,000 times, and they replaced it with Lord and God. That's why most people in religion, Christianity, they don't even know the name of the Most High. In the book of Psalms, he said his name is Yah. And when he says in Numbers, I am that I am, that's Ayah, Ahasha Ayah, right? Ayah in original Habariya tongue mean I am, I be. And Hayah means he is, he be. Okay, so this is all, his name is already talking. So he says, you shall remember my name, call my name, speak my name, praise my name, worship my name. It's all through your Bible. It says his name, and they have you calling on God. What, that God ain't a name? What God is thousands of gods. He has a name, and they took his name so they can take you out of his function, nature, and character. If you don't come in the name of your Father, whose child are you? Y'all get it, guys? This is the witchcraft. Over 7,000 times they took it out, so we put it back. You understand? Everywhere that you see it. So if you ever heard us read the Safariyat, they call the Bible, we place his name back. So we come in his name, we of his name, we're called by his name. His name is a calling. It calls us to his name. The name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into his name and is safe. We're covered in his name. The Messiah told us this is the prayer. My Father, who art in the Shamayam, hallowed be thy name. The Messiah didn't say, hallowed be God, hallowed be the Lord, hallowed be the Most High name. What is his name? And once you know his name, then you are to be, if you're his child, come in his name. How is you your father's child and you don't got a surname? So if we were y'all's child, the father, and we playing on the playground, and he comes and what's his name? What's the nice dude? Epstein, and they on the playground, right? The devil's children, right? Hasatan children come, right? And my dad come, my father come to the playground. He gonna call my name. Somebody, I'm called by his name. Somebody be like, Uncle Yaisha, yeah, that's your dad is here, right? Because I come in the name of my father. I'm surname. They'll know me by my surname, Father. So they took us out of his name, nature, likeness, function, character, will, being. Have us curse ourselves if we get them to curse ourselves. So they fed us swine in the abomination. They cut off our receptors, our hair. They changed our name and our identity. And they fed us the abomination. And they fed us toxins and poisons. And they manipulate us and do all these things so we can be cursed and they can control us. But the Most High said he'll bring us back to remembrance. So yes, the name is everything. It's all through the Bible. Once you awaken, have eyes to see and ears to hear, you'll be like, this is insanity. How many times do they talk about the name? And they got us saying everywhere it says the God, Lord, and the Lord is Baal in in Hebrew. See, once you know the original tongue, every time you say the Lord, that's Baal. That's why those celebrities get up there and say, we want to thank the Lord. We thank God. That's why I just want to thank the Lord God and the God. And my people destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So we call them Baal, but praise the Most High for grace and mercy in our ignorance when we didn't know. But those who know better do better. That's why you are called to diligently study, show yourself approved, and come out of her, my people. And he got his righteous children to teach y'all the truth. All right. So that's why you see all of us come in the name of the Father. Oh, shoot. Well, I was going to stop it anyway, I guess, because we are our Father's children. All right. And we come in our Father's name. All right. So yes, the name is important. All right. So let me, because we went, how many hours we went? 5, almost 6. We did 6 hours again. Oh, well, at least he get us let's get a little bit through the shadow band. We thank you. I thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance tonight. Yeah, he out there still doing this stuff. Yo, Rashawn, he is not only is he still out there, my name, my government name used to be Rashawn, Rashawn. They said that was his clone, and he's still doing it in other lands. And Monday is gonna be crazy because I'm gonna tie in, what's her name? That supermodel. It's got a lot to do with the modeling because they all about the women and the children, right? So I'm going to tie in the supermodel. Monday's going to be crazy. So thank you, Akiyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Tamayah, for your covering. Thank you, Yasha, for your covering. Thank you to the whole ministry for covering this lesson tonight. Hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself. I had an outro, but it's okay. We answered a lot of questions, and we got to explain the Most High's word. I got a lot more to bring out, but may the Most High cover and bless you all. Hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself in this lesson. Hopefully y'all found out some things y'all didn't know before. All right. This was the Ranch of Horrors. It was did Epstein experiment on blacks and whites? The Ranch of Horrors. Yes, he did. We found out who bought Epstein's island, who owns it now. If y'all knew and y'all just got here and y'all didn't see, go back to the beginning. You're gonna have a good live stream. It's nice and long. You got plenty of food. You can watch it a couple of days. Now there's plenty things bought out. We brought out that devil who bought the island. He talking about he made it into Christians. They didn't investigate the ranch until now. They ain't covered all of it. He had genetic splicing and all of it. Transhumanism. They want to be they want to replace the Most High. That's why he took his name out, his likeness, his character, his function, everything that the Most High want us to be. They tell us to transgress it so that we can be out of a covering, out of righteousness. All right. We are saved by righteousness. Okay, everybody, your righteous acts and deeds is your protection and your covering, right? That's how sin cannot compass the Most High. So in your righteous acts, you're nearer to the Most High. Draw ye close to the Father of all things, everybody. May the Most High cover and bless you all. The house of the Most High Yah, Mashiach Ministries, we welcome you all. We say thank you. Thank you to all of the ministry for allowing me to continue tonight's live stream. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We live again Monday about 9 p.m. We'll see y'all then. And to the ministry, I'll see y'all. Oh, no, I won't see y'all till Monday. May the Most High cover and bless you all, everybody worldwide. Peace and blessings. Go forth and be the light in this darkness. We need to be the light. This world, these rancher harvests, these darkness, they going to do their thing, but we got to be the light. That's how we fight against this darkness, with our righteous deeds and acts. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shalom, peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah.
Precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.